History, when examined through the lens of paradoxes, often reveals the most unexpected truths. From ancient civilizations to modern times, events have unfolded that defy logic, twisting the very fabric of reality. These are the stories that challenge our understanding of cause and effect, right and wrong, truth and deception. They exist not in textbooks alone, but in the mysterious pockets of time where reality and myth intersect. In this exploration of the strangest things that have ever happened in history, we will journey through paradoxes that defy the expectations of what we know. We will uncover moments when the future seemed to be rewritten, when truths became lies, and when victories birthed defeats. Through each paradox, the fabric of history will unfold before you, revealing that the most fascinating tales are often those that appear most absurd. So, as you settle in for this journey, remember, history is far stranger than we could ever imagine. What seems impossible often has roots in the very real, and what we think we know is often far more complex than we care to admit. Get ready to drift into a world where history bends, warps, and reveals its most unexpected truths. The concept of time is one we often take for granted. It seems absolute, immutable, something that relentlessly moves forward, dragging us along with it. Yet, throughout history, there have been events where time itself seemed to deceive those who believed they understood it. These moments, where time appears to bend or twist, are among the most fascinating and unsettling paradoxes in human history. Consider the year 1582, a seemingly ordinary time for most people living in Europe, but for those in the Catholic countries of Europe, it was anything but ordinary. The Gregorian calendar was introduced by Pope Gregory XIII, aiming to realign the calendar with the solar year. Under the old Julian calendar, the year had drifted out of sync with the seasons, and by the late 16th century, this was causing problems in scheduling important events like Easter, which needed to align with the spring equinox. To fix this, the Pope decreed that the day after October 4th, 1582 would be October 15th, 1582. This was a bold move. 10 days of history were simply erased from the calendar. People woke up on October 4th, 1582, and went to sleep on what was technically October 15th, 1582. In this strange moment of history, the world lost 10 days of time, erased without a trace. How did people react to this sudden disappearance of days? Some were confused, while others protested, unable to comprehend how time could be manipulated in such a manner. The moment wasn't just a one-time event. It created a long-standing division in how people perceived time. Catholic countries adopted the Gregorian calendar immediately, but Protestant and Orthodox countries resisted it for centuries. In fact, Britain and its colonies didn't switch to the Gregorian calendar until 1752, meaning that when they did, they had to catch up by skipping 11 days instead of 10. In a world where time was meant to be a constant, the notion that 10 or 11 days could vanish in a single sweep was deeply unsettling. Time had been manipulated, leaving a gap in history and a paradoxical sense of disorientation. Another moment where time deceived people occurred during the infamous 1919 eclipse in the United States. The eclipse was meant to provide a valuable opportunity for scientists to test Einstein's theory of relativity. According to Einstein, light from stars passing near a massive object, such as the sun, would be bent due to the warping of space-time. For many scientists, this was a groundbreaking theory, but it was still in question, awaiting empirical proof. During the eclipse, a group of astronomers traveled to the remote island of Principe off the coast of West Africa to observe the event. As they looked into the sky, they were able to capture images of stars that were, according to Einstein's predictions, supposed to appear slightly shifted due to the bending of light around the sun. This confirmation of Einstein's theory was a monumental moment in history, yet the entire event was paradoxical. In an instant, time seemed to bend, and what had once been theoretical became reality, proving that time, as we know it, is far more flexible than we could ever imagine. In a less scientific realm, the concept of time deception also manifests in the way history is remembered or forgotten. Many of us have heard of the lost civilization of Atlantis, a legendary place said to have existed thousands of years ago, only to vanish beneath the waves. Though it is often considered a myth, there are those who claim that Atlantis was a real place, and its disappearance was the result of an event that altered time for those who experienced it. Ancient texts suggest that the Atlanteans had knowledge of advanced technologies and philosophical ideas that were centuries ahead of their time. According to some, The sudden collapse of Atlantis was not just a physical catastrophe, but a temporal anomaly that threw the civilization into another timeline, forever lost to history. History is also full of instances where time itself has seemed to play tricks on the people involved in significant events. The most famous example is perhaps the Mandela effect, a phenomenon where large groups of people share a false memory of an event or detail. Named after Nelson Mandela, whose death in the 1980s some people falsely remembered, the Mandela effect suggests that there are moments when time is altered, either in the collective consciousness or, as some theorists suggest, in actual reality. These instances, though often dismissed as misremembered details, challenge our understanding of time and reality. But it's not just historical events or theories that highlight the paradox of time's deception. The very nature of human memory is bound up in time's trickery. As we move through life, we often experience moments that seem to have happened in the blink of an eye, while others stretch on endlessly. Time, it seems, is not a fixed entity, but a malleable construct that bends to our perceptions and experiences. We may remember events that never truly happened, or forget those that shaped our very lives. This ongoing manipulation of time, both in history and in our own minds, reveals a deeper paradox. The more we try to understand time, the more it slips through our fingers, forever altering our understanding of what it truly is. Empires are often seen as grand, unyielding structures built to last forever. They rise to power through military conquest, economic dominance, and cultural influence. The idea that an empire could simply collapse is almost unthinkable. Yet, history is full of empires that rose to great heights only to fall suddenly, in ways that defy logic and expectations. Some of these empires were brought down by external forces, others by internal corruption, and some by a combination of both. But the true paradox lies in how their collapse often defied the laws of history and time itself. One of the most perplexing cases of empire collapse is that of the Roman Empire. For centuries, Rome ruled over a vast territory that stretched from the British Isles to the sands of the Middle East. The Roman Empire was known for its military might, its sophisticated infrastructure, and its advanced legal system. It seemed invincible, with no rival in sight. But by the 5th century AD, the Western Roman Empire was on the brink of collapse. The empire had been weakened by internal strife, economic troubles, and a series of invasions from barbarian tribes. But the collapse didn't come as a sudden event, it was more like a slow unraveling. Historians often point to the sacking of Rome in 476 AD as the official end of the Western Roman Empire. However, this was not the cause of its collapse, but rather a symptom of a much larger, underlying decay. The true paradox here is that a civilization so advanced, so powerful, could simply fade away over time, leaving behind ruins and legends, rather than a cataclysmic event. Similarly, the Byzantine Empire, which was the eastern half of the Roman Empire, defied the usual rules of history. It survived for nearly 1,000 years after the fall of Rome, only to collapse in 1453 when Constantinople was captured by the Ottoman Turks. The Byzantines, much like the Romans before them, had a powerful military, a flourishing culture, and a strategic position at the crossroads of Europe and Asia. Despite their advantages, the empire slowly crumbled under the weight of internal corruption, external pressures, and a lack of unity. The fall of Constantinople was not just a military defeat, it was the sudden end of an empire that had withstood the test of time. The paradox is clear. How could such an enduring civilization simply vanish from the pages of history, as if it had never existed? Then there's the collapse of the Mongol Empire, which at its height was the largest contiguous empire in world history. The Mongols, led by the legendary Genghis Khan, conquered vast stretches of land across Asia and Europe, from China to the Middle East, leaving an indelible mark on the world. But after the death of Genghis Khan, the empire began to fracture. The Mongols, despite their military genius and unity under a single ruler, could not maintain their vast empire. Infighting among his successors, along with the challenges of governing such a sprawling empire, led to its eventual disintegration. The Mongols are often seen as a people who live by the sword, and yet their empire collapsed not because of external enemies, but because of the very internal divisions that are often the undoing of all great powers. The paradox of the Mongol Empire lies in the fact that it was built on such brutal efficiency and military success, yet it ultimately collapsed due to the inability to maintain unity over time. It is a stark reminder that no empire, no matter how mighty, can endure if it cannot adapt to the changing realities of governance and power. Closer to home, The collapse of the British Empire in the 20th century offers another paradox. At its peak, the British Empire controlled vast swaths of the globe, including India, much of Africa, and parts of the Americas and Asia. The British ruled over 1/4 of the world's population and controlled a significant portion of global trade. Yet, by the mid-20th century, the empire began to crumble. After 2 world wars, and with rising nationalist movements in many of its colonies, Britain found it increasingly difficult to maintain its vast empire. India gained its independence in 1947, followed by numerous other former colonies in the years that followed. What is perhaps most paradoxical about the fall of the British Empire is how quickly it happened. One moment, the British were the undisputed rulers of the world. The next, their empire was collapsing under the weight of economic exhaustion and political pressure. The empire did not fall because of a single decisive battle or external conquest. Rather, it fell because of a gradual erosion of power and influence, both at home and abroad. It was a peaceful collapse, yet it left behind a power vacuum that would reshape the world for decades to come. The final paradox lies in how history often remembers these collapses. We tend to focus on the moments of crisis: the sack of Rome, the fall of Constantinople, the end of British rule in India. But the true story of these empires is one of slow decline, of internal struggles that ate away at their foundations. It's easy to look back and wonder how an empire as powerful as Rome could fall, or how the British Empire could have crumbled in the 20th century. But the true paradox is this: empires often collapse not because they were conquered, but because the very forces that built them, corruption, complacency, and internal divisions, undermine them from within. In the end, the collapse of an empire is never as simple as a battle or a moment of defeat. It is the result of complex forces, both internal and external, that chip away at the foundations until they can no longer stand. And perhaps the greatest paradox of all is that, despite all the power and wealth these empires accumulated, it was the smallest cracks within their own structures that brought them to their knees. Memory is often viewed as a steadfast record of the past, a repository of the experiences that shape us. We rely on it to navigate our world, trust our recollections, and make decisions. Yet memory is far from perfect. It is susceptible to distortion, manipulation, and even complete betrayal. The paradox lies in how we can be so certain of our memories, yet they can often deceive us in the most unexpected and unsettling ways. Throughout history, there have been numerous instances where memory itself has been unreliable, leading to confounding outcomes that challenge our understanding of reality. One of the most famous examples of memory's betrayal comes from the realm of false memories, recollections of events that never actually happened. The Mandela effect, named after Nelson Mandela, is a phenomenon where a large number of people share the same false memory. For example, many people believe they recall Nelson Mandela dying in the 1980s while in prison, even though he actually passed away in 2013. This collective false memory suggests that memory is not just a personal experience, but something that can be shared and altered by outside influences, creating a warped version of reality. The Mandela effect brings with it a deep paradox. How can so many people have the same false memory? This raises questions about how memories are stored and retrieved. Are our memories as personal and unalterable as we think, or are they susceptible to external forces, such as cultural myths, media portrayals, or even the influence of others? The fact that so many people can remember a historical figure's death incorrectly is a testament to the matter of the mind, and how our memories can betray us when we least expect it. False memories aren't just limited to popular myths or cultural events. In legal contexts, wrongful convictions have occurred because of memory's betrayal. One of the most tragic examples comes from the infamous case of the Central Park Five. In 1989, a young woman was brutally attacked and raped in Central Park. 5 teenagers were arrested and coerced into giving confessions, despite there being no physical evidence linking them to the crime. The police relied heavily on the testimony of one of the boys, who, under intense pressure, falsely confessed to the crime. His memory, influenced by the authorities and the trauma of interrogation, led to a miscarriage of justice. Years later, DNA evidence proved that the boys were innocent and that another man who had been convicted of similar crimes was responsible for the attack. The case highlighted the dangers of relying on memory under duress, especially when people are forced to recall traumatic events or when their memories are altered by external influences. It also raised questions about the reliability of eyewitness testimonies, which have historically been viewed as the gold standard of legal evidence. If our memories can be so easily manipulated or distorted, can we trust any recollection of past events? The human mind is also prone to the phenomenon of memory repression, where traumatic or painful memories are pushed out of conscious awareness. This is often seen in cases of childhood abuse, where victims may not consciously remember their trauma until much later in life. While repression can serve as a defense mechanism to protect individuals from the overwhelming emotions of trauma, it also creates a paradox. The very memories that are pushed away are the ones that often shape our lives the most. By burying these memories, the mind attempts to protect itself, but in doing so, it can leave behind a distorted sense of self and an incomplete understanding of one's own history. In some cases, the mind can trick itself into remembering events that never happened. This is seen in the phenomenon of false memory syndrome, where individuals develop vivid recollections of events that are entirely fabricated. The most famous example of this occurred in the 1980s, when a wave of alleged recovered memories of childhood abuse swept across the United States. Many individuals claimed to suddenly remember being abused, often after undergoing therapy or hypnosis. However, some of these memories were later proven to be false, the product of suggestive techniques used by therapists. The paradox here is that these false memories were so vivid and detailed that the individuals who experienced them truly believed in their authenticity. In some cases, these fabricated memories led to the destruction of families, as people accused loved ones of abuse based on memories that were not grounded in reality. The mind's ability to create such convincing false memories raises profound questions about the nature of consciousness and the limits of self-awareness on a broader scale. Memory's betrayal can be seen in the way societies collectively remember and forget events. History is written by the victors, and the narrative that survives is often shaped by political, cultural, and social forces. This can lead to collective amnesia, where entire generations forget or misremember key historical events. One such example is the way the horrors of slavery were long suppressed or minimized in certain parts of the world, with many people forgetting or denying the deep scars it left on society. In the case of the American Civil War, for instance, the lost cause narrative emerged, presenting the South as a noble and honorable cause, while downplaying or ignoring the central issue of slavery. This distorted memory of history became ingrained in Southern culture for generations, betraying the reality of the brutal system of slavery that existed in the United States. The paradox here is that collective memory can be manipulated to serve specific political or social agendas, and in doing so, it can betray the truth of the past. The betrayal of memory is not limited to historical events or individual recollections. It extends to the way we perceive ourselves and our own identities. The mind often reshapes and reinterprets memories to align with current beliefs, desires, or fears. This creates a paradox. The more we try to understand our past, the more we realize that it may not be as clear or accurate as we once believed. Memory, in its betrayal, offers a haunting reminder that the truth is often elusive, and that our own minds can deceive us in ways we never imagined. Truth is often seen as an immutable, solid foundation upon which we build our understanding of the world. It is what we strive for in our quest for knowledge and clarity. We believe that, over time, the truth will come to light, no matter how hidden it might be. Yet, history has shown us that the truth does not always come to light as expected. Sometimes, the truth can vanish altogether, leaving behind only shadows of doubt, speculation, and confusion. The paradox lies in the fact that the more we seek the truth, the more it sometimes slips away from us. A classic example of truth vanishing can be found in the mysterious disappearance of the lost colony of Roanoke. In 1587, a group of English settlers arrived on Roanoke Island, led by John White, to establish a new colony in the New World. However, when White returned to the island in 1590, after a 3-year absence, he found that the entire colony had vanished without a trace. The only clue left behind was the word Croatoan carved into a tree, which referred to a nearby Native American tribe. The fate of the settlers remains one of the greatest mysteries in American history. The truth of what happened to them, whether they were killed, assimilated into a nearby tribe, or relocated, has never been fully uncovered. Despite numerous theories, archaeological digs, and investigations, the truth of the Roanoke colony's disappearance continues to evade us. The paradox is striking. A group of people simply vanished, leaving behind only fragments of evidence that refused to reveal the full story. In this case, truth itself seemed to vanish, leaving historians and researchers to grapple with a mystery that may never be solved. Another instance of truth vanishing can be seen in the ancient history of the Egyptian civilization. For centuries, the identity of the pharaoh Akhenaten was largely forgotten, as his reign and the radical changes he introduced to Egyptian religion and society were erased from history. Akhenaten, known for his devotion to the sun god Aten, moved the capital from Thebes to a new city, Akhetanen, and declared that only the Aten should be worshipped. This was a direct challenge to Egypt's traditional polytheistic beliefs, which were centered around the worship of gods like Amen. After Akhenat's death, his successors attempted to erase his legacy entirely. His city was abandoned, his statues were destroyed, and his name was removed from official records. For a time, it appeared as though Akhenaten's revolutionary religious reforms had been completely wiped from history. It wasn't until modern archaeologists uncovered the ruins of Akhetaten and examined ancient inscriptions that Akhenaten's name and his story began to re-emerge. The paradox here is profound. The truth of Akhenaten's reign was deliberately erased, and for thousands of years it vanished from the collective memory of the ancient world, only to resurface centuries later. The vanishing of truth also extends to more recent historical events. One example is the controversy surrounding the assassination of President John F. Kennedy in 1963. The official narrative, as presented by the Warren Commission, was that Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone in killing Kennedy. However, over the decades, numerous conspiracy theories have emerged, suggesting that there was more to the story, ranging from allegations of a cover-up by government agencies to the involvement of organized crime or foreign powers. Despite extensive investigations, the truth of Kennedy's assassination remains elusive. Official records and documents have been released over time, but many still believe that the full truth has never been revealed. The paradox here is that, even with all the evidence available, the complete truth has never emerged. Instead, we are left with competing narratives and suspicions, a tangled web of possibilities that leaves us uncertain about the true events of that fateful day in Dallas. That the vanishing of truth can also be seen in the realm of scientific discovery. Consider the case of the famous scientist Gregor Mendel, known as the father of modern genetics. In the mid-19th century, Mendel conducted experiments with pea plants and formulated the foundational laws of inheritance. His work was largely ignored during his lifetime, and for decades after his death, his discoveries were forgotten. It wasn't until the early 20th century, when other scientists rediscovered his work, that Mendel's laws were recognized as crucial to the understanding of genetics. In this case, the truth of Mendel's discoveries vanished, not due to deliberate suppression, but because it was overlooked and dismissed. The paradox here is that, despite Mendel's pioneering work, the truth about inheritance was lost for several decades, only to be rediscovered later. This raises questions about how much of the truth is dependent on the context and timing of its discovery. How many other truths have vanished throughout history, only to be forgotten until the right moment for their rediscovery? Perhaps the most unsettling example of truth vanishing is the concept of historical revisionism. Throughout history, societies have rewritten their pasts to suit their present needs. The most extreme example of this is found in totalitarian regimes, such as Nazi Germany or Stalinist Russia, where the truth was not only suppressed but actively rewritten. In these regimes, historical events were altered to fit the ideology of the ruling party. For example, during Stalin's reign, the history of the Russian Revolution was rewritten to eliminate the contributions of key figures who had fallen out of favor, such as Leon Trotsky. Photos were doctored, records were changed, and the truth was deliberately erased. The paradox here is chilling. In these regimes, the truth did not just vanish through neglect or ignorance, but was systematically eradicated. The people living under these regimes were taught a version of history that bore no resemblance to reality. And in some cases, generations grew up believing these falsified truths. The power of the state was so great that it was able to erase the truth and replace it with a manufactured narrative. Justice, in its purest form, is meant to serve as the foundation of societal order. It is the concept that the innocent will be protected and the guilty will be held accountable for their actions. We depend on justice to bring fairness, to ensure that the rights of individuals are respected, and to create a world where wrongdoers are held responsible. Yet, history shows us that justice does not always prevail. In fact, sometimes the very systems we rely on to uphold justice become the agents of injustice, failing those they are meant to protect. One of the most striking examples of justice failing comes from the wrongful conviction of innocent individuals. The case of the Central Park Five in 1989. remains one of the most infamous miscarriages of justice in modern American history. 5 young Black and Latino men were wrongfully accused and convicted of raping a white woman in Central Park, despite no physical evidence linking them to the crime. They were coerced into giving false confessions under duress. The justice system failed them at every turn, from their initial arrest to their eventual conviction, years later. DNA evidence revealed that the real perpetrator was someone entirely different. The 5 men were exonerated, but the years of their lives had been stolen from them. Their conviction had been based on racial prejudice, social pressure, and a flawed legal system. The paradox here is clear. The justice system, designed to protect the innocent, instead failed to do so and, in the process, destroyed the lives of these young men. Their fight for justice did not end with their exoneration. It only led them to confront a system that had failed them in the most profound way. Another example of justice that failed is the case of the Black Codes in post-Civil War America. After the abolition of slavery, Southern states enacted laws known as Black Codes to control the newly freed African Americans. These laws were designed to limit the rights of Black people, restricting their ability to own property, vote, or even move freely. The Black Codes were meant to maintain a system of racial subjugation, and despite the fact that slavery had been legally abolished, they served as a substitute for it. The justice system, instead of protecting the newly freed individuals, enabled these laws. Courts were complicit in upholding the Black Codes, effectively denying African Americans the very freedoms they had fought for during the Civil War. The paradox here is that justice, which was meant to be a tool for equality and freedom, became a weapon of oppression. The legal system, rather than offering protection to those who needed it most, failed to shield them from the remnants of slavery, allowing racial injustice to persist for decades. In the realm of international justice, the failure of the League of Nations to prevent the outbreak of World War II provides another haunting example. The League, formed after World War I to ensure lasting peace and prevent future conflicts, was designed to be the ultimate mechanism for international justice. It was meant to mediate disputes, provide a forum for dialogue, and ensure that nations adhered to international law. However, when fascist powers like Germany, Italy, and Japan began to aggressively expand in the 1930s, the League of Nations proved powerless to stop them. Despite clear violations of international law, the League failed to act decisively. It was paralyzed by a lack of enforcement power, internal divisions, and a reluctance to take bold action against aggressor states. The failure of the League of Nations to uphold international justice ultimately contributed to the outbreak of World War II, showing that even the most well-intentioned systems of justice can fail when they are not properly empowered or supported. The paradox here is that the very institution designed to prevent war and injustice failed to do so, leading to catastrophic consequences for millions of people around the world. The justice system's failure to deliver justice is not limited to the distant past. In modern times, we continue to see instances where justice fails those it is supposed to protect. The case of police brutality in the United States is one such example. Countless individuals, particularly within marginalized communities, have been subjected to violence and discrimination by law enforcement officers. While justice is supposed to ensure that all individuals are treated equally under the law, the failure to hold police accountable for acts of violence against civilians, particularly Black and brown individuals, highlights the ongoing issue of systemic injustice. The paradox in these cases is that justice is supposed to serve as a safeguard against oppression. Yet the very systems of law enforcement and the judiciary, designed to protect citizens, often perpetuate injustice. The failure of justice in these instances is not just about individual cases of misconduct, but is reflective of a larger societal issue, where the structures meant to provide fairness and protection are instead complicit in perpetuating inequality. The failure of justice can also be seen in the legal battles surrounding historical atrocities, such as the Holocaust. Despite the Nuremberg trials, which sought to bring Nazi war criminals to justice after World War II, many perpetrators of heinous crimes were never held accountable. Some escaped to other countries, living out their lives without facing punishment for their actions. In this case, justice failed the victims of the Holocaust, as many of the perpetrators evaded accountability. The paradox here is that, while justice is supposed to bring closure and reparations to victims, the failure to fully prosecute and punish war criminals left a wound in history that would never be completely healed. In the end, the paradox of justice that fails is not just about individual injustice. ecstasies, but about the larger systems and structures that enable these failures. Justice, in its ideal form, is meant to protect and uphold the rights of all individuals, ensuring fairness and equality. But when justice fails, it creates an environment where oppression, inequality, and abuse can thrive unchecked. The challenge lies in recognizing that even the most robust systems of justice are vulnerable to corruption, prejudice, and indifference, and that it is only by confronting these flaws that true justice can be achieved. Innocence is often regarded as pure and untarnished, a quality that exists before the complexities of the world take root. It is seen as something fragile, beautiful, and inherently good, a state of untainted clarity before the corruption of experience. We associate innocence with youth, untouched by hardship or suffering, a time when the world feels safe and full of possibility. However, history repeatedly shows that innocence is not always preserved, and sometimes, it is not just lost, but destroyed. The paradox lies in the fact that innocence can be violently taken from those who least expect it, and its loss often creates ripples that shape the future in unexpected and painful ways. One of the most tragic examples of innocence that died is found in the story of Anne Frank, the Jewish girl who was forced into hiding during the Nazi occupation of the Netherlands in World War II. Anne Frank, like many children, lived in a world where innocence was her default. Her days were filled with the simplicity of school, friends, and dreams of the future. However, her world was violently upended when the Nazis invaded the Netherlands, and her family was forced to go into hiding to escape persecution. For 2 years, Anne and her family lived in the secret annex of a building, isolated from the outside world. Despite the horrors they faced, Anne's diaries, which she kept during this time, reflect a girl who was still clinging to her dreams of a better future. She expressed hopes of becoming a writer, and her writing was filled with deep insights into human nature, the struggles of adolescence, and the pain of separation from the world she once knew. Anne's innocence, however, was tragically short-lived. In 1944, the Frank family was betrayed, and Anne was arrested by the Gestapo. She was eventually transported to Auschwitz and then to Bergen-Belsen, where she died of typhus in 1945, just weeks before the camp was liberated. The paradox of Anne's story is clear. Her innocence was shattered by the brutal realities of war, and her life was taken at the age of just 15, before she could fulfill her potential. The innocence that Anne once embodied was stolen from her, not by her own actions, but by the cruelty of the world around her. Another example of innocence destroyed can be found in the stories of child soldiers in conflict zones around the world, in countries ravaged by war, such as Sierra Leone, Uganda, and Colombia. Young boys and girls are forcibly recruited into armed groups, stripped of their childhood, and forced to participate in violence and atrocities. These children are often coerced through violence, manipulation, or desperation, with no choice but to become instruments of war. Their innocence is not just lost, but erased entirely, as they are subjected to horrors beyond their years. The paradox here is that these children, who should be playing, learning, and growing, are instead thrust into a world of violence and death. They are taught to kill, to fear, and to live without compassion or hope. The innocence that they once had is not just lost to the violence of war, but is systematically destroyed through their involvement in brutal, senseless conflicts. After they are rescued or demobilized, many child soldiers face a lifetime of trauma, guilt, and alienation. They are left to struggle with the psychological scars of their lost innocence, often without the support or resources needed to heal. The world has taken their innocence, and they are left to navigate a future that has been irreparably shaped by the violence they experienced. The destruction of innocence is not always so literal, but in some cases, innocence is killed in more subtle, yet no less devastating, ways. The story of the young African-American boy Emmett Till offers another example. In 1955, Till, just 14 years old, was brutally murdered in Mississippi after being accused of whistling at a white woman. The brutal nature of his death shocked the nation, but what was even more tragic was the way in which his murder exposed the deep racial injustices that were rampant in the American South at the time. Till's death, and the subsequent open funeral held by his mother, Mamie Till, became a pivotal moment in the civil rights movement, forcing America to confront the horrifying reality of racial violence. For Emmett Till, his innocence was not just lost, but violently ripped away. The paradox is that Till's murder, while an unspeakable act of cruelty, sparked a national movement for justice, equality, and civil rights. His death became a symbol of the horrors of racism, and his image became a rallying cry for change. Till's innocence died, but the spark of his death ignited a fire for justice that would continue to burn for decades. His story is a stark reminder of how innocence, when destroyed by hate, can lead to the awakening of a society's conscience, but also to a tragic loss that no movement can fully erase. Similarly, in the aftermath of the September 11th attacks, in 2001, the world's sense of innocence was irrevocably changed. Before 9/11, many people lived with a sense of safety and certainty, believing that such catastrophic events could not happen on American soil. The attacks shattered that illusion, forcing people to confront the vulnerability of modern life. The attacks not only killed thousands of innocent lives, but they also altered the way the world viewed security, freedom, and the future. The paradox here is that the loss of innocence on that day, both for the victims and for the global community, to a global reassessment of security and foreign policy. The attacks were a violent wake-up call that changed the course of history, leading to wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, the implementation of global surveillance measures, and a profound shift in the way we think about safety and threat. While the innocence of a generation was destroyed in a single act of terrorism, that loss also led to a broader understanding of the complexities of the world and the risks that come with living in an interconnected, global society. In all these examples, the paradox of innocence that died is not just about the loss of a state of purity or ignorance, it is about the way in which that loss reshapes individuals and societies. Innocence, when destroyed, often leads to a confrontation with harsh truths and painful realities. While the destruction of innocence can lead to profound sorrow and grief, it can also, in some cases, lead to greater awareness, change, and growth. The paradox lies in the way in which loss can sometimes spark the need for transformation. Even in the most tragic of circumstances, history is meant to be a record of the past, a detailed account of significant events that have shaped our societies, cultures, and nations. It is often seen as a guide, a reflection of what we have learned, and a tool to prevent us from repeating past mistakes. However, history does not always remember everything it should. In some cases, history selectively forgets important events, people, or movements, either due to convenience, cultural bias, or the passage of time. The paradox lies in how we, as a society, can often forget pivotal moments or figures, and in doing so, we risk losing valuable lessons that could shape our future. One of the most notable examples of history that forgot is the story of the Tulsa race massacre of 1921. For decades, this horrifying event remained buried in the annals of American history. The massacre took place in the Greenwood district of Tulsa, Oklahoma, a prosperous African-American community often referred to as Black Wall Street. A white mob, incited by false accusations against a black man, attacked the community, killing as many as 300 black residents, injuring thousands, and destroying more than 1,000 homes and businesses. Despite the scale of the tragedy, the event was barely mentioned in mainstream history books, and many survivors and their descendants were left without reparations or even official acknowledgement. The paradox here is that a community that once represented the height of African American success was destroyed in a matter of hours. And for nearly a century, the massacre was erased from the collective memory of the nation. It wasn't until recent decades, when local journalists and activists began to demand justice and recognition, that the massacre was brought back into public consciousness. The forgetting of this event is a reminder of how history can be selectively obscured, and how the victims of such violence are often denied the opportunity to heal or even be recognized for their suffering. Similarly, the history of the indigenous peoples of the Americas has often been forgotten or ignored in the mainstream narratives of colonization and nation-building. The atrocities committed against indigenous communities, such as forced displacement, massacres, and the destruction of cultures are sometimes glossed over in favor of glorifying the colonial expansion that led to the founding of modern nations. Like the United States and Canada, indigenous peoples were often portrayed as obstacles to progress, and their histories, languages, and traditions were systematically erased in favor of a narrative that focused on the victors. This selective memory of history creates a paradox. The contributions of indigenous peoples, whether in agriculture, medicine, or social organization, are often overlooked, and their struggles for survival and cultural preservation are not given the recognition they deserve. By forgetting the history of indigenous peoples, we lose out on the rich cultural diversity and knowledge that shaped much of the world we live in today. The paradox is that history, while recording the triumphs of nations, often fails to remember the people who were the victims of those triumphs. Another example of history that forgot is the role of women in the development of science and technology. For centuries, women were largely excluded from formal education and scientific institutions. However, many women made significant contributions to science and technology, contributions that were often overlooked or attributed to men. One such example is the story of Rosalind Franklin, a British biophysicist whose work was critical in the discovery of the DNA double helix. Franklin's X-ray crystallography images of DNA were pivotal in helping James Watson and Francis Crick develop their groundbreaking model of DNA, yet Franklin's contributions were overshadowed, and she was not fully recognized during her lifetime for her role in this major scientific breakthrough. The paradox here is that Franklin, along with many other women, helped to shape some of the most important scientific discoveries in history, but history forgot to acknowledge them. In some cases, the achievements of women were minimized or erased entirely in favor of male scientists who were often credited with the work. By forgetting the contributions of women in science, history distorts the true picture of progress and innovation. It is only in recent decades that women's contributions to science and other fields have begun to receive the recognition they deserve. But the damage of centuries of exclusion remains. The selective forgetting of history is not limited to marginalized groups. Even the victories and failures of powerful nations can fade into obscurity. The story of the Spanish Empire, for example, is one of immense territorial expansion and wealth. At its height, Spain ruled over vast areas of Europe, the Americas, and parts of Africa, yet the collapse of the Spanish Empire in the 18th century is often overlooked in discussions of European history. Despite its once dominant position, the empire gradually crumbled due to economic decline, military defeats, and internal strife. And today, Spain is no longer the global power it once was. The paradox is that, while the rise of the Spanish Empire is frequently discussed in detail, its eventual collapse is often left out of the historical narrative. The story of Spain's fall from power is a cautionary tale about the fragility of empire. But because history tends to focus on the peak of power rather than the decline, important lessons are lost. The failure to fully remember the rise and fall of empires like Spain's can lead to a narrow view of history, one that ignores the cyclical nature of power and the inevitability of change. Similarly, the story of the Roman Empire's decline is often forgotten in the triumphalist narratives about the Roman Republic and its military conquests. The collapse of the Roman Empire, which took centuries to unfold, is a critical part of world history. Yet, it is often glossed over or simplified in discussions of Roman greatness. The paradox here is that the fall of the empire offers crucial insights into the complexities of governance, the limits of power, and the challenges of managing a vast and diverse empire. By forgetting the decline of Rome, we miss an opportunity to learn from one of the greatest civilizations the world has ever known. The paradox of history that forgot is ultimately a reminder of the limitations of historical memory. History is often shaped by those who have the power to record it, and as a result it can be distorted, erased, or simplified in ways that do not reflect the full complexity of past events. By forgetting parts of history, whether the tragedies of marginalized communities, the contributions of women, or the rise and fall of great empires, we rob ourselves of valuable lessons and a more complete understanding of the world. To truly learn from history, we must confront the parts that have been forgotten, bringing them back into the light to ensure that they are never lost again. A promise is a powerful thing. It is a bond, an assurance that one's word will be upheld, that a commitment will be honored. In life, we often rely on promises to guide our decisions and relationships, believing that when a promise is made, it will lead to fulfillment and trust. However, history reveals that not all promises are kept. In fact, some promises, rather than providing security and hope, end up shattering the very foundations upon which they were built. The paradox lies in how promises, when broken or unfulfilled, can bring about betrayal, disappointment, and destruction, turning what was once a source of hope into a catalyst for suffering. One of the most famous examples of a promise that shattered is the Treaty of Versailles. Signed in 1919 to officially end World War I, the treaty was meant to bring peace to a war-torn world, to ensure that the horrors of the Great War would never be repeated. It promised to establish a new world order, with international cooperation and lasting peace. However, the treaty's terms were harsh and punitive, particularly towards Germany, which was blamed for the war. The treaty imposed heavy reparations on Germany, stripping it of territory, limiting its military capabilities, and humiliating its people. The paradox here is that the Treaty of Versailles, which promised to bring peace, ended up sowing the seeds for future conflict. The harsh conditions of the treaty led to economic collapse, political instability, and a deep sense of resentment in Germany. This resentment would ultimately contribute to the rise of Adolf Hitler and the Nazi Party, and the outbreak of World War II. What was meant to be a promise of peace became a shattered ideal, leading to an even greater war. The promise of a peaceful future, made in the name of justice and reparations, was broken by the very terms that sought to enforce it. Similarly, the promise of freedom and equality made to African Americans after the Civil War in the United States was shattered by the realities of Reconstruction and the subsequent rise of Jim Crow laws. After the defeat of the Confederacy, the promise of freedom and equal rights was extended to the newly freed slaves, with constitutional amendments and legislation intended to protect their rights. However, this promise was quickly undermined by racist policies, violence, and the failure of the federal government to enforce the laws. The paradox here is that, while the promise of freedom was made to African Americans, they were left to face years of discrimination, segregation, and violence. The Reconstruction period, which was supposed to rebuild the South and integrate African Americans into society, ended in failure. The rise of the Jim Crow system in the late 19th and early 20th centuries further entrenched racial inequality, shattering the promise of freedom and equality that had been made during Reconstruction. The very promises that were supposed to bring justice and equality became a mockery of hope, as African Americans continued to face systemic oppression for decades to come. Another example of a shattered promise can be found in the aftermath of World War II, when the Allies promised to rebuild Europe and Japan after the devastation of the war. The Marshall Plan, launched by the United States in 1948, promised to provide financial assistance to help rebuild Western Europe's economies and prevent the spread of communism. In Japan, the promise of economic recovery and modernization was equally strong, with American-led efforts to rebuild the country's economy and infrastructure. While the Marshall Plan did provide crucial aid to Western Europe, the promise of peace and prosperity for all nations affected by the war was not fully realized. The Cold War quickly divided the world into two opposing blocs, with Eastern Europe under Soviet control and Western Europe aligned with the United States. The promises of post-war reconstruction were overshadowed by the tensions of the Cold War, and many countries found themselves trapped in ideological and political struggles that limited their ability to truly rebuild. In Japan, the promise of economic recovery came with its own set of contradictions. While Japan did experience rapid economic growth in the post-war years, this growth came at the cost of a deeply hierarchical society and a system of exploitation. The promise of rebuilding the country's economy was fulfilled, but the benefits were not equally shared by all citizens. Laborers, particularly in the post-war era, faced harsh working conditions, and the wealth generated by Japan's economic boom was often concentrated in the hands of a few. The promise of prosperity and equality was thus undermined by the inequities embedded within the system itself. In more recent history, the promises made during the global fight against climate change have similarly been shattered. For decades, political leaders and international organizations have promised to address the growing environmental crisis, reduce carbon emissions, and create sustainable practices to protect the planet for future generations. Yet, despite the promises made in international agreements such as the Kyoto Protocol and the Paris Agreement, global carbon emissions have continued to rise, and the environmental impacts of climate change, such as extreme weather events, rising sea levels, and biodiversity loss have only worsened. The paradox here is that, despite widespread acknowledgement of the urgency of climate change and the promises made to combat it, the world continues to fall short of its commitments. The promise of a sustainable future, made to protect the planet and future generations, remains unfulfilled. In some cases, the very industries that have caused environmental destruction continue to profit, while the communities most affected by climate change are left to bear the brunt of its consequences. The promise of a greener, more sustainable world is shattered by the failure to take meaningful action, and the long-term consequences may be irreversible. The paradox of promises that shatter is not just about broken agreements or unfulfilled expectations. It is about the deep disillusionment that follows when a promise is made with great hope, only to be crushed by the forces of reality. Promises, in their most genuine form, are meant to bring change and progress. But when they are broken, they create a void of trust and a sense of betrayal that can persist for generations. The tragedy of broken promises is that they leave behind a deep sense of loss. not just for what was promised, but for the hope that once existed in the possibility of a better future. Fate, as many understand it, is often seen as an unchanging force, something that controls the course of events, guiding individuals and societies toward inevitable outcomes. It is thought to be something that cannot be altered, a predetermined path that one must walk, no matter what decisions are made. Yet history has shown that fate is not always as fixed as it seems. In some cases, the very forces that shape our lives can be reversed, altered, or even undone in ways that defy expectations and challenge the notion of destiny. The paradox of fate that reversed lies in how moments of change, seemingly minor or inconsequential, can disrupt the flow of time and lead to outcomes that no one could have foreseen. One of the most well-known examples of fate being reversed is the story of the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989. For decades, the division of East and West Germany was a symbol of the Cold War. The Berlin Wall, erected in 1961, was seen as an unbreachable barrier between the communist East and the democratic West. It was a physical and ideological line that seemed to represent the inescapable fate of a divided world, with the Soviet Union and its allies holding control over one side and the Western democracies on the other. However, in November 1989, a series of unexpected events led to the wall's sudden collapse. The opening of the border between East and West Germany, combined with mass protests and political changes within the Eastern Bloc, led to the fall of the Berlin Wall. The event was so sudden and unexpected that even the East German government, which had been responsible for maintaining the wall, was caught off guard. The collapse of the Berlin Wall marked the beginning of the end for the Soviet Union and the reunification of Germany. The paradox here is striking. The wall, which had stood as a symbol of division and the unchangeable fate of a divided Europe, was brought down in a moment of unprecedented political change. Fate, it seemed, had reversed itself, and what was once thought to be permanent was suddenly undone. Similarly, the story of the American Civil War provides another example of fate that reversed. For much of the 19th century, the southern states of the US were committed to the institution of slavery. The belief that slavery was essential to the economy and way of life in the South was so entrenched that many Southerners believed their way of life could never be changed. The divide between the North and South seemed inevitable, and war appeared to be the only possible outcome to settle the dispute over slavery and states' rights. However, the outcome of the Civil War was anything but inevitable. The South, despite its initial military successes, ultimately lost the war, and slavery was abolished with the passage of the 13th Amendment in 1865. The reversal of fate was dramatic. The southern states, which had once seemed so sure of their position, found themselves defeated, their economy in ruins, and their social order upended. The paradox here is clear. The very system that had seemed like an unshakable foundation for the South was destroyed, and the future of the nation was altered. What had once seemed like an irreversible fate was reversed by the outcome of the war. The reversal of fate can also be seen in the story of Japan's transformation after World War II. Before the war, Japan was an imperial power, expanding its empire across Asia and the Pacific. The nation's leaders were driven by a sense of destiny, believing that Japan's rise to power was inevitable and that their imperial ambitions were justified. Japan's attack on Pearl Harbor in 1941 and its subsequent military campaigns were seen as the realization of this destiny. However, after Japan's defeat in 1945, the nation's fate was completely reversed. Japan's imperial ambitions were crushed, and the country was left in ruins. In the years that followed, Japan experienced a remarkable transformation. Shifting from a militaristic empire to a democratic, peaceful nation, the United States helped to rebuild Japan, fostering economic growth and technological innovation. By the 1960s, Japan had become one of the world's leading economies. The paradox here is that Japan, which had once believed it was destined for global dominance, found itself defeated and forced to reinvent its identity. What seemed like a permanent and inevitable fate was reversed, and Japan's future became one of prosperity, peace, and international cooperation, rather than military conquest. On a personal level, the concept of fate that reversed is also evident in the lives of individuals who have overcome seemingly insurmountable odds. One such example is the story of Nelson Mandela, who spent 27 years in prison fighting against apartheid in South Africa. Mandela was initially sentenced to life imprisonment in 1962, and his fate appeared sealed. The South African government, along with international powers, seemed to have an unshakable hold on the country's system of racial segregation. Yet, Despite the oppressive forces that sought to crush him, Mandela's fate was reversed. In 1990, he was released from prison, and just a few years later, he became South Africa's first black president, leading the country through a period of reconciliation and transformation. Mandela's journey is a powerful example of how fate can be reversed, not just through external events, but through the determination and resilience of the individual. His personal story is a testament to the idea that no matter how fixed the conditions may seem, change is always possible. The paradox here is that the man who was once imprisoned as a symbol of the unjust system of apartheid became its greatest challenger and ultimately its architect of change. The paradox of fate that reverses itself is not just about dramatic historical events or personal triumphs. It is about the way in which the course of history and individual lives can be altered by forces that are impossible to predict. While fate is often seen as an unyielding force, history repeatedly shows that it is far more fluid and unpredictable than we realize. Moments of change, whether they occur on the global stage or in the lives of individuals, can turn the tide of destiny, revealing that fate, while powerful, is not always as fixed as it seems. War is often viewed through a lens of destruction, violence, and suffering. It is the ultimate test of a society's resilience, a confrontation between opposing forces that leads to devastation and loss. History, filled with the scars of countless wars, has made it clear that war's consequences are brutal and far-reaching, often leaving entire generations with lasting trauma and grief. However, there exists a paradox. There are instances in which war, though it brings immense suffering, also catalyzes healing and reconstruction in unexpected ways. In certain moments, war has forced nations to evolve, spurred technological advancements, and even brought societies closer together. Despite the destruction that preceded them, one of the most remarkable examples of war that healed is the period following World War II, particularly the recovery of Europe. The devastation wrought by the war, including the loss of millions of lives, the destruction of cities, and the disintegration of economies, left Europe in ruins. The war had left countries divided, politically and physically scarred, with entire regions suffering from poverty and despair. Yet, despite the extensive damage, this period also saw a miraculous transformation, as the world came together in the pursuit of healing. The United States Marshall Plan, which provided over $12 billion, equivalent to over $100 billion today, in aid to Western Europe, played a pivotal role in rebuilding the continent. This unprecedented economic aid not only helped to restore infrastructure, but it also fostered economic cooperation and political stability. The healing that followed World War II was not just about rebuilding cities and economies. It was also about the rebuilding of relationships. Former enemies such as Germany and France became allies, working together to create a unified Europe. The war, in this sense, had forced Europe to face its deepest divisions, but it also provided the catalyst for healing through mutual cooperation and economic revitalization. The paradox lies in the fact that the war, which caused such profound destruction, also created the conditions for a new era of peace and prosperity in Europe. Without the war, it is unlikely that such sweeping efforts for international cooperation would have taken place, or that the European Union, the powerful political and economic entity that exists today, would have been formed. In this case, war, despite its horrific consequences, played an instrumental role in fostering healing, unity, and reconstruction on a scale that would have been unimaginable before the conflict. Similarly, the American Civil War, which pitted the Northern Union states against the Southern Confederacy, is often considered one of the most devastating wars in American history. The war resulted in the deaths of over 600,000 people and left the nation deeply divided. The post-war period, known as Reconstruction, was fraught with political struggles, economic difficulties, and racial tensions. Yet, despite the bitter divisions and lasting scars of the Civil War, this period also laid the groundwork for the eventual expansion of civil rights and freedoms for African Americans. The abolition of slavery, guaranteed by the 13th Amendment, marked a momentous shift in American society. Although the subsequent years were marked by racial violence and discrimination, the seeds of racial equality were planted during this time. The war that had torn the nation apart also served as the catalyst for a new era of civil rights, eventually culminating in the civil rights movement of the 1960s. The paradox here is that while the war itself was a brutal conflict that caused immense suffering, its aftermath forced the United States to confront its deepest moral failures. eventually leading to the emancipation of millions of enslaved individuals and the long, painful journey toward racial equality. In a more recent context, the healing effects of war can be seen in the aftermath of the conflicts in the Balkans during the 1990s. The wars that broke out following the collapse of Yugoslavia resulted in widespread violence, ethnic cleansing, and the deaths of hundreds of thousands of people. The conflict, which was driven by nationalist fervor, left deep divisions between ethnic groups, particularly between Serbs, Croats, and Bosniaks. Yet, despite the bitter history of the war, the region has undergone a remarkable transformation in the decades since. International intervention, peacekeeping efforts, and a focus on economic rebuilding have helped to heal the wounds of the Balkans. With former adversaries beginning to reconcile and rebuild their societies, the establishment of the European Union as a unifying force in the region has played a significant role in fostering political stability and economic growth. While the scars of war remain, the region has moved toward greater cooperation and integration, showing that even after a conflict that tore societies apart, peace and healing are possible. However, the paradox of war that heals is not without its limitations. While war can sometimes force societies to evolve and bring about necessary change, the healing process is often long, difficult, and fraught with setbacks. In many cases, the wounds of war are not easily healed, and the psychological and emotional scars can last for generations. The healing effects of war are often uneven, benefiting some while leaving others behind. For example, while the end of World War II led to economic prosperity in Western Europe, the Eastern Bloc, under Soviet control, remained economically stagnant and politically repressive for decades. The promise of recovery was not fully realized for all, and many countries in the Eastern Bloc struggled under authoritarian regimes until the fall of the Soviet Union in 1991. In these cases, the paradox of healing through war is tempered by the harsh realities of political and economic systems that were slow to change. In the end, the paradox of war that heals lies in the unpredictable nature of human history. War, in its devastation, can sometimes force individuals, nations, and societies to confront their deepest flaws and divisions. In doing so, it can spark the beginnings of healing, reconciliation, and growth. Yet, this healing often comes at a great cost and is never a simple or straightforward process. The scars of war, while they may fade over time, never fully disappear, and the lessons learned from the conflicts of the past continue to shape the present and future in ways that are both hopeful and haunting. Freedom is often regarded as one of the highest ideals in human society. It is the condition in which individuals have the right to act, speak, and think as they wish, without oppressive restrictions. The pursuit of freedom has been the driving force behind revolutions, movements, and laws across the world, and it is considered essential to human dignity and progress. Yet, there is a paradox within the concept of freedom. While freedom is supposed to liberate individuals, in some cases, it can imprison them. This paradox becomes evident when the very freedom that is sought or granted ends up creating new forms of control, dependency, or societal pressure, trapping individuals in different ways. One of the clearest examples of freedom that imprisoned is found in the aftermath of the American Civil War and the abolition of slavery. The Emancipation Proclamation of 1863 and the subsequent passage of the 13th Amendment in 1865 promised freedom to millions of enslaved Black Americans. At the time, this was seen as a monumental step toward justice and equality. However, while slavery was abolished, the freedom granted to former slaves did not lead to true liberation. Instead, they found themselves trapped in a system of racial discrimination, violence, and economic exploitation that continued to keep them in a state of subjugation. The sharecropping system that replaced slavery in the South, for example, essentially bound Black Americans to a form of economic servitude. Freedmen were given small plots of land to farm in exchange for a portion of their crops, but they were often trapped in cycles of debt, unable to gain true independence. The so-called freedom to work and live independently was an illusion, as economic structures and racial segregation kept them from achieving true autonomy. The paradox here is that the abolition of slavery, which was meant to bring freedom, instead led to a new form of bondage, one that trapped African Americans in a cycle of poverty and dependency that lasted for generations. Similarly, the concept of freedom has often been used to justify the imposition of control. During the early years of the Industrial Revolution, the promise of freedom was central to the rise of capitalism. The idea that individuals were free to work as they chose, to sell their labor for wages, was a key part of the capitalist system. However, the reality for many workers during this period was far from liberating. The conditions in factories were grueling, with long hours, low wages, and dangerous working environments. Workers had the freedom to sell their labor, but this freedom was often exploited by employers who sought to maximize profit at the expense of their employees' well-being. This form of freedom, in which individuals are free to choose to work in conditions that may harm them, can be seen as a type of imprisonment. The freedom to choose is often constrained by economic necessity, and the promise of liberty becomes a hollow one for those who have few options. The paradox here is that freedom, instead of offering opportunity and dignity, can become a trap that forces individuals to accept harmful conditions in order to survive. The more freedom that is granted in the economic sphere, the more individuals may find themselves bound by the invisible chains of poverty and exploitation. In the realm of politics, the promise of freedom can also lead to imprisonment in a different sense. In democratic societies, citizens are granted the freedom to participate in the political process, to vote, and to express their opinions. However, this freedom often comes with its own set of pressures and obligations. In many cases, the political freedoms afforded to individuals are constrained by the expectations of society, the media, or political parties. Voters may feel compelled to align themselves with a particular political ideology or party, even if it conflicts with their true beliefs, in order to be accepted or to have their voice heard. In some cases, the sheer complexity of political systems and the overwhelming volume of information available can leave individuals feeling powerless or disconnected from the process. The promise of freedom to choose political leaders or influence policy becomes a burden when individuals are overwhelmed by the choices available or feel that their participation has little impact. The paradox is that the more freedom individuals have to express their political opinions, the more they can feel imprisoned by the very system that is supposed to empower them. The freedom to choose becomes an obligation that, rather than liberating, makes individuals feel trapped in an unending cycle of political engagement. Another example of freedom that imprisons can be seen in the rise of social media and the digital age. The advent of the internet promised a new era of freedom to connect with others, to express ideas, and to access information. Social media platforms like Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram have given individuals the freedom to communicate with people around the world and to share their thoughts and experiences with a global audience. However, this freedom has come at a price. As people become more immersed in the digital world, they may feel pressured to present a curated version of their lives, driven by the desire for likes, validation, and approval. The paradox here is that, while social media provides a platform for self-expression, it also traps individuals in a cycle of comparison, self-promotion, and performance. The freedom to express oneself can become a prison when individuals feel that their worth is measured by their online presence or the reactions they receive. The desire for recognition and acceptance on social media can lead to feelings of inadequacy, anxiety, and isolation, as individuals find themselves constantly seeking validation from others. In this way, the freedom that social media offers can ultimately imprison people in a web of expectations and insecurities. The paradox of freedom that imprisons is also evident in the context of modern consumerism. Advertisements and corporate messaging promise freedom through the acquisition of goods and services. Consumers are encouraged to buy products that will make their lives better, more enjoyable, and more fulfilling. However, this freedom to consume often leads to a form of captivity. People become trapped in cycles of debt, constantly striving for the next purchase, the next upgrade, the next fleeting satisfaction. The freedom to choose what to buy becomes an obsession, one that keeps individuals focused on material wealth rather than true contentment or fulfillment. The paradox here is that the more freedom individuals have to purchase goods and services, the more they may find themselves enslaved by the very desire to consume. This relentless pursuit of material possessions becomes a trap that prevents individuals from finding deeper satisfaction in life. The freedom to consume can lead to a lack of true autonomy as people become dependent on external factors for their happiness. Power is often viewed as the ultimate tool for change and progress. It is the ability to influence others, shape decisions, and drive societal transformation. In the hands of just leaders, thinkers, or institutions, power can elevate societies, create progress, and inspire innovation. Yet, History repeatedly shows that power, when unchecked, has a dark side. The paradox lies in how those who acquire power, often with the best of intentions, are frequently corrupted by it. Instead of using their influence for good, they become victims of their own desires for control, often leading to decisions and actions that betray the very principles they once stood for. One of the most famous examples of the paradox of power that corrupted is the story of Julius Caesar. Caesar, originally a man of remarkable ambition and vision, rose to power through a combination of military conquest and political acumen. His rise was seen by many as a symbol of strength and leadership that could unite the fractured Roman Republic. At first, Caesar's reforms and policies were seen as beneficial. He improved the lives of many Roman citizens, reduced debt, and expanded the empire's reach. He seemed destined to bring about a new era of prosperity and unity. However, as Caesar's power grew, so did his desire for control. Over time, he began to undermine the very foundations of the republic that had once supported him. The Senate, which had been the central governing body of Rome, was increasingly sidelined as Caesar took on more and more authority. He declared himself dictator for life, consolidating power into his own hands. The very power that had once been granted to him for the good of the people became a tool for his own glorification. The paradox is striking. Caesar, once the leader who fought for the people, became consumed by the very power he had acquired. His reign, which began with promises of reform and unity, ended in the dismantling of the republic itself. His actions led to the eventual rise of the Roman Empire, which was ruled by emperors with absolute power. Caesar's lust for power corrupted his initial vision and transformed him into a tyrant, ultimately leading to his assassination in 44 BCE by those who feared he would destroy the republic completely. The power that had enabled Caesar to achieve greatness became the force that led to his downfall. Similarly, the paradox of power that corrupted can be seen in the life of Napoleon Bonaparte. Napoleon, like Caesar, rose to power in a time of turmoil. He was initially seen as a hero, a military genius who could restore order and stability to France after the chaos of the French Revolution. His promise of liberty, equality, and fraternity resonated with the people, and he swiftly became the Emperor of France at the beginning of his reign. Napoleon implemented numerous reforms that brought stability to France, including the Napoleonic Code, which became the foundation for legal systems in many countries around the world. Yet, as Napoleon's power grew, so did his sense of entitlement and ambition. He began a series of military campaigns across Europe, aiming to expand his empire and secure his dominance over the continent. In the pursuit of more power, Napoleon became increasingly authoritarian, manipulating the very ideals of the revolution to justify his expansionist goals. The paradox is evident. The man who had once fought for the liberty of his people became a dictator whose thirst for power led to wars that devastated Europe. His insatiable desire to dominate the world ultimately led to his downfall, as his empire crumbled in the wake of military defeats and political turmoil. Napoleon, once a symbol of revolutionary change, was exiled and his empire dissolved. The power that had brought him to greatness ultimately corrupted him, leading to his downfall and the return of monarchy in France. In more recent history, the rise and fall of Adolf Hitler and the Nazi regime in Germany provides another chilling example of the paradox of power that corrupted. Hitler rose to power in the early 1930s in the wake of Germany's defeat in World War I and the economic hardship caused by the Treaty of Versailles. He promised to restore Germany's greatness, heal the wounds of the nation, and lead the country to prosperity. His charisma and ability to manipulate the masses made him a popular figure, and he was granted extraordinary powers. However, as Hitler's power grew, so did his desire for control and domination. He used his position to dismantle democratic institutions, eliminate opposition, and establish a totalitarian regime. The promise of a better, stronger Germany was quickly overshadowed by the horrors of war, genocide, and dictatorship. Hitler's actions led to the deaths of millions of people, including 6 million Jews during the Holocaust. The paradox of Hitler's rise to power is that the very leader who promised hope and strength to the German people became the architect of their destruction. Hitler's corruption of power extended beyond the horrors of the Holocaust. His reckless pursuit of war led to the devastation of Europe and the eventual destruction of Germany. The power that had enabled him to rise to the highest office in the land ultimately became the tool of his own undoing. The man who had once promised to restore Germany to greatness became its destroyer. and the world would bear the scars of his actions for generations to come. In modern times, the paradox of power that corrupted continues to be evident in the actions of political leaders who, having achieved power through popular support, become consumed by their own need for control, whether through authoritarian policies, manipulation of the media, or the suppression of dissent. Leaders who begin with noble intentions can often fall prey to the corrupting influence of power. The paradox remains the same. The very power that enables them to enact change and implement their vision can eventually corrupt their ideals, turning them into the very forces they once sought to challenge. The paradox of power that corrupts serves as a cautionary tale throughout history. Power, when unchecked or used for personal gain, can lead to the destruction of the very ideals it was meant to uphold. Leaders who begin with a sense of purpose and vision can become corrupted by the power they hold, losing sight of their original goals and leading their nations down paths of tyranny, violence, and ruin. History teaches us that power, essential for progress and change, carries with it the inherent risk of corruption, a risk that can shatter the very foundations of society. Victory is often seen as the ultimate measure of success. It is the culmination of effort, strategy, and sacrifice, the moment when all obstacles are overcome and the reward is achieved. In war, sports, politics, or any other arena, victory is celebrated as a sign of triumph, of conquering all that stands in the way. But history shows us that sometimes victory does not lead to success. Instead, it brings with it unforeseen consequences that overshadow the initial achievement. The paradox of victory that lost lies in how what is supposed to be the ultimate reward often turns out to be hollow or even destructive, with the victor left to grapple with the cost of their success. One of the most striking examples of this paradox is the aftermath of the Vietnam War. In 1975, the war, which had torn apart Vietnam and involved significant military and financial intervention by the United States, officially ended with the fall of Saigon and the unification of Vietnam under communist rule. From the perspective of the North Vietnamese and their allies, this was a victory, a triumph of ideology and perseverance. Yet the victory came at an enormous cost. Despite the reunification of the country, the aftermath of the war left Vietnam deeply scarred. The victory did not lead to the prosperity and peace that had been hoped for. Instead, the country was left with a devastated economy, widespread poverty, and the psychological trauma of war. The years of conflict had drained Vietnam's resources, and the victory itself left behind a legacy of hardship. The country's isolation, the loss of millions of lives, and the lingering effects of Agent Orange and other wartime chemicals meant that the victory, while symbolizing political success, did not bring the societal and economic healing that was expected. For many in Vietnam, the price of the victory far outweighed its rewards. The paradox here is that the ultimate victory in the war resulted in a country that still struggled to rebuild, and in many ways, it lost more than it had gained. Similarly, in the world of politics, the American Civil War presents another example of victory that resulted in profound loss. The Union, under President Abraham Lincoln, achieved victory over the Confederacy in 1865, preserving the United States and abolishing slavery in the process. On the surface, this was a monumental achievement that ended centuries of slavery and solidified the nation's future. Yet, the cost of that victory was staggering. The Civil War claimed the lives of over 600,000 Americans, a staggering toll for both the North and the South. The South in particular was left in ruins. Its economy was decimated, its cities destroyed, and its social structure shattered. The promise of freedom for newly emancipated African Americans was not immediately realized, as Reconstruction policies failed to protect their rights fully. In the decades that followed, the South fell under the grip of Jim Crow laws and institutionalized racism, which reversed many of the advances made during the war. While the Union had won the war, it did not lead to the instant healing of the nation. Instead, it laid the foundation for further struggles over racial equality and civil rights that would continue well into the 20th century. The paradox is that the Union's victory, which seemed like a triumph of justice, did not bring immediate peace or prosperity, but instead left behind deep divisions and unresolved issues. In a more global context, the aftermath of World War I provides yet another example of a victory that, in many ways, resulted in a loss. The Allied powers defeated the Central Powers, including Germany, Austria-Hungary, and the Ottoman Empire. The Treaty of Versailles, signed in 1919, was meant to solidify the victory and ensure lasting peace. However, the treaty's harsh terms, which placed full blame for the war on Germany and demanded crippling reparations, sowed the seeds for future conflict. Germany's economic collapse, political instability, and national humiliation in the wake of the treaty contributed to the rise of Adolf Hitler and the Nazi Party. The victory of the Allies, which had been celebrated as the end of war and the restoration of peace, ultimately paved the way for another, even more devastating conflict, World War II. The paradox here is that the victory of the Allies, intended to secure peace, led to the conditions that fostered even greater violence and destruction. The cost of the war, both in human lives and in the way it reshaped the world order, meant that the victory itself was far from fulfilling. The paradox of victory that loses can also be seen in the realm of sports, where teams or individuals who achieve success often find themselves facing unexpected consequences. A notable example is the story of the 1994 World Cup, where Brazil emerged as the victor, winning the prestigious tournament. The Brazilian team's victory was hailed as a triumph of skill and national pride. Yet, beneath the celebrations, the victory came at a cost. The team's success obscured deeper issues within Brazilian soccer, including tensions within the squad, internal politics, and a focus on individual glory over team unity. The aftermath of the victory saw Brazil's national team struggle in subsequent years, plagued by underperformance, scandals, and a failure to build on their 1994 success. While the victory itself was celebrated, the aftermath revealed that the triumph had not solved the underlying problems facing the Brazilian soccer system. In this case, the victory was not an end, but a new beginning of struggles that led to the team's eventual decline in the following years. The paradox of victory that leads to loss is a reminder of the complexities of success. It is easy to celebrate a victory in the moment, but history teaches us that the true cost of that victory may only become apparent later. Victory does not always bring the rewards we expect. Instead, it often brings with it unintended consequences, challenges, and a sense of emptiness. The paradox lies in the fact that what seems like an ultimate achievement can sometimes turn into a loss, as the victory fails to provide the healing, peace, or fulfillment that was anticipated. Death, as an inevitable part of life, is often seen as the final end, the ultimate cessation of existence. When someone dies, their story is assumed to come to a close, and their influence gradually fades from the world. Death is supposed to mark the end of a person's impact on the world around them, as their physical presence is removed from the living. However, history reveals a profound paradox. Sometimes, death does not mark an end. In some cases, death becomes the means by which a person's legacy and influence continue to shape the world, transcending the confines of their physical existence. The paradox of death that lived lies in how death, rather than extinguishing someone's power or influence, can amplify it, allowing their impact to endure for generations to come. One of the clearest examples of this paradox is found in the case of Mahatma Gandhi. Gandhi, the leader of the Indian independence movement, was assassinated in 1948 by a Hindu nationalist who opposed his message of tolerance and unity. While his death was an enormous tragedy for the Indian nation and the world, it only served to solidify his legacy as one of the greatest figures of the 20th century. Gandhi's philosophy of nonviolence and civil disobedience inspired movements for social justice and human rights across the globe. From the American civil rights movement led by Martin Luther King Jr. to the anti-apartheid struggle in South Africa led by Nelson Mandela, the paradox here is striking. Gandhi's death, rather than marking the end of his influence, seemed to deepen his impact. His ideas, once resisted by some during his lifetime, became universal ideals, embraced by people worldwide. Gandhi's death did not silence his message. Instead, it amplified it, making him an enduring symbol of peaceful resistance. His legacy, shaped by his death, continues to live on today, a testament to the power of his ideas and the paradoxical nature of death's ability to extend the reach of a person's influence. Similarly, the death of Martin Luther King Jr. in 1968 had a profound impact on the civil rights movement. King was assassinated while fighting for racial equality and justice in the United States. His death, like Gandhi's, was a tragic loss, and it seemed to represent the end of an era of nonviolent activism. However, King's death did not diminish his cause. Rather, it galvanized the civil rights movement and brought greater attention to the struggles faced by African Americans in the wake of King's assassination. His words, his ideals, and his vision for a just and equal society gained even greater significance. The paradox is evident. King's death, which should have silenced his voice, in fact gave his message greater power. His speeches and writings became rallying cries for future generations, and the struggles he championed continued to inspire movements for equality and justice around the world. In this sense, King's death allowed his influence to transcend the limitations of his physical life, making his legacy more enduring than ever. The paradox of death that lives is also seen in the story of the Russian composer Pyotr Ilyich Tchaikovsky. Tchaikovsky, one of the greatest composers of the 19th century, died suddenly in 1893 under mysterious circumstances. Some have speculated that he died from cholera, while others believe his death may have been the result of an intentional act. However, it is not the cause of his death that matters for this paradox, but rather the way his music continued to live on after he was gone. Tchaikovsky's works, such as the Nutcracker, Swan Lake, and his symphonies, have remained cornerstones of classical music to this day. His music continues to be performed and loved by audiences worldwide, and his influence on Western classical music is immeasurable. The paradox here is that Tchaikovsky's death, rather than ending his legacy, only served to enhance it. The more his music was heard, the more his reputation grew, and today, he is regarded as one of the most important figures in the history of music. Death, in this case, did not silence his creative genius. It only gave his work the space to live on in the hearts and minds of listeners. The idea that death can extend a person's influence is not limited to individuals. Sometimes, entire movements or causes gain momentum only after the death of a leader. One example of this is the death of the French revolutionary leader Jean-Paul Marat, who was assassinated in 1793. Marat had been a fiery voice in the revolution, calling for extreme measures to secure the new republic. His death at the hands of Charlotte Corday, a political opponent, made him a martyr for the revolutionary cause. In the years following his assassination, Marat's image was romanticized, and his writings became iconic, inspiring further radicalization within revolutionary circles. The paradox here is that Marat's death allowed him to become a symbol of the revolution's ideals, something he had never fully achieved while alive. His death gave rise to a cult of martyrdom, and his influence continued to shape the revolution long after he was gone. What should have been the end of his role in the revolution instead ensured that his legacy would live on in a different form, one that was more powerful and enduring than his life could have ever been. Finally, the paradox of death that lives is evident in the realm of art and literature. The death of an artist or writer often leads to a posthumous surge in their popularity and influence. One of the most striking examples of this is the life and death of Vincent van Gogh. During his lifetime, Van Gogh was virtually unknown, struggling with poverty and mental illness. However, after his death in 1890, his work was rediscovered and began to receive the recognition it deserved. Today, Van Gogh is considered one of the greatest artists in history, and his paintings, such as Starry Night and Sunflowers, are among the most famous and valuable works of art in the world. The paradox here is that Van Gogh's death, which seemed to mark the end of his struggle, became the beginning of his lasting legacy. His posthumous fame and influence are a testament to the idea that death, while an end in itself, can often serve as the catalyst for a life's work to truly endure. Wisdom has always been regarded as one of the highest virtues and intellectual and moral compass that guides leaders, societies, and individuals toward the right path. Throughout history, those considered wise have been looked upon as figures of guidance, trusted to make decisions that will lead to prosperity, peace, and progress. Wisdom is often seen as the answer to life's most difficult questions, a key to resolving conflict and achieving success. Yet, history also reveals a paradox. While wisdom can lead, it can also mislead. The very wisdom that is trusted to direct individuals or nations can sometimes lead them into unintended consequences, resulting in failure, destruction, or moral compromise. One of the clearest examples of this paradox can be found in the life of Socrates. The ancient Greek philosopher, Socrates is regarded as one of the wisest individuals in history, praised for his method of questioning and his quest for truth and understanding. His wisdom in challenging conventional beliefs and encouraging critical thinking was revolutionary. Yet, Socrates' wisdom led him into direct conflict with the Athenian government, ultimately resulting in his trial and execution in 399 BCE. Socrates famously claimed that he was the wisest man in Athens because he recognized that he knew nothing, acknowledging the limits of his own knowledge. However, this wisdom, which called for constant questioning and examination of accepted truths, was viewed as a threat by the powerful elites of Athens. They saw Socrates as a corrupting influence on the youth and a destabilizing force in society. The paradox here is that Socrates' wisdom, which was intended to uplift and enlighten, led to his own death. His challenge to authority and his refusal to conform to societal norms ultimately resulted in the very fate he sought to avoid. In this case, wisdom did not guide Socrates to safety. Instead, it led him to an unjust death. Similarly, in the political realm, the wisdom of many leaders has sometimes led to tragic consequences. One such example is the leadership of Tsar Nicholas II of Russia, who, during the early 20th century, was seen as a figure of wisdom by many within the Russian Empire. He was regarded as a ruler who sought peace and stability for his country. Yet, despite his well-intentioned desire to modernize and improve Russia, his leadership ultimately contributed to the collapse of the Russian monarchy and the rise of the Bolshevik Revolution. Nicholas II's wisdom, or his belief in his divine right to rule and his insistence on maintaining autocratic control, blinded him to the growing discontent among the Russian people. His failure to address the needs of the working class and the military, coupled with his inability to manage the social and political unrest caused by World War I, led to the abdication of the throne and the eventual rise of Lenin and the Bolsheviks. The paradox here is that Tsar Nicholas II, armed with the wisdom of royal tradition and a belief in the stability of autocratic rule, led his nation to its destruction. His failure to adapt to changing times, despite his wisdom, resulted in the loss of the Russian Empire and the suffering of millions. The paradox of wisdom that leads to failure is also evident in the story of the American Civil War. Abraham Lincoln, widely regarded as one of the wisest presidents in American history, is often praised for his leadership during the war and his efforts to preserve the Union. Lincoln's wisdom in navigating the complexities of the war and his commitment to ending slavery are seen as monumental achievements. However, the war itself, which was fought in the name of wisdom and justice, resulted in the death of over 600,000 Americans and left the country deeply divided. Lincoln's wisdom in preserving the Union and emancipating the slaves was undoubtedly essential, but the paradox here is that, while the war ended slavery and ultimately helped to redefine the nation, it also led to immense suffering. Lincoln's leadership and wisdom could not prevent the destruction that came with the war, and it was only after his assassination in 1865 that the true cost of the war became fully apparent. The wisdom that guided Lincoln through the war, while ultimately contributing to the preservation of the Union, was unable to spare the country from the devastation and the lasting scars of the conflict. In the realm of science, the wisdom of some of history's greatest minds has also led to unexpected consequences. The invention of nuclear weapons, a product of scientific brilliance during the Manhattan Project, offers a powerful example of wisdom that has led to both progress and destruction. The scientists who developed the atomic bomb, such as J. Robert Oppenheimer, were driven by a desire to end the war and secure peace. However, the use of atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki in 1945 left a legacy of devastation and fear. The paradox here is that the wisdom of scientific progress, which was intended to secure a swift end to the war, created a new kind of warfare with the potential for total annihilation. The bombs dropped on Japan led to the deaths of over 100,000 people and introduced the world to the terrifying power of nuclear weapons. The wisdom of the scientists who developed the bomb and the political leaders who authorized its use has had profound lasting consequences for global peace and security. The paradox of nuclear weapons is that the wisdom used to create them has led to a new age of fear and uncertainty, where the very progress of human knowledge threatens the survival of humanity itself. Another example of the paradox of wisdom can be found in the field of medicine. The early wisdom in the development of antibiotics, particularly penicillin, revolutionized medicine and saved millions of lives. However, the overuse and misuse of antibiotics has led to the rise of antibiotic-resistant bacteria, a growing global health crisis. The wisdom of using antibiotics to fight infections has, in many cases, resulted in a new kind of medical challenge, as resistant strains of bacteria continue to spread, threatening the effectiveness of treatments that once seemed foolproof. Paradox here is that the wisdom of scientific innovation, which was meant to alleviate suffering and save lives, has inadvertently led to a new crisis that threatens the health of future generations. The wisdom that initially brought about progress has, in some ways, become part of the problem, highlighting the unintended consequences of even the best intentions. Light is often seen as the ultimate force of goodness, purity, and enlightenment. It represents knowledge, truth, and clarity, the opposite of darkness, ignorance, and confusion. From the first rays of dawn to the illumination provided by wisdom, light is synonymous with progress and hope. Yet, in a world full of paradoxes, light is not always the force of salvation it is perceived to be. Sometimes, the light that is meant to dispel darkness can inadvertently create new shadows, revealing the darkness in ways that were not previously visible. The paradox of light that darkness explores how what is supposed to bring clarity can sometimes expose or create new fears, suffering, or complications that were once hidden from view. A striking example of this paradox can be found in the history of the Industrial Revolution. The advent of industrialization in the 18th and 19th centuries brought about tremendous progress, economic growth, and technological advancement. Factories, machines, and innovations revolutionized society, leading to unprecedented production capabilities and the rise of new industries. This newfound light, symbolized by the mechanization of labor, the development of steam engines, and the harnessing of electricity, was seen as a beacon of human achievement and ingenuity. However, this very light also cast long shadows. The rapid growth of industry led to harsh working conditions, child labor, and environmental degradation. The promise of progress came at the cost of human suffering. Cities became overcrowded, and workers, many of them poor and uneducated, were subjected to long hours and dangerous, unhealthy conditions. The very light of industrialization, which was meant to improve lives and elevate society, revealed the dark underbelly of exploitation, inequality, and environmental destruction. The paradox here is that, while industrialization brought about the modern world and the conveniences we enjoy today, it also exposed the darker realities of labor, class struggle, and environmental harm. The light of progress, in this case, shed light on the very injustices it was supposed to eliminate. Similarly, the discovery of electricity and its widespread use as a source of light represents another example of how light can create darkness. For centuries, humans lived without the artificial illumination that we now take for granted. The discovery of electricity was hailed as a breakthrough that would eliminate the darkness of night and extend the productive hours of the day. Electric lights brought comfort, safety, and convenience, allowing people to work, study, and socialize long after the sun had set. Yet this new source of light also brought unintended consequences. The widespread use of electricity led to an increase in energy consumption and pollution. As power plants grew larger and more industrialized, the demand for resources such as coal, oil, and natural gas surged, leading to environmental degradation and the worsening of climate change. The paradox here is that the very light that was meant to make life easier and more convenient contributed to the darker problem of environmental destruction. The light of progress revealed the darkness of human impact on the planet, a burden that continues to affect future generations. In the realm of knowledge, the quest for truth can also illuminate darkness, but not always in the way one might expect. Scientific discoveries and advancements have often been seen as the light that guides humanity toward greater understanding. Yet the pursuit of knowledge has also revealed uncomfortable truths and introduced new complexities that challenge previously held beliefs. The discovery of the theory of evolution, for example, challenged the religious and cultural beliefs of many societies, particularly in the Western world. The light of scientific inquiry exposed the dark, unsettling idea that human beings were not divinely created in an instant, but instead evolved over millions of years through natural processes. While the theory of evolution brought about a greater understanding of the natural world, it also sparked debates about religion, human identity, and the nature of existence. The paradox here is that the light of scientific discovery, meant to bring clarity, also cast doubt and uncertainty, leading to existential crises for many who could not reconcile the implications of such knowledge with their spiritual beliefs. The very light that illuminated the origins of life also revealed the darkness of the unknown and the complexities of existence, leaving many to grapple with the unsettling truths it uncovered. The paradox of light that darkness is also evident. In the realm of personal growth, many individuals seek enlightenment, self-improvement, and personal growth in an attempt to overcome their fears, flaws, and limitations. The pursuit of personal development is often seen as the path from darkness to light, an upward journey toward a higher sense of self, purpose, and fulfillment. However, this pursuit can also expose aspects of the self that were previously hidden or repressed, leading to uncomfortable realizations and challenges. For example, therapy and can help individuals uncover deep-seated emotional wounds, past traumas, and unresolved conflicts. While the process of facing these issues can lead to healing and growth, it also brings to light painful memories and experiences that may have been buried for years. The paradox here is that the light of self-awareness, meant to guide individuals toward personal transformation, can also reveal the darkest corners of the psyche, forcing individuals to confront aspects of themselves they would rather leave in the shadows. The very process of healing requires stepping into the darkness, embracing it, and learning to navigate it. Another example of this paradox can be seen in the digital age, where the internet and social media are often portrayed as powerful tools for connection, communication, and information. The internet has brought people together, enabling them to share ideas, learn from one another, and build communities across vast distances. In many ways, the internet has been a source of light, illuminating knowledge and offering opportunities for education, collaboration, and social change. However, the internet has also exposed the darker side of human nature. The anonymity it offers has allowed for cyberbullying, hate speech, and the spread of misinformation. Social media, in particular, has illuminated the darker aspects of self-image and comparison, leading to increased anxiety, depression, and insecurity for many individuals. The paradox is clear. The very platform that provides the light of connection and knowledge also reveals the darkness of human behavior and the psychological toll it can take. The internet, once seen as a force for good, now shows the shadow it casts on mental health, society, and culture. A curse is typically viewed as an affliction, something that brings suffering, misfortune, or irreversible damage. It is a force that curses individuals or societies, condemning them to lives of hardship, sorrow, or despair. In many cultures, curses are seen as acts of vengeance or retribution, often rooted in some transgression or moral wrongdoing. Curses are associated with darkness, as they are meant to punish and destroy. However, throughout history, there have been instances where what began as a curse ultimately led to healing, transformation, or redemption. The paradox of a curse that cured is a striking one. Sometimes, suffering, misfortune, or hardship can pave the way for growth, self-discovery, or societal change. One of the most famous examples of this paradox is the story of the Black Death, which ravaged Europe in the 14th century. The Black Death, caused by the Yersinia pestis bacterium, killed an estimated 25 million people, about one-third of Europe's population. The disease was devastating, and its effects were catastrophic. Entire villages and cities were wiped out, and the death toll was staggering. For centuries, the Black Death was seen as a curse, a divine punishment for the sins of humanity, and it struck terror into the hearts of those who lived through it. However, in the aftermath of the Black Death, Europe experienced a profound transformation. With so many people dying, the social and economic structures of feudalism began to collapse. The labor shortage created by the massive loss of life gave surviving workers more bargaining power, leading to improved wages and working conditions. The plague also caused a shift in attitudes towards death and the afterlife, leading to the development of new religious, philosophical, and cultural movements. The chaos brought on by the curse of the plague eventually led to the birth of the Renaissance, an era of artistic, intellectual, and cultural flourishing. What had initially seemed like a horrific curse turned out to be a catalyst for social and economic change, helping to pave the way for modern Europe. Similarly, in the realm of personal transformation, the experience of suffering can act as a kind of curse that leads to eventual healing and growth. One such example can be found in the life of Viktor Frankl, a Jewish psychiatrist and Holocaust survivor. Frankl was imprisoned in Nazi concentration camps, where he endured unimaginable suffering, the loss of his family, and the constant threat of death. The Holocaust itself was a curse, a period of immense suffering and horror that claimed millions of lives. For Frankl, the pain and trauma of the experience could have easily led to despair, yet it also led to a profound realization about the meaning of life. While in the concentration camp, Frankl developed his theory of logotherapy, which emphasized the importance of finding meaning in life, even in the face of suffering. Frankl's suffering in the camps, while undoubtedly a curse, led him to discover a deeper understanding of human resilience and purpose. After the war, he went on to become a prominent psychiatrist, helping countless individuals find meaning and healing in their own lives. Frankl's curse, in the form of his suffering, ultimately became the source of a cure for many, as his work provided a path to healing for those grappling with their own pain and despair. The paradox here is that the very suffering Frankl endured gave him the wisdom to help others, transforming his personal curse into a gift for humanity. In another sense, a curse that cured can be seen in the history of the United States during the Civil Rights Movement. The systemic racism and oppression faced by African Americans in the 19th and 20th centuries could be considered a curse upon the nation, one that perpetuated inequality, violence, and injustice. For African Americans, this curse meant being denied basic rights, opportunities, and dignity, living in a society that treated them as less than human. However, the curse of racial inequality eventually led to a transformative movement for justice, equality, and civil rights. The Civil Rights Movement, led by figures such as Martin Luther King Jr., Rosa Parks, and Malcolm X, was born out of the suffering caused by this curse of racial oppression. The movement sought to end segregation, secure voting rights, and challenge the discriminatory laws and practices that had marginalized Black Americans for centuries. The curse of racism, though deeply painful, ultimately led to one of the most significant periods of social change in American history. Laws such as the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965 were passed, and the nation began a slow but steady process of dismantling the institutionalized racism that had plagued it for so long. The paradox here is that the suffering caused by racial inequality, though a profound curse, became the catalyst for the healing and transformation of American society. The paradox of a curse that cures can also be seen in the realm of literature. Many of the greatest works of literature have been born out of personal suffering or hardship, as authors and artists wrestle with their own internal curses. One such example is the life of Charles Dickens, who experienced great personal struggles, including financial difficulties, the death of his sister-in-law, and the painful separation from his wife. Dickens' own struggles can be seen as a curse, a weight that threatened to consume him. Yet, these very struggles fueled his creativity and provided the emotional depth that made his writing resonate with readers across generations. Through his personal suffering, Dickens wrote some of the most enduring works of literature, such as A Tale of Two Cities, Great Expectations, and Oliver Twist. His works gave voice to the oppressed, the marginalized, and the downtrodden, highlighting the social injustices of his time. The curse of Dickens' personal pain became the foundation for his literary success, and his works continue to provide both a critique of society and a source of healing for readers today. Finally, in the realm of nature, the environmental devastation caused by human activities, deforestation, pollution, and climate change can be seen as a curse upon the planet. The environmental crisis is undoubtedly a grave threat to the world's ecosystems and future generations. Yet, this curse has also led to a global awakening, inspiring movements for sustainability, conservation, and environmental justice. In this sense, the curse of environmental degradation has become the catalyst for positive change, pushing societies to re-evaluate their relationship with nature and seek solutions to preserve the planet for future generations. Peace is often seen as the ultimate goal of humanity, the end of conflict, the restoration of harmony, and the cessation of violence. It is the desired state of being in which societies can flourish, individuals can live without fear, and nations can prosper. War and conflict are viewed as destructive forces that must be avoided at all costs, with peace representing the ideal solution. However, history shows that peace is not always as simple as it seems. In some cases, the pursuit of peace, while noble, can lead to unintended consequences that result in further harm, division, or destruction. The paradox of peace that destroyed lies in how, sometimes, the quest for harmony can have the opposite effect, creating new conflicts, imposing unjust settlements, or leaving unresolved tensions that erupt later. One of the most notable examples of peace that destroyed is the Treaty of Versailles, signed in 1919 to end World War I after 4 years of brutal warfare. The Allied powers sought to bring peace to a war-torn Europe by imposing harsh terms on the defeated Central Powers, particularly Germany. The treaty placed the blame for the war squarely on Germany and demanded massive reparations, territorial losses, and military restrictions. In theory, the treaty was meant to restore peace and prevent future conflict. However, the terms of the peace treaty sowed the seeds for another, even more devastating war, World War II. The harshness of the treaty fueled resentment and anger in Germany, particularly among its population, who felt humiliated and betrayed by the peace settlement. The economic burden of the reparations contributed to the country's financial collapse, leading to hyperinflation and widespread poverty. The political instability created by the treaty set the stage for the rise of Adolf Hitler and the Nazi Party, who capitalized on the national humiliation and promised to restore Germany to its former greatness. The paradox here is clear. The peace treaty, meant to prevent future conflict, created the conditions that led to the rise of fascism and the outbreak of World War II. The pursuit of peace through the Treaty of Versailles ultimately brought more destruction, and the war that it sought to end was followed by an even greater global conflict. Similarly, in the realm of diplomacy, the idea of peace at any cost can sometimes lead to disastrous consequences. The policy of appeasement pursued by Britain and France in the lead-up to World War II is another example of how peace, when pursued without regard for the long-term consequences, can ultimately result in destruction. In the 1930s, as Hitler expanded Germany's influence across Europe, Britain and France, hoping to avoid another war, made concessions to Nazi Germany in the hope of securing peace. The Munich Agreement of 1938, in which Britain and France agreed to allow Germany to annex Czechoslovakia's Sudetenland in exchange for a promise of no further territorial expansion, is often cited as the epitome of appeasement. The paradox of appeasement lies in the fact that, rather than preventing war, it emboldened Hitler, encouraging him to pursue even more aggressive actions. The failure to stand firm against Germany's early expansion led directly to the invasion of Poland in 1939 and the outbreak of World War II. In this case, the pursuit of peace through diplomatic concessions and appeasement destroyed the possibility of lasting peace, and the consequences of that failed strategy were catastrophic. The attempt to avoid war by giving in to aggression resulted in a war that was far more destructive than it would have been had the Allies confronted Hitler earlier. In a more personal context, the desire for peace within families, communities, or relationships can also lead to destruction when it results in the suppression of conflict or the avoidance of necessary confrontation. For example, in cases of abusive relationships, the victim may avoid confronting the abuser in an attempt to keep the peace, choosing to endure mistreatment rather than cause conflict, while the intention may be to preserve harmony. The outcome is often further harm and suffering. The paradox here is that the pursuit of peace, by avoiding confrontation, can lead to the continuation of abuse, neglect, or injustice. The failure to address underlying issues and the avoidance of necessary conflict can allow harmful behavior to persist unchecked. The desire for peace can, in this case, enable the very destruction it seeks to prevent, as it allows toxic dynamics to continue and worsen over time. The pursuit of peace at the expense of truth and justice can lead to the destruction of individuals' well-being and dignity. Similarly, in the political sphere, the idea of achieving peace through compromise can sometimes result in the destruction of the values or principles that were meant to be protected. For instance, the policy of the US government toward Native American tribes in the 19th century often involved promises of peace and land agreements in exchange for relocation. The treaties made with Native American tribes were often seen as attempts to bring peace between settlers and indigenous peoples, but they were consistently broken, leading to the forced displacement, cultural genocide, and near destruction of entire tribes. In this case, the pursuit of peace resulted in the destruction of entire communities, cultures, and ways of life. The US government's promises of peace and fair treaties were, in many instances, used to justify the further subjugation and exploitation of Native Americans. The paradox here is that peace, when achieved at the expense of justice and fairness, can result in the erasure of entire cultures and histories. The peace that was sought by one group of people ultimately led to the destruction of another's way of life. The paradox of peace that destroys is a reminder of the complexities inherent in human efforts to create harmony and resolve conflict. While peace is often the most desirable outcome, it is not always the answer, and the methods used to pursue peace can sometimes lead to unforeseen and catastrophic results. The history of peace treaties, diplomatic efforts, and personal relationships teaches us that true peace requires more than simply avoiding conflict. It requires the courage to confront difficult truths, uphold justice, and make hard decisions, even when they may seem destructive in the short term. The pursuit of peace, when done recklessly or without regard for the deeper issues at hand, can often lead to a far more destructive path. Justice is often viewed as a force for good, a mechanism that ensures fairness, equality, and accountability. It is a guiding principle that holds society together, providing protection to the innocent and punishment to the guilty. In its purest form, justice is supposed to bring balance to the world and restore peace. Yet, history has shown us that justice is not always just. In some instances, the pursuit of justice can have unintended and tragic consequences, leading to further violence, suffering, and even death. The paradox lies in how the very system designed to protect life and preserve order can, in its execution, led to destruction and death. One of the most striking examples of justice that killed is found in the history of capital punishment. Throughout history, many societies have used execution as a form of justice, believing that the death penalty would deter crime and ensure that those who committed the most heinous acts were held accountable. Yet, in many cases, the use of the death penalty has resulted in unjust outcomes, with innocent people being executed for crimes they did not commit. One infamous example is the case of the Innocence Project, an organization dedicated to exonerating wrongfully convicted individuals in the United States. Since its founding in 1992, the Innocence Project has helped to free hundreds of people who were wrongfully convicted, some of whom were on death row at the time of their exoneration. The paradox here is that the very system of justice that was supposed to protect the innocent, by sentencing individuals to death for their crimes, sometimes leads to the ultimate form of injustice, the killing of an innocent person. The case of Cameron Todd Willingham is one of the most tragic examples of justice that killed. Willingham was convicted of setting a fire that killed his 3 children in 1991. The evidence against him was largely based on faulty forensic science, and his conviction was later called into question by a number of experts. Despite this, Willingham was executed by lethal injection in 2004, years after his death. Investigations revealed that the fire was likely accidental, and that Willingham was innocent of the crime for which he had been convicted. His death, carried out under the pretense of justice, was a tragic and irreversible mistake. The paradox here is that justice, in its attempt to hold an individual accountable for a crime, killed an innocent man and destroyed the lives of his family. Similarly, the concept of justice that kills can be seen in the history of war crimes. Trials. After World War II, the Allied powers established the Nuremberg trials to bring Nazi war criminals to justice for their role in the Holocaust and other atrocities. These trials were a landmark moment in international law, establishing the principle that individuals could be held accountable for crimes against humanity. However, the trials also raised complex ethical and moral questions about the nature of justice and punishment. While the Nuremberg trials brought many high-ranking Nazi officials to justice, they also led to the deaths of individuals who were held responsible for the atrocities of the war. The paradox here is that, in seeking to bring justice for the victims of the Holocaust, the trials resulted in the deaths of the accused, many of whom claimed they were following orders and were not personally responsible for the atrocities. The trials, while important in establishing international legal principles, also raised the question of whether justice can ever be fully achieved through punishment alone, and whether the cycle of violence and retribution is ever truly broken. In more modern contexts, the pursuit of justice can also lead to unintended destruction. The War on Terror, initiated after the September 11th attacks, is an example of how the pursuit of justice through military intervention can lead to further violence and death. In the aftermath of the attacks, the United States sought to bring those responsible for the tragedy to justice, primarily through military action in Afghanistan and Iraq, while the goal was to eliminate terrorist threats and bring justice to the victims of the attacks. The wars that followed led to the deaths of hundreds of thousands of civilians and soldiers, as well as the destabilization of entire regions. The paradox here is that, in the name of justice, the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq not only failed to bring lasting peace or stability, but they also contributed to the rise of new forms of violence and terrorism. The fall of Saddam Hussein's regime in Iraq, for example, created a power vacuum that led to the rise of ISIS and the spread of extremist ideologies. The pursuit of justice, while well-intentioned, led to greater suffering and death than many had anticipated. In this case, the very act of trying to achieve justice created new injustices and worsened the very situation it was meant to resolve. Another example of justice that kills can be seen in the history of racial inequality and the justice system in the United States. Throughout the 20th century, many African Americans fought for justice, seeking equality under the law and an end to systemic racism. The civil rights movement, led by figures such as Martin Luther King Jr. and Rosa Parks, aimed to bring about justice for Black Americans who had long been denied basic rights and freedoms. However, the struggle for justice was met with violent resistance, as many government institutions, law enforcement agencies, and white supremacist groups sought to maintain the status quo. The paradox here is that, while the civil rights movement sought justice and equality, many of its leaders and activists were met with violence and death. The struggle for justice led to the deaths of individuals such as King, Medgar Evers, and countless others who were murdered for their role in fighting for racial equality. The pursuit of justice, in this case, often resulted in the ultimate sacrifice death. The paradox of justice that kills is that, in the pursuit of fairness and equality, those who fight for it often face the most violent consequences. Knowledge is a powerful tool. It is the foundation upon which progress is built, the key to solving problems and advancing societies. Throughout history, knowledge has been regarded as the path to enlightenment, discovery, and improvement. It is a force for good, capable of eradicating ignorance and leading humanity toward a better future. However, there is a paradox within knowledge. Sometimes, knowledge itself is ignored, disregarded, or even suppressed. Despite being available and accessible, the very knowledge that could bring about change is often rejected, leading to consequences that could have been avoided. The paradox of knowledge that is ignored lies in how societies, individuals, or institutions sometimes choose to overlook or dismiss critical information, resulting in harm, suffering, or missed opportunities. One of the most significant examples of knowledge that was ignored is the case of climate change. For decades, scientists have provided compelling evidence of the detrimental impact human activity is having on the environment, including rising global temperatures, rising sea levels, and the loss of biodiversity. Yet despite the overwhelming consensus within the scientific community and the mounting evidence, many governments, corporations, and individuals have ignored or downplayed the warnings. Even as early as the 1970s, scientists were predicting the dangers of pollution and climate change, but it wasn't until the 21st century that the issue gained the global attention it deserved. The paradox here is that the knowledge of climate change, which could have led to proactive solutions and global cooperation, was ignored or actively suppressed by those with vested interests in maintaining the status quo. The refusal to act on this knowledge has led to environmental disasters, economic costs, and an increasing sense of urgency as the planet's ecosystems continue to degrade. In this case, the knowledge that could have protected the planet was ignored, resulting in irreversible damage. The paradox of knowledge ignored is that, despite its potential to prevent harm, the failure to act upon it has left the world facing an environmental crisis. Similarly, the history of medical science is filled with instances where knowledge that could have saved lives was ignored. One of the most tragic examples is the story of Ignaz Semmelweis, a Hungarian physician in the 19th century. Semmelweis discovered that puerperal fever, a deadly infection that killed many women after childbirth, could be drastically reduced if doctors washed their hands before delivering babies. He implemented hand-washing practices in his hospital, and the death rate among mothers dropped significantly. However, despite the success of his method, his ideas were dismissed by many of his contemporaries. The paradox here is striking. The knowledge that could have saved countless lives was ignored by the medical community, which was slow to accept Semmelweis' findings. It wasn't until years later, after Semmelweis' death, that the practice of hand-washing became widely adopted in medical practice. The knowledge was available, but the resistance to change, coupled with a lack of understanding about germs and bacteria, led to the deaths of many women who could have been saved. The tragedy of Semmelweis' story is that the knowledge that could have revolutionized medical care was ignored, and it cost lives. The paradox is that, while knowledge was readily available, it was rejected due to the inertia of established practices and the reluctance to embrace new ideas. Another example of knowledge that was ignored can be found in the early responses to the HIV/AIDS epidemic in the 1980s. As the disease began to spread, scientists quickly identified that HIV was the cause, and its transmission was linked to certain behaviors, such as unprotected sex and sharing needles. However, despite the growing body of evidence, there was significant reluctance to address the crisis head-on. Governments, especially in the United States, were slow to fund research, provide education, or even acknowledge the severity of the epidemic, largely due to the stigma surrounding the disease and its association with marginalized groups such as the LGBTQ+ community and intravenous drug users. The paradox here is that the knowledge of how to prevent the spread of HIV was available early on, but the social and political resistance to addressing the disease meant that the epidemic was allowed to spread unchecked, resulting in millions of deaths globally. The refusal to act on this knowledge for fear of social or political backlash only deepened the crisis. The delay in providing education, treatment, and funding meant that lives could have been saved but were not due to the ignorance, neglect, or dismissal of vital knowledge. In the political realm, the knowledge of how to prevent war and resolve conflicts is often ignored in favor of power struggles, nationalism, or short-term gains. The outbreak of World War I, for instance, was preceded by decades of diplomatic knowledge about the dangers of entangling alliances and militarization. Despite the lessons of previous conflicts and treaties designed to prevent war, leaders of the time allowed national rivalries and political ambitions to blind them to the possibility of peace. The knowledge that conflict could be avoided through diplomacy was ignored, and the result was one of the deadliest wars in history. The paradox in this case is that the knowledge of how to prevent war through negotiation, treaties, and diplomacy readily available, but the failure to heed that knowledge led to global catastrophe. The inability to act on established diplomatic knowledge resulted in the loss of millions of lives, highlighting how knowledge, when ignored, can lead to the destruction it was meant to prevent. Even in the realm of personal relationships, knowledge about emotional intelligence, communication, and mental health is often ignored. Individuals often possess the knowledge necessary to resolve conflicts, strengthen relationships, or manage their mental well-being, but due to pride, fear, or denial, they ignore these insights. The paradox here is that the knowledge to improve one's life and relationships is often within reach, but the refusal to use it can result in broken relationships, personal suffering, and missed opportunities for growth. Secrets are often seen as powerful tools of control, mystery, or preservation. They are things kept hidden, locked away, often for good reason, whether to protect an individual, a group, or an institution. Secrets can be used as weapons, carefully guarded and held close to the chest to maintain power or to keep uncomfortable truths from being revealed. The very act of keeping a secret suggests that it holds value, that its revelation could have consequences. However, there is a paradox within the nature of secrets. Sometimes, the secret that is meant to be kept hidden eventually escapes. And when it does, it can have the opposite effect of what was intended. Rather than preserving order or protecting those involved, the secret's escape can lead to chaos, exposure, or transformation. One of the most dramatic examples of a secret that escaped is the revelation of the Watergate scandal in the 1970s. The scandal began with a break-in at the Democratic National Committee headquarters during the 1972 presidential campaign. At first, the break-in seemed like a simple case of political espionage, but as the investigation unfolded, it was revealed that the highest levels of the Nixon administration were involved in covering up the crime. The secret, which the Nixon administration had worked hard to protect, eventually escaped through investigative reporting, whistleblowing, and court revelations. The paradox here is profound. The very secret that the Nixon administration worked so hard to keep buried ended up exposing the deep corruption and abuse of power within the US government. The attempt to protect the secret, to keep it hidden, ultimately led to the downfall of President Richard Nixon, who was forced to resign in 1974. The escape of this secret changed the course of American politics and set a precedent for accountability in government. The paradox is that the secret, meant to protect the reputation of the administration, ultimately destroyed it. Similarly, in the realm of science, there are numerous examples of secrets, whether in the form of hidden knowledge, suppressed discoveries, or forgotten truths that, once revealed, have had transformative effects. One such case is the discovery of the structure of DNA. In the early 20th century, the knowledge of genetics and heredity was evolving, but the actual structure of DNA, the molecule that holds the blueprint of life, remained a mystery. There were many scientists working on the problem, but the secret of DNA's structure eluded them. However, in 1953, James Watson and Francis Crick, with crucial contributions from Rosalind Franklin, revealed the double helix structure of DNA. The secret that had been hidden within the complexity of genetics escaped through a combination of research, collaboration, and a bit of luck. The revelation of this secret led to a revolution in biology, medicine, and genetics, ultimately transforming our understanding of life itself. The paradox here is that the secret, which had been hidden for so long, when finally revealed, unlocked an entirely new field of scientific inquiry. It expanded the possibilities of research, leading to advancements in medicine, biotechnology, and genetic engineering. The secret that once confined knowledge became the key to unlocking new doors of discovery. In a darker sense, the escape of a secret can also lead to scandal, shame, or destruction. One of the most notorious examples of a secret that escaped is the case of Edward Snowden, a former National Security Agency (NSA) contractor who leaked classified information about government surveillance programs. The US government had worked hard to keep these secrets hidden from the public, but Snowden's disclosures in 2013 exposed the vast extent of government surveillance on both citizens and foreign nationals. The paradox of Snowden's actions is that, while the government sought to keep the secrets of its surveillance programs under wraps, the escape of these secrets sparked a global debate about privacy, civil liberties, and government power. Snowden's revelations led to both widespread condemnation and praise. Some saw him as a whistleblower, a hero who revealed the truth about government overreach. Others viewed him as a traitor, whose actions put national security at risk. The paradox is clear. The secret that was meant to remain hidden, once revealed, led to a broader discussion about the balance between security and individual rights. It forced governments around the world to reassess their surveillance practices and led to calls for reform. The escape of this secret, far from protecting the status quo, exposed flaws in the system and shifted the global conversation about privacy and freedom. The paradox of secrets that escape can also be seen in the personal realm. Throughout history, many individuals have kept secrets about their identities, their pasts, or their actions, sometimes to protect themselves, sometimes to protect others. One powerful example of this is the long history of individuals hiding their true identities. Due to societal prejudice, many LGBTQ+ individuals, for example, were forced to conceal their sexual orientation or gender identity in fear of discrimination, violence, or rejection. The secret, which was meant to protect them, often caused immense personal struggle. However, in recent decades, the escape of these secrets through the growing acceptance of LGBTQ rights and the increasing visibility of LGBTQ+ individuals in society has led to profound societal change. The paradox is that, by revealing their identities and breaking the silence around their experiences, LGBTQ+ individuals have not only freed themselves from the burden of concealment, but have also driven a broader cultural shift toward acceptance, equality, and legal rights. The escape of secrets is often a transformative process, leading to a broader understanding, whether that understanding is in the realm of politics, science, or personal identity. The paradox here is that secrets, though they are meant to protect or preserve, can often cause greater damage when they are kept hidden. When those secrets eventually escape, they can lead to revelations that challenge established norms, shift societal attitudes, and open new avenues for progress. The very act of keeping a secret can create the conditions for its eventual escape. And when it does, the world is often left to grapple with the consequences of that revelation. The future is often perceived as a time that is yet to come, a vast expanse of possibility, uncertainty, and potential. It is the realm where dreams, innovations, and aspirations will eventually take shape, driven by the actions of the present. The future is the horizon toward which we are all headed, an unknown that holds both excitement and fear. We often think of the future as a place that constantly moves forward, always out of reach, shaped by the decisions we make today. However, there exists a paradox in this idea. Sometimes, the future does not arrive as expected. In some cases, despite all our hopes, dreams, and advancements, the future can remain frozen in time, unchanged and unfulfilled, as if it never truly arrived at all. The paradox of the future that remained is found in the tension between our vision of progress and the reality that, for some, the future is a place that remains static, stuck in the past, or unable to live up to the promises we place upon it. One of the clearest examples of this paradox can be found in the story of technological progress. As society has advanced, we have continually imagined a future in which technology would solve all our problems and improve the human condition. The 20th century was filled with visions of flying cars, space exploration, and boundless energy. And we were promised that by the 21st century, life would be radically different. Yet, in many ways, the future that we imagined has not come to pass. While technological advancements have undeniably improved life in many respects, such as the rise of the internet, smartphones, and medical breakthroughs, the utopian visions of the future, as we once imagined them, remain unfulfilled. The paradox here is that, despite the incredible pace of technological advancement, the future we envisioned in the mid-20th century has remained just out of reach. The flying cars we dreamed of have yet to materialize on a large scale, and the promises of fully automated homes or world peace through technology have not been realized. Instead, we find ourselves grappling with issues such as climate change, social inequality, and the ethical challenges posed by artificial intelligence. The future we hoped for seems to have remained static in some ways, and the promises of progress have not delivered the utopia we once anticipated. Another example of the future that remained can be seen in the realm of social change. Throughout history, individuals and movements have fought for progress, equality, and justice. In the 1960s, the civil rights movement in the United States championed the future of racial equality, promising a world in which Black Americans would have the same rights and opportunities as their white counterparts. Similarly, feminist movements have fought for gender equality. LGBTQ+ rights activists have worked for the acceptance and legal recognition of diverse sexual identities, and other marginalized groups have sought freedom and equal treatment. However, while significant strides have been made in some areas, the future that was promised to these communities has not always materialized as expected. Racial inequality, gender discrimination, and LGBTQ+ rights struggles persist, and progress has often been slow or stymied by backlash. The paradox is that, despite the advancements made in civil rights and social justice, the ideal future in which equality is fully realized has remained elusive for many people. The progress made has been significant, but the full promise of the future remains incomplete, as entrenched societal structures continue to perpetuate inequality. The future that was once envisioned by these movements has, in many ways, remained just out of reach. Similarly, in the political realm, many revolutions and uprisings throughout history have sought to create a new world, one in which justice, equality, and freedom would reign. The Russian Revolution of 1917, for example, promised a future of equality and the overthrow of the aristocracy, leading to the establishment of the Soviet Union. However, instead of the utopian society promised by the revolutionaries, the Soviet Union became a totalitarian state marked by repression, censorship, and widespread human rights violations. The paradox here is that the revolution, which promised a bright future for the people, instead created a system that stifled freedom and led to immense suffering. The future that the revolutionaries had envisioned remained unfulfilled, replaced by a harsh and oppressive regime that contradicted the very ideals of justice and equality that had inspired the revolution in the first place. In the realm of personal development, the future that remains is also evident in the lives of individuals who strive for self-improvement or achievement. Many people set goals, pursue dreams, and hope for a better future, believing that their actions will lead to personal growth and fulfillment. However, despite their efforts, they may find themselves stuck in patterns of disappointment, frustration, and stagnation. The future they envisioned for themselves, the successful career, the happy family, the healthy body, may seem to slip further away with each passing year. The paradox here is that the more individuals strive for a better future, the more elusive it becomes. The future they dreamed of remains a distant goal, forever just out of reach. The hard work and dedication that are supposed to lead to success and fulfillment sometimes fail to produce the desired results. The future, despite all the effort and hope invested in it, can remain unchanged and unattainable for many. The expectations of what the future should be often collide with the harsh reality that the road to personal happiness and success is far more complicated and uncertain than initially believed. Finally, the future that remained can also be seen in the context of historical progress. Societies have long promised a future in which all individuals, regardless of their background, would be free from poverty, war, and oppression. Yet, in many parts of the world, these promises have not been fulfilled. Wars, inequality, and environmental destruction continue to plague humanity, despite decades, if not centuries, of promises for a better future. The paradox lies in how, despite the lessons of history, the future seems to remain stuck in patterns of violence, injustice, and exploitation. The knowledge of how to create a better world is often available, yet the future remains trapped in cycles of conflict and suffering. Choice is a fundamental aspect of human freedom and autonomy. It is the ability to decide one's course of action, to choose between different options, and to assert one's will in the face of external influences. We often view choice as a defining characteristic of personal liberty, a cornerstone of democracy, and the bedrock of individual identity. The ability to choose, to have options and opportunities, is seen as the essence of empowerment and self-determination. However, there exists a paradox within the concept of choice. Sometimes, the more choices we have, the less freedom we feel. In some instances, choice disappears altogether, not because options are removed, but because the sheer abundance of options can overwhelm, confuse, or even restrict our ability to make meaningful decisions. The paradox lies in how the very abundance of choice, which is supposed to empower us, can often lead to indecision, dissatisfaction, or a sense of being trapped. One of the most significant examples of this paradox can be found in the modern, consumer society. In today's world, people are bombarded with an overwhelming number of choices in nearly every aspect of their lives: what to eat, what to wear, what to buy, where to live, what career to pursue, and so on. The proliferation of choices, especially in the consumer market, is seen as a sign of progress, a reflection of individual freedom and personal preference. However, research in psychology and behavioral economics has shown that having too many options can lead to what is known as choice overload. The paradox here is that, while we are told that more choices mean more freedom, the abundance of choices can actually make decision-making more difficult. When faced with too many options, people often experience paralysis, unable to make a decision at all or constantly second-guessing their choices. The more choices we are presented with, the more likely we are to feel unsatisfied with our decisions, wondering if we missed out on a better option. The very freedom of choice that is supposed to make us feel empowered can instead make us feel overwhelmed and dissatisfied, leading to a sense of loss rather than liberation. This phenomenon, where choice seems to disappear despite its abundance, is a powerful paradox of modern life. Similarly, in the realm of politics, the promise of democracy is often built around the idea of choice. Voters have the ability to choose their leaders, shape policies, and influence the direction of the country. Yet, in many democratic systems, the sheer volume of choices available in elections, along with the complexities of political ideologies, can create a sense of disillusionment and disengagement. Voters may feel that their choices don't truly matter, or that no candidate truly represents their views. In such cases, the ideal of political freedom and choice disappears, as citizens feel their voices are drowned out by the noise of competing interests and party politics. The paradox here is that, while democracy promises the power of choice, many people feel increasingly powerless and disconnected from the political system. The range of choices available in an election, instead of empowering voters, can make them feel as though their options are meaningless or irrelevant. In this way, choice, which is supposed to be the foundation of political participation, can become a source of frustration and disengagement. The very abundance of options can obscure the path to meaningful political involvement, leading to apathy and disillusionment. In personal life, the paradox of choice that disappears can be seen in the overwhelming expectations placed on individuals to make the right decisions about their careers, relationships, and life goals. In an age of endless possibilities, there is a growing pressure to choose the perfect career, to build the ideal life, and to constantly strive for success. The rise of social media has only amplified this pressure, with individuals constantly exposed to curated images of success, beauty, and achievement. The paradox here is that, despite the seemingly endless choices available to us, many people feel more lost and uncertain than ever before. The constant comparison to others and the fear of making the wrong choice can create a sense of paralysis, where individuals are unable to commit to a decision or move forward in life. The sheer volume of options in today's world, whether it's career paths, social circles, or lifestyle choices, can create a sense of emptiness rather than empowerment. The pressure to make the right choice, compounded by the fear of missing out or making a mistake, can make even the simplest decisions feel like insurmountable challenges. The paradox is that, despite the multitude of choices, many people feel a lack of direction or purpose. The choices that are meant to empower and define us instead become sources of anxiety and self-doubt. Another example of this paradox can be seen in the rise of digital technology and the internet. The internet has opened up a world of choices, allowing individuals to access information, entertainment, and services with just a few clicks. However, the sheer amount of information available online has created a new kind of problem. The overwhelming flood of content and options has made it increasingly difficult to discern what is important or worth paying attention to. Social media platforms, for example, offer a vast array of content, opinions, and news, but this abundance of information often leads to confusion and misinformation. The paradox here is that, while the internet offers more choice than ever before, it has also made it harder to make informed, deliberate decisions. The constant bombardment of options and information can drown out the signals that matter, leading individuals to feel more disconnected and uncertain. The choice to consume or ignore content has, in many ways, become a burden rather than a privilege. What was once seen as a tool for empowerment and knowledge has become, for some, a source of stress and confusion. Finally, in relationships, the paradox of choice can manifest as the pressure to find the perfect partner. Dating apps and social media have created an environment where there are seemingly infinite possibilities for meeting new people. Yet, the more options individuals have, the more difficult it can be to commit to a single relationship. The fear of choosing the wrong person or settling for less than ideal can lead to a never-ending cycle of dating and second-guessing. The paradox is that, despite the abundance of potential partners, many individuals feel more lonely or disconnected than ever, unable to make a meaningful choice due to the overwhelming number of options. Truth is often regarded as the ultimate beacon of clarity, the foundation upon which knowledge, justice, and moral righteousness are built. It is considered the antidote to confusion, misinformation, and deception. The search for truth has driven scientific discovery, philosophical inquiry, and societal progress. Truth is what we seek to uncover, what we aim to protect, and what we believe will set us free. However, there exists a paradox in the nature of truth. While truth is meant to illuminate and clarify, it can sometimes distort reality. In certain situations, the very truth that we hold as sacred can lead to confusion, misunderstanding, and unintended consequences. The paradox of truth that distorts lies in how, instead of bringing clarity, truth can sometimes obscure deeper meanings or expose uncomfortable realities that we are unprepared to face. One of the most striking examples of this paradox can be seen in the case of historical revisionism. Throughout history, the truth about past events has often been shaped by those in power, who sought to control the narrative and influence public perception. In many cases, the official truth about events, particularly wars and conflicts, has been distorted to serve political or ideological purposes. A prime example of this is the way that the history of World War II has been told in different countries. In some nations, the truth of their own role in the war has been obscured or downplayed, while the blame for the conflict has been placed squarely on others. The distortion of historical truth in this way can perpetuate false narratives, fuel nationalistic pride, and even justify future conflicts. The paradox here is that the truth, when manipulated, can distort our understanding of history and prevent us from learning the lessons of the past. By controlling the truth, societies can shape their collective memory in ways that serve their own interests. But this comes at the cost of genuine understanding and reconciliation. The very truth that is meant to enlighten us can be used as a tool for manipulation, making it difficult to discern fact from fiction and obscuring the complexity of historical events. Similarly, in the realm of science, the pursuit of truth can sometimes lead to distorted conclusions. One notable example of this is the history of medical practices and theories. For centuries, physicians and scientists held to the belief that the Earth was the center of the universe, and that the sun and stars revolved around it. This belief, held as truth for generations, shaped the way that people understood the cosmos. Yet, when the true nature of the solar system was finally revealed through the work of astronomers like Copernicus and Galileo, the very truth that had once been accepted as fact was shown to be a distortion of reality. The paradox here is that the truth, once revealed, did not immediately bring clarity. Instead, it led to resistance, confusion, and even persecution. Galileo, for example, was tried by the Catholic Church for heresy because his observations contradicted the geocentric model of the universe. The very truth that was meant to expand our understanding of the cosmos became a source of conflict, as it challenged deeply held beliefs and exposed the limits of human knowledge. In this case, the revelation of truth distorted the established worldview, and those who sought to uphold the truth were met with resistance from powerful institutions. The paradox is that the truth, while liberating, can also be disorienting and disruptive, leading to a re-evaluation of everything we thought we knew. In personal relationships, the pursuit of truth can also lead to distortion. The adage, "the truth will set you free," is often used in the context of confession or revelation, suggesting that honesty will lead to liberation and understanding. However, the truth can also be a double-edged sword, particularly when it exposes painful realities that individuals are not ready to confront. In relationships, The revelation of certain truths about infidelity, betrayal, or hidden feelings can shatter trust and lead to the dissolution of bonds that once seemed unbreakable. The paradox here is that the truth, while it may bring clarity, can also distort the idealized version of a relationship. Sometimes, the truth is too painful to bear, and the consequences of revealing it can outweigh the benefits. In some cases, the pursuit of truth can lead to the destruction of relationships that might otherwise have thrived in ignorance. But truth, in these instances, becomes a weapon that destroys rather than heals, exposing raw wounds that may never fully heal. Similarly, in the political realm, the truth about a leader's actions, policies, or motivations can often distort the public's perception of their legacy. Leaders and governments often present a curated version of the truth, emphasizing their successes and minimizing their failures. However, as time passes and more information becomes available, the full truth often emerges, revealing a more complex and sometimes troubling reality. This paradox is evident in the case of political figures who, after years of being celebrated for their leadership, are later revealed to have engaged in corruption, manipulation, or human rights abuses. The paradox here is that the truth, once it escapes the confines of political spin, can destroy the public image of a leader or a movement. What was once celebrated as a beacon of progress or justice can become tainted by the revelation of inconvenient truths. The truth, while it may bring accountability, can also distort the perception of a leader or government, leading to disillusionment and loss of trust among the public. The paradox is that the pursuit of truth, while essential to a functioning democracy, can undermine the very ideals it is meant to protect. The paradox of truth that distorts is a reminder of the complexities of knowledge, revelation, and understanding. While truth is often seen as the ultimate force of clarity and enlightenment, it is not always so simple. The very act of revealing the truth can alter the way we see the world, challenge our assumptions, and expose uncomfortable realities. The truth can liberate us, but it can also disorient and destabilize us, forcing us to confront the complexity of existence in ways that we may not be prepared for. The paradox lies in the fact that truth, while essential to our understanding of the world, is not always as clear or straightforward as we might like it to be. The past is often seen as a fixed and immutable entity, a series of events that have already happened, shaping the present and leaving little room for change. It is a place we cannot return to, a collection of memories and histories that we can only learn from but cannot alter. The past is thought to be gone, to have settled into the ground like footprints left behind by those who came before us. Yet, there exists a paradox. Sometimes, the past does not remain still. It walks forward with us, leaving its imprint on the present, continuing to influence and shape our lives in ways that seem impossible. The paradox of the past that walked lies in how history, memory, and the lessons of bygone eras can refuse to stay buried. Instead, they walk with us, reminding us of old wounds, unresolved conflicts, and unhealed scars, and influencing the choices we make today. One of the most striking examples of this paradox can be seen in the legacy of colonialism. The colonial powers of Europe, from the 15th century onward, left an indelible mark on the world through their exploitation of other nations and peoples. Countries such as Britain, France, Spain, and Portugal imposed their rule on vast swaths of Africa, Asia, and the Americas, shaping the political, economic, and cultural landscapes of these regions. However, even after colonial rule officially ended in the mid-20th century, the past of colonialism has continued to walk with the nations involved, leaving behind a legacy of inequality, division, and conflict. In many former colonies, the impacts of colonial rule are still felt today. In Africa, for example, borders drawn by colonial powers often ignored ethnic, tribal, and cultural divisions, leading to decades of civil wars, genocide, and ongoing political instability. The social and economic structures that were established during colonialism often favored the elite and left the majority of the population disenfranchised. The paradox here is that while colonialism officially ended with the granting of independence to many nations, the past of colonial rule has walked forward, leaving behind deep scars that continue to shape the present. The past that was supposed to be behind us remains a powerful force, influencing everything from international relations to internal conflicts in post-colonial nations. Similarly, the history of slavery in the United States continues to walk with the country, even long after the Civil War and the abolition of slavery. The institution of slavery, which subjugated millions of African Americans for centuries, created a racial divide that has yet to be fully healed. While slavery officially ended in 1865, the legacy of slavery continues to manifest in systemic racism, economic inequality, and social injustice. The struggles of African Americans for civil rights, equality, and justice, which began in the post-Civil War era and intensified during the civil rights movement of the 20th century, are not just remnants of the past, they are ongoing battles that are still being fought today. The paradox here is that while the institution of slavery was legally abolished over 150 years ago, its impact has not remained confined to the past. The social, economic, and political inequalities that grew out of slavery continued to shape the experiences of African Americans and affect the broader social fabric of the United States. The past of slavery has walked forward into the present, creating a context in which racial tensions, discrimination, and inequality persist. The lessons of history, the wounds of the past, continue to inform current debates about race, justice, and equality. In a more personal sense, the past often walks with individuals in the form of trauma, regret, or unresolved emotional conflicts. Many people carry the burdens of their past experiences, whether from childhood, relationships, or life events that continue to influence their decisions, their relationships, and their perceptions of themselves. The paradox is that, even when a person believes they have moved beyond the past, it continues to shape their present in subtle and often unconscious ways. For example, a person who experienced childhood abuse may struggle with feelings of unworthiness or trust issues in their adult relationships, even if they have tried to move past their trauma. Similarly, someone who experienced failure or rejection may carry the weight of that past experience into new endeavors, subconsciously holding themselves back from taking risks or pursuing their goals. The past, while it may seem to be over, is not something that can be left behind. It walks forward, informing the choices and actions of the present, sometimes in ways that are difficult to recognize or address. The paradox of the past that walked is also visible in the political realm. The decisions made by governments and leaders in the past continue to shape the present. One example of this is the legacy of wars, conflicts, and treaties that have shaped the borders, relationships, and power dynamics of nations. The consequences of World War I, for example, continue to be felt in the modern Middle East. The borders drawn by European powers in the aftermath of the war, particularly in the Sykes-Picot Agreement of 1916, have contributed to decades of instability and conflict in the region. The paradox here is that the decisions made in the past by colonial powers and wartime leaders continue to walk forward, influencing conflicts, alliances, and political realities in the present day. Another example of the past walking forward can be seen in the realm of technology. The digital age has introduced rapid advancements in communication, information sharing, and connectivity. However, the history of technology has also introduced new challenges and ethical dilemmas. Issues such as data privacy, the role of artificial intelligence, and the impact of social media on mental health are all products of technological advancements made in the past. The paradox here is that, while technology was meant to improve lives and create opportunities, the very innovations of the past can create new problems in the present. The choices made in the development of technology, once seen as progressive, now present new ethical challenges that society must confront. Life is often thought of as vibrant, dynamic, and full of potential. It is a constant flow of experiences, growth, and change, a process that moves forward, always evolving. In many ways, life is a celebration of existence, an ongoing journey, from one moment to the next. Yet there is a paradox in how life, despite its vibrancy, can also fade. While we expect life to always move forward, there are times when life appears to dwindle, slow down, or lose its vibrancy. Sometimes life fades not due to death or external forces, but because of circumstances, choices, or time. The paradox of life that faded lies in how, despite the inherent vitality of existence, moments, experiences, and even entire phases of life can slip away, leaving us with the feeling that life itself has dimmed. One of the most poignant examples of this paradox is seen in the aging process. As people grow older, they experience the gradual fading of their physical and sometimes mental capacities. The energy that once seemed endless begins to wane, and the vibrancy of youth gives way to the weariness of age. For many, the fading of physical abilities is a reminder of the inevitability of mortality. The paradox is that life, which is meant to be full of movement, change, and energy, can seem to slow down or fade as the body ages, leading to feelings of loss and regret. Despite the fact that aging is a natural part of life, the fading of life's vitality can feel like a betrayal. One's body may no longer be able to do the things it once could, and the passions or dreams that once seemed so important may fade in the face of time and circumstance. The paradox here is that, while aging is an inevitable process, the fading of life's energy often creates a deep yearning for the vitality of youth. The sense of time slipping away, of moments fading into the past, can leave individuals feeling disconnected from the present and uncertain about the future. Similarly, in relationships, life can fade not because of death, but because of neglect, distance, or unresolved conflict. Relationships that once felt vibrant and full of promise can slowly lose their spark over time. The initial passion and connection that two people share can fade, either because of routine, complacency, or the weight of unspoken emotions. The paradox is that life in a relationship, which is meant to be dynamic and constantly evolving, can slowly diminish when it is no longer nurtured or when the forces of time and circumstance take their toll. This fading can happen in marriages, friendships, or family relationships. What was once a bright and exciting bond can lose its intensity, becoming routine or even distant. The connection that once felt alive and powerful may feel strained, with both parties going through the motions, rather than actively engaging in the relationship. The paradox is that life within the relationship, the joy, the shared experiences, the growth can fade without either person intending for it to happen. The fading of life in relationships often leaves individuals wondering how things went, from vibrant to stagnant, questioning where the energy and passion went. In the realm of creativity, the fading of life is also evident. Artists, musicians, writers, and creators often experience periods of intense inspiration and productivity. Their work is filled with energy, innovation, and passion, as they create something new and meaningful. However, there are times when creativity fades. The ideas that once flowed freely seem to dry up, and the excitement of creating is replaced by frustration, doubt, or apathy. The paradox here is that creativity, which is often seen as a celebration of life's potential, can fade in the face of burnout, self-doubt, or external pressures. The fading of creativity can feel like a loss of self. It is as though the vibrant spark that once made an individual feel alive has dimmed, and with it, their sense of purpose or direction. In many cases, the fading of creative energy leads to a search for new sources of inspiration or meaning, but the feeling of loss can linger. The paradox is that the very energy that fuels creation can also dissipate, leaving the artist feeling disconnected from the work they once loved. The fading of life in the creative process can leave individuals feeling as though they have lost part of themselves. Another example of life that fades can be seen in the context of cultural or societal movements. Throughout history, various movements have arisen with the goal of challenging injustice, bringing about change, or creating a more equitable world. The civil rights movement in the United States, the feminist movement, and the LGBTQ+ rights movement are all examples of movements that brought vibrancy and hope to millions of people. These movements, filled with energy and purpose, sought to change the world and make life better for those who had been oppressed or marginalized. However, over time, the vibrancy of these movements can fade, especially when the immediate goals have been achieved or when the energy that once drove them dissipates. The paradox is that, while these movements may have made significant strides, their fading can lead to complacency or a sense of loss. As the fight for justice continues, the fire that once fueled the movement may grow dim, leaving individuals questioning whether enough has been done or whether they have done enough to keep the momentum going. In some cases, the fading of life can be seen in the larger context of societal progress. While the world has seen immense advances in technology, medicine, and human rights, there are times when these advancements seem to stagnate, when progress feels slow or inadequate. The paradox is that, while the potential for change remains, the momentum can fade. Progress, rather than continuing to build on itself, can lose its energy, leaving people feeling disconnected from the potential for a brighter future. Hope is often regarded as one of the most powerful forces in human existence. It is the belief that better things are possible, that challenges can be overcome, and that the future holds something worth striving for. Hope is a source of strength, propelling individuals and societies forward, even in the face of adversity. It inspires movements for justice, fuels personal resilience, and drives human creativity. Without hope, many argue, the human spirit would wither. Yet there exists a paradox within hope. Sometimes, hope can disappear. It can fade, leaving individuals and communities in despair, feeling as though the very thing that once motivated them to push forward has been taken away. The paradox of hope that disappeared is found in how, despite its power, hope can sometimes be fleeting, and its loss can be as profound as its presence. One of the most striking examples of hope that disappeared can be seen in the aftermath of the Great Depression of the 1930s. The Great Depression, which affected millions of people worldwide, was a time of immense economic hardship, with high unemployment rates, widespread poverty, and political instability. For many, hope seemed to disappear as the global economy collapsed, and people struggled to survive. The American dream, the idea that anyone could achieve success through hard work and determination, seemed like a distant illusion. As businesses closed and families lost their homes, hope for a better future was replaced by fear and uncertainty. However, the paradox lies in the fact that, despite the apparent loss of hope during the Great Depression, this very hardship also became the catalyst for change. The New Deal, introduced by President Franklin D. Roosevelt, sought to restore hope by providing relief programs, job creation, and social safety nets. Though hope appeared to fade in the face of economic collapse, the response to that despair led to significant reforms that reshaped the American landscape. The paradox here is that the disappearance of hope, brought on by widespread suffering, ultimately led to the creation of new systems that gave people a renewed sense of possibility. What began as a loss of hope became the foundation for a more resilient and equitable society. Similarly, in the context of personal struggles, the disappearance of hope can lead to profound transformation, though not always in the way we expect. For individuals facing chronic illness or profound loss, hope can sometimes be the only thing that keeps them going. Yet, in some cases, that hope can fade when recovery seems impossible, or when the future feels bleak. This loss of hope can be devastating, leaving individuals feeling lost and directionless. The paradox is that, even when hope disappears, people often find new ways to cope, grow, and find meaning in life. While the initial disappearance of hope may feel like an end, it can open up space for new perspectives and coping strategies. Some people who have faced life-threatening illnesses or personal tragedy report finding a deeper sense of peace or purpose once the initial hope of recovery or resolution fades. The paradox here is that the disappearance of hope, while initially seen as a loss, can create the conditions for a new kind of understanding or acceptance, one that transcends the need for hope in the traditional sense. Another example of hope that disappeared can be found in the history of political revolutions. Throughout history, many revolutionary movements have been driven by the hope that a new political system would bring about a better life for the people. The French Revolution, the Russian Revolution, and the Cuban Revolution were all fueled by the hope that the people would be liberated from oppression and that justice and equality would prevail. These movements were characterized by immense optimism and the belief that change was not only possible but inevitable. However, in many cases, the hope that initially fueled these revolutions was later shattered as the new political systems that emerged did not live up to the promises made by revolutionaries. The French Revolution, for example, gave birth to the Reign of Terror, a period marked by violence and political purges. The Russian Revolution, which promised peace and equality, led to the rise of a brutal dictatorship under Stalin. In Cuba, the hopes for social justice and freedom were later undermined by political repression. The paradox here is that, while hope for change was the driving force behind these revolutions, the very hope that inspired them disappeared as the new regimes became as oppressive as the ones they had replaced. In some cases, the disappearance of hope in the face of political failure has led to disillusionment and apathy. The idealistic vision of a better world can be replaced by cynicism and the belief that change is impossible. The paradox is that hope, which was once seen as the key to progress, can disappear when the systems built on that hope fail to deliver. However, even in these moments of disillusionment, new movements and new sources of hope often emerge, challenging the status quo and continuing the struggle for change. In the broader context of environmentalism, the paradox of hope that disappeared is also evident. The hope for a sustainable, environmentally friendly future has been a driving force behind global efforts to address climate change, deforestation, and pollution. For decades, activists, scientists, and governments have worked to raise awareness about the need for environmental protection, driven by the hope that humanity could collectively change its destructive habits and create a healthier planet. However, as the impacts of climate change become more severe and the window for meaningful action narrows, some have begun to lose hope. The paradox here is that, as the future of the planet grows more uncertain, the very sense of urgency that hope provides can diminish. When progress seems slow or unattainable, the initial hope for a sustainable future can fade, leading to feelings of helplessness or resignation. Yet, even as hope fades, new movements, innovations, and activism continue to emerge, often led by younger generations determined to fight for the future. The paradox is that, while hope may disappear in the face of overwhelming challenges, it can also be renewed in unexpected ways, allowing the struggle for environmental justice to continue. Silence is often perceived as peaceful, calming, and a necessary reprieve from the noise of everyday life. It represents quietness, stillness, and a break from the chaos of the world. Silence is something we seek when we need rest or contemplation, and in many cultures, it is regarded as a space for reflection, meditation, or prayer. Yet, there exists a paradox in silence. While it can be a source of calm, it can also be a powerful force of expression. Silence, when used in the right context, can speak louder than words, revealing deep truths, emotions, and struggles that cannot be conveyed by sound. The paradox of silence that screamed lies in how, despite its apparent stillness, silence can hold within it the most profound messages, cries for help, and emotions that demand to be heard. One of the clearest examples of this paradox is found in the civil rights struggles of the 20th century. The silence of marginalized communities, particularly in the face of racial oppression, was not a sign of compliance or passivity. Rather, it was often a scream for justice that could not be voiced openly due to fear, repression, and systemic violence. During the Jim Crow era in the United States, Black Americans faced segregation, disenfranchisement, and brutality. They were denied basic rights and subjected to humiliating conditions. Yet their cries for justice were often met with violent repression. The silence that surrounded their suffering was deafening, as many were afraid to speak out or organize for fear of punishment. However, the silence of the oppressed did not mean that their voices were silenced forever. The civil rights movement of the 1960s, led by figures like Martin Luther King Jr., Rosa Parks, and Malcolm X, gave voice to that silence. The peaceful protests, marches, and sit-ins were not just acts of defiance, but loud declarations of the need for change. The paradox is that, while the communities involved were often silenced by the threat of violence and the oppressive legal system, their silence ultimately became the most powerful scream for justice. Their quiet refusal to accept the status quo spoke volumes, and it was this silence that ultimately drove the push for legal and social change. The silence of the oppressed became the rallying cry for equality and civil rights, leading to significant shifts in American society. In a more personal context, the silence that screams can be seen in situations of abuse or emotional suffering. Often, individuals who are experiencing physical or emotional trauma feel unable to speak out about their pain. The silence in these situations is not a lack of feeling, but a manifestation of fear, shame, or a lack of support. Many victims of abuse or bullying are silent, not because they don't want to speak, but because they feel powerless, trapped, or unheard. In these cases, silence can be an expression of vulnerability, a cry for help that is difficult to articulate. The paradox here is that, while silence may seem like a sign of passivity, it can actually be a powerful signal of pain and resistance. The silence of the abused, the bullied, or the oppressed often carries within it the loudest cries for help. It is through breaking that silence through speaking out, seeking support, or making a stand that healing and transformation can occur. Silence, in this context, is not a lack of emotion but a suppressed scream, a desperate need for change and support that must be heard. Another example of silence that screams can be found in political movements and protests. Throughout history, many social movements have been born out of the need to be heard, to give voice to the silenced. One such movement is the #MeToo movement, which started as a quiet whisper in 2006 but exploded into a global outcry in 2017. For decades, women who had experienced sexual harassment or assault were silenced by societal taboos, fear of retaliation, and the stigma surrounding their experiences. The silence around these issues was deafening, as many victims felt powerless to speak out against powerful figures who could destroy their lives. When the voices of survivors finally broke the silence, it wasn't just the words that resonate, it was the silence that had preceded them. The silence, in this case, screamed of the suffering and trauma that had been hidden for so long. The paradox here is that the silence surrounding sexual violence and harassment was, in itself, a powerful expression of the pain and injustice experienced by countless women. When that silence was finally broken, it became a call to action, leading to significant cultural shifts, legal reforms, and a re-evaluation of power dynamics in workplaces and society. The silence that had been ignored for so long became a force of transformation, shaking the foundations of industries and social structures. In the realm of art, silence can also take on a screaming quality, conveying profound emotion or social commentary. Artists, musicians, and writers have often used silence as a tool for expression, allowing the absence of sound or the lack of words to speak volumes. In music, for example, the use of silence in a piece of music can create tension, emphasize a moment of emotional release, or highlight the beauty of sound when it is eventually introduced. A moment of silence can often convey more than 1,000 words, as it forces the listener to reflect on what is absent and what is left unsaid. The paradox is that silence, which is often seen as a void, can be filled with meaning and depth. The quiet moments in a piece of music, a poem, or a painting can often communicate emotions and ideas that words or sound alone cannot. Silence in art becomes a form of expression in itself, allowing the audience to fill in the gaps and reflect on the themes being presented. The silence, rather than being empty, becomes a profound form of communication, one that speaks to the heart and mind in a way that words cannot. The paradox of silence that screams is a reminder of the complexities of human experience. Silence is not always passive. It can be a powerful expression of pain, resistance, or longing. It is through silence that some of the most profound truths are revealed, whether in the struggles for justice, the personal battles we face, or the creative works we produce. Silence, while it may seem like a lack of expression, can hold within it the loudest and most transformative screams. Fear is often seen as an obstacle to progress, a negative force that holds us back from achieving our goals, living our lives fully, and taking risks. It is associated with anxiety, paralysis, and hesitation, making us retreat in the face of challenges rather than confronting them. Fear is often framed as something to be overcome, something that limits us, confines us, and prevents us from moving forward. However, there is a paradox in the nature of fear. Sometimes, fear is not something that destroys us, but something that protects us. Fear, rather than being a hindrance, can serve as a vital mechanism for survival, guiding us away from danger and urging us to take necessary precautions. In this sense, fear can save us, even as it holds us back from pursuing what we want or desire. One of the clearest examples of fear that saves is found in the natural instinct of self-preservation. When faced with physical danger such as the threat of an oncoming car or the presence of a wild animal, fear triggers a fight or flight response in the body, preparing us to respond quickly to the threat. This instinctual fear is not something to be feared in itself, but something that keeps us alive. In moments of danger, fear sharpens our senses, heightens our awareness, and compels us to take immediate action. It is a protective mechanism, honed over millennia, that has helped humans survive in a world full of predators, natural disasters, and other dangers. The paradox here is that fear, while it can feel overwhelming or uncomfortable, serves an essential role in our survival. Without fear, we would be more likely to take risks that could harm us, or fail to recognize imminent dangers. Fear keeps us alert, encouraging us to make decisions that protect our well-being. In this case, fear does not impede us, but rather saves us from harm. It is a force that may seem like an obstacle, but is, in fact, a tool for self-preservation. Similarly, fear can save us in emotional and psychological contexts. In relationships, for example, fear can protect us from toxic or harmful dynamics. Fear of rejection, betrayal, or emotional harm can serve as a warning sign, urging us to be cautious in our interactions with others. While this fear can sometimes prevent us from fully opening up or taking risks in relationships, it can also help us recognize when something is not right. In this sense, fear can be a guide, warning us to stay away from situations or people who may cause us harm. The paradox here is that fear, while it may prevent us from being vulnerable or taking certain emotional risks, can also protect us from unnecessary pain. Fear helps us to maintain healthy boundaries and to avoid situations where our well-being may be at risk. It may seem like a negative force in our lives, but it can also be a protective shield, keeping us from getting hurt. In relationships, fear can save us from emotional exploitation, manipulation, and harm, urging us to proceed with caution and to trust our instincts. On a societal level, fear can also play a protective role in times of crisis or danger. In the face of a pandemic, for example, fear can encourage individuals to follow public health guidelines, wear masks, practice social distancing, and take other necessary precautions. While fear of illness or death may lead to anxiety, it can also prompt people to take action that protects both themselves and others. In moments of crisis, fear can become a unifying force, motivating collective action to address the threat and minimize harm. The paradox is that, while fear can create panic and uncertainty, it can also lead to protective behaviors and a collective sense of responsibility. Fear of a dangerous virus, for instance, can compel people to make sacrifices for the greater good, such as staying home, limiting social interactions, and supporting healthcare workers. In this way, fear, while often associated with negative emotions, can ultimately save lives and strengthen communities. It can guide us toward actions that preserve health and safety, ensuring that the collective well-being is prioritized in the face of an external threat. In the context of personal growth, fear can also play a paradoxical role. Many people experience fear when facing new challenges, whether it's starting a new job, moving to a new city, or pursuing a new passion. Fear can hold us back, preventing us from taking the first step toward something new or unknown. However, fear can also serve as a signal that we are stepping outside of our comfort zone and pushing ourselves to grow. In this way, fear becomes a motivator, urging us to rise to the occasion and face challenges head-on. The paradox here is that fear, while it can be a source of hesitation or doubt, can also be a sign of opportunity. It indicates that we are moving towards something important, something that requires our courage and determination. Fear pushes us to confront uncertainty, to test our limits, and to discover new strengths. While fear may make us want to retreat, it can also propel us forward, encouraging us to take the leap and embrace change. The fear we feel in the face of new challenges is not something to be avoided, but something to be embraced as a sign of personal growth and transformation. Finally, fear can save us in the context of moral and ethical decision-making when faced with difficult choices. Fear of doing the wrong thing, of causing harm, or of making a morally dubious decision can serve as an internal check. It can prevent us from making decisions that go against our values or harm others. In this sense, fear acts as a moral compass, guiding us toward ethical behavior and helping us navigate the complexities of right and wrong. The paradox here is that fear, while it can be paralyzing or uncomfortable, can also be a force for good, pushing us to make decisions that align with our values and protect others. Fear of doing harm, of betraying our principles, or of failing to act with integrity can save us from moral compromise. It is a reminder that our choices matter, and that our actions have consequences. In this way, fear becomes not a hindrance to our decisions, but a force that encourages us to act with care, empathy, and responsibility. Love is often seen as the greatest and most transformative force in the human experience. It is the emotion that binds people together, fuels creativity, and inspires acts of selflessness. Love is celebrated for its power to heal, bring joy, and create a sense of connection between individuals and communities. We often speak of love as a force that uplifts and empowers, something that brings light into the darkest corners of our lives. Yet, there is a paradox within love that is seldom discussed: the idea that love can also be destructive. Love in its most intense and consuming form can kill. It can lead to obsession, sacrifice, betrayal, and ultimately, loss. The paradox of love that killed lies in how this powerful emotion, while capable of creating beauty, can also bring devastation. When it becomes all-consuming, unbalanced, or misplaced. One of the most profound examples of love that kills can be found in the tragic story of Romeo and Juliet, Shakespeare's timeless portrayal of young love. Romeo and Juliet's love was pure, intense, and all-encompassing, defied their families, their social order, and the world around them to be together. Yet, despite their deep love for each other, it ultimately led to their untimely deaths. The paradox here is that, while love is often seen as the force that brings two people together, in this case, it was the very thing that tore them apart. Their love, which could have been a force for happiness and unity, instead became a tragic force that led to their destruction. In the case of Romeo and Juliet, love's destructive power is evident in how it blinds them to the world around them. Their overwhelming passion for each other leads to rash decisions and reckless actions, such as their secret marriage and the miscommunication that follows, culminating in their deaths. The love that was supposed to bring them joy and fulfillment ultimately led to their demise. The paradox is that love, in its purest and most intense form, can sometimes become so all-consuming that it obscures reason, creating a path toward destruction rather than union. Similarly, in the real world, there are countless examples of love becoming a destructive force. The phenomenon of toxic relationships where love becomes a source of pain, control, and manipulation offers a more contemporary example of love that kills. In abusive relationships, the cycle of love, control, and violence can trap individuals in a toxic loop, where love becomes a tool for domination rather than support. One partner may feel a deep, unrelenting attachment to the other, believing that love is the solution to their problems. Yet, in this distorted version of love, the emotion becomes a means of control, fostering dependence and fear. The paradox here is that, while love is supposed to empower and liberate, it can also bind individuals to harmful situations, making them feel trapped in a cycle of emotional pain. In abusive relationships, the very love that should protect and nurture can be the force that kills one's sense of self-worth, independence, and safety. The partner who stays in a relationship out of love may find themselves losing their identity, their freedom, and sometimes their physical or emotional well-being. The paradox is that love, instead of offering freedom, can become the very thing that enslaves and destroys. Love that kills can also be seen in the realm of sacrifice. In many cases, people are willing to sacrifice everything for the ones they love, believing that their devotion is an expression of pure affection. The idea of sacrificing one's own well-being, dreams, or even life for another is often romanticized, but in some cases, it can lead to personal ruin. When one person gives up their own needs, desires, and aspirations for the sake of another, they risk losing their sense of self and, in extreme cases, their very life. The paradox here is that, while sacrifice can be a beautiful expression of love, it can also be a form of self-destruction if it goes too far. When love demands the ultimate sacrifice, whether it be time, energy, or even life itself, can lead to the loss of individuality and the collapse of personal boundaries. In extreme cases, this kind of sacrifice can be fatal, as individuals give everything they have to the other person, often at the expense of their own health and happiness. The love that is meant to heal and protect can, when taken to an extreme, kill the person who loves so deeply. In the realm of obsession, love that kills takes on an even darker form. Obsessive love, where one person becomes consumed with the need for the affection or attention of another, can lead to unhealthy behaviors, emotional harm, and in some cases, even death. When love turns into obsession, it distorts the natural balance of affection and respect, becoming a force that rather than supports. This type of love is often rooted in insecurity, fear of abandonment, and a lack of personal boundaries. The paradox here is that obsessive love, instead of nurturing a healthy relationship, can lead to destructive outcomes. The intense desire for control or validation from the other person can lead to manipulation, jealousy, and even violence. In extreme cases, obsessive love has led to murder, as in the tragic instances of crimes of passion that occur when one partner's love becomes so overpowering that they believe they must take extreme actions to possess or control the other. The paradox is that love, when twisted into obsession, becomes a force that kills not only the relationship but also the individuals involved. On each of these examples, the paradox of love that kills reveals the complexities of human emotion. Love, in its purest and most beautiful form, has the potential to uplift, inspire, and unite. Yet, when love becomes imbalanced, obsessive, or self-sacrificial, it can lead to destruction. The very force that is meant to bind people together can, in extreme cases, tear them apart. The paradox is that love, while it is one of the most powerful and transformative forces in life, can also become a source of pain, loss, and death when it is taken to its extremes. Conscience is often regarded as the moral compass of human beings, the inner voice that guides us toward right and wrong, urging us to act with integrity and empathy. It is the internal mechanism that helps us navigate the complexities of ethical decision-making, pushing us to do what is just and to avoid harm. Conscience is celebrated for its role in ensuring that we remain true to our values and principles, holding us accountable for our actions. Yet, there is a paradox within conscience. While it is supposed to guide us toward moral behavior, can sometimes die. The very conscience that should illuminate the path of righteousness can fade, become silenced, or be ignored, leading individuals to act in ways that are harmful, unjust, or The paradox of conscience that died lies in how the moral compass that is supposed to protect us can sometimes be lost. leading to a breakdown in ethical behavior and the erosion of personal and societal values. One of the most striking examples of this paradox is seen in the context of historical atrocities, such as the Holocaust. During World War II, millions of people were systematically murdered by the Nazi regime, including 6 million Jews, as well as Romani people, disabled individuals, political dissidents, and others. The perpetrators of these crimes were often ordinary people, soldiers, government officials, doctors, and civilians, many of whom would not have considered themselves inherently evil. Yet, the moral compass that should have guided them away from such horrific actions seemed to vanish. The conscience of those involved in the Holocaust appeared to die, allowing them to carry out atrocities without question, rationalizing their actions through propaganda, fear, or blind obedience to authority. The paradox here is that, while conscience is supposed to prevent people from committing immoral acts, it can be silenced or distorted by external factors such as ideology, authority, or societal pressures. The very conscience that should have guided individuals toward empathy and justice became numb, allowing them to participate in acts that defied basic human dignity. The conscience that was meant to restrain cruelty became complicit in it. The paradox is that, in the face of such evil, the internal moral compass of many individuals seemed to die, enabling them to become perpetrators of violence and oppression. In more personal contexts, the death of conscience can be seen in situations where individuals choose to ignore the consequences of their actions, particularly when it comes to self-interest or greed. In business, for example, some individuals or corporations, driven by profit and ambition, may engage in unethical practices, such as exploiting workers, deceiving customers, or damaging the environment. The paradox here is that, while conscience is supposed to prevent people from harming others for personal gain, it can be drowned out by the pursuit of wealth, power, or success. In these cases, the internal moral guide seems to die, allowing individuals or organizations to prioritize their own interests at the expense of others. The paradox of a dead conscience is particularly evident in the financial crises that have occurred throughout history, where individuals or institutions, despite knowing the potential harm they could cause, engage in risky, exploitative, or fraudulent practices. One of the most prominent examples is the 2008 global financial crisis, in which banks, financial institutions, and executives took reckless risks, engaging in fraudulent activities such as subprime mortgage lending, predatory lending practices, and the selling of toxic financial products. These actions, driven by the pursuit of profit, led to the collapse of the housing market, widespread job losses, and global economic instability. Despite the obvious harm caused by these actions, the conscience of those involved seemed to fade, as the drive for personal gain overshadowed any sense of responsibility or ethical behavior. The paradox here is that, despite having the knowledge and ability to understand the consequences of their actions, many individuals and institutions chose to ignore their conscience, acting in ways that benefited them in the short term but caused lasting damage to others. The death of conscience allowed them to rationalize their behavior, pushing aside any moral concerns in favor of financial gain. The very moral compass that should have steered them toward responsible decision-making became silent, contributing to one of the most destructive economic collapses in modern history. The death of conscience is also evident in political contexts, where leaders, driven by power, control, or ideology, may disregard the well-being of their citizens in favor of their own agendas. A particularly stark example of this paradox can be seen in the rise of authoritarian regimes. Leaders who gain power through democratic means may, once in office, gradually erode the democratic institutions that allowed them to ascend. They may suppress dissent, curtail civil liberties, and prioritize their own authority at the expense of the public good. The paradox is that, while leaders are entrusted with power to serve their people, they often ignore their moral responsibility, allowing their conscience to die. In the pursuit of absolute control, the conscience of these leaders becomes distorted or silenced as they justify their actions with propaganda, fear, or the belief that their vision for the country is more important than the rights and well-being of individuals. The paradox of a dead conscience in politics is that those who are meant to represent and serve the people can sometimes become the very agents of harm, using their position to manipulate, oppress, and control. Their conscience, which should have guided them to act in the interest of their citizens, becomes corrupted or extinguished, leading to the erosion of democracy, freedom, and justice. On a more individual level, The death of conscience can be seen in situations where people choose to ignore their own moral values in favor of convenience, fear, or many individuals experience moments when they recognize that their actions may be harmful or unethical, yet choose to remain silent or passive, allowing their conscience to be overridden by external pressures or desires. The paradox here is that the conscience, which is meant to provide guidance and restrain us from harmful actions, can be ignored or suppressed in moments of weakness, fear, or selfishness. Chaos is often perceived as the antithesis of order, the complete absence of structure, and the state in which everything falls apart. It is the unpredictable force that disrupts systems, creates confusion, and brings about disarray. Chaos is associated with turmoil, instability, and the destruction of well-established structures. In contrast, order is seen as the ideal, the realm of logic, rules, and organization. Order brings stability and predictability, guiding people and societies toward progress and harmony. Yet, there exists a paradox in this seemingly straightforward dichotomy. Sometimes, chaos leads to organization. While it appears as a force of destruction, chaos can also give rise to new structures, innovative ideas, and forms of cooperation that would never have emerged without it. The paradox of chaos that organized lies in how, through its disruptive force, chaos can lead to the creation of new systems, new patterns, and new opportunities. One of the clearest examples of this paradox can be seen in the history of revolutions. Revolutions are typically marked by upheaval, conflict, and the destruction of the old order. Whether it is the French Revolution, the American Revolution, or the Russian Revolution, these moments of chaos have often been accompanied by violence, instability, and uncertainty. However, while revolutions are born from chaos, they also give rise to new systems of governance, new ideologies, and new ways of organizing society. The paradox here is that, while revolutions often begin with the destruction of the old order, they can lead to the creation of new, more organized structures. The French Revolution, for example, dismantled the monarchy and the aristocracy, leading to the establishment of the First French Republic. The American Revolution led to the creation of a new democratic system of government, built on the principles of liberty and equality. Even the Russian Revolution, despite its violent aftermath, eventually led to the establishment of the Soviet Union, where new systems of political and economic organization were developed. In each of these cases, chaos, the breakdown of existing structures, was a necessary force for the creation of new systems. The paradox is that, while chaos appears to destroy, it can also lay the foundation for new forms of order and organization. In this way, chaos is not merely an end, but a beginning. It is the force that disrupts the old and makes way for the new, often in unexpected ways. Another example of chaos leading to organization can be found in the field of biology, particularly in the concept of evolution. The natural world is filled with chaos, random mutations, environmental changes, and unpredictable events. Yet, this chaos is precisely what drives the process of evolution, leading to the emergence of new species and ecosystems. Natural selection, which governs the survival of the fittest, often operates in unpredictable ways. It is not a process of design or order, but of randomness, where small chaotic changes in an organism's genetic makeup can lead to the development of entirely new traits, behaviors, or abilities. The paradox here is that, while evolution is driven by chaotic, random processes, it leads to the creation of highly organized systems. The diversity of life on Earth, from complex ecosystems to the intricate structures of individual organisms, is the result of this chaotic process. Chaos, in the form of mutations and environmental change, gives rise to new forms of life that are highly adapted and organized to their environment. The paradox is that, through the randomness and chaos of evolution, nature creates systems of organization that are more complex and efficient than any human design. In the realm of economics, chaos can also give rise to new systems of organization and order. The global financial system is marked by constant fluctuations, unpredictable market behavior, and often chaotic events such as recessions, crashes, and booms. However, despite this inherent chaos, economies find ways to adapt and reorganize. Market economies, for example, are built on the principle of supply and demand, which operates through a decentralized and often chaotic process. Yet, out of this chaos, systems of trade, commerce, and finance emerge that allow societies to function and thrive. The paradox here is that while economic systems are often disrupted by chaotic forces, they can also find ways to adapt and reorganize. in response to those forces. Economic recessions, for example, may bring about temporary chaos, but they often lead to new forms of innovation, new industries, and new models of economic organization. The chaos of financial collapse can lead to the development of new regulatory frameworks, better risk management practices, and more sustainable economic policies. The paradox is that chaos, in this case, does not lead to collapse, but to a reorganization that ultimately leads to new forms of stability and growth. In the realm of creativity and innovation, chaos is often the driving force behind the emergence of new ideas. Artists, writers, scientists, and inventors frequently experience periods of chaos moments when their ideas seem disorganized, fragmented, or disconnected. Yet, it is often from this creative chaos that the most groundbreaking work emerges. The chaotic process of brainstorming, experimenting, and failing leads to moments of clarity, insight, and innovation. That the paradox here is that, while creativity often feels chaotic and unfocused, it is this very disorder that leads to the creation of new ideas and new forms of expression. The process of creating something new involves a certain amount of chaos, ideas colliding, blending, and evolving in unpredictable ways. But from this chaos, organization emerges as the idea takes shape. Whether in the form of a painting, a novel, or a scientific theory, chaos, in this case, is not an obstacle to creativity but a necessary element of it, enabling individuals to break free from conventional thinking and find new ways to express their vision. The paradox of chaos that organized is a reminder that disorder is not always a destructive force. While chaos can disrupt, destabilize, and challenge established systems, it can also serve as the catalyst for new forms of organization, growth, and innovation. Chaos, in its unpredictable nature, pushes us to adapt, to think outside the box, and to find new solutions to old problems. The paradox lies in how something that appears to be the opposite of order can in fact lead to the creation of new and more complex systems of organization. Betrayal is one of the most painful and destructive experiences a person can endure. It is the violation of trust, the breaking of a sacred bond, and the feeling of being betrayed by someone you care about deeply. Betrayal is often viewed as an irreversible act. Once trust is broken, it is difficult, if not impossible, to rebuild. The emotional scars left by betrayal can run deep, creating feelings of anger, sadness, and hopelessness. Yet, there exists a paradox. Sometimes betrayal leads to healing. While it is often seen as an act that causes irreparable harm, betrayal can also provide an opportunity for growth, transformation, and self-discovery. The paradox of betrayal that healed lies in how, through the pain and anguish of betrayal, individuals can find the strength to heal, forgive, and emerge stronger than before. One of the most powerful examples of betrayal that healed can be found in the story of forgiveness. When someone betrays another, it is natural to feel hurt and angry. The instinct is often to distance oneself from the betrayer, to sever the relationship, and to protect oneself from further harm. However, there are many instances where, through time and reflection, the victim of betrayal chooses to forgive the wrongdoer. Forgiveness is not an easy process, and it does not erase the pain of betrayal, but it can be a powerful tool for healing. In forgiving, the victim releases the hold that the betrayal has on their emotions, allowing them to move forward with their life. The paradox here is that forgiveness, which often seems impossible in the wake of betrayal, can actually be the key to healing. By letting go of the anger and resentment that betrayal often generates, the individual frees themselves from the emotional burden of the past. Forgiveness allows the person to heal, to reclaim their peace, and to move beyond the wound that betrayal caused. In this sense, betrayal, as painful as it is, can lead to a deeper understanding of oneself and others, and it can open the door to healing and growth. Similarly, betrayal can also heal through when someone experiences betrayal, it can prompt them to examine their own role in the relationship, their boundaries, and their needs. Betrayal can serve as a wake-up call, forcing individuals to look inward and ask difficult questions about their trust, vulnerability, and expectations. In this way, betrayal becomes a catalyst for personal growth, as it encourages individuals to reassess their relationships and their own emotional well-being. The paradox is that, while betrayal initially causes pain and heartbreak, it can lead to greater self-awareness and emotional strength. In some cases, betrayal can lead to the healing of entire relationships. When trust is broken between two people, the damage can seem irreparable. Yet, through open communication, vulnerability, and a willingness to work through the pain, Some relationships are able to heal after betrayal. The process of rebuilding trust after betrayal is difficult and requires a great deal of effort, patience, and understanding from both parties. However, when both individuals are willing to acknowledge the hurt, take responsibility for their actions, and make amends, betrayal can be the turning point that deepens the relationship and strengthens the bond between them. The paradox here is that betrayal, which is often the end of a relationship, can sometimes lead to a more profound connection between individuals. The vulnerability and honesty that come with acknowledging betrayal can create a stronger foundation for the relationship. Moving forward, the healing that comes after betrayal can lead to greater trust, deeper intimacy, and a more resilient connection. In this way, betrayal, rather than ending the relationship, can become the foundation for a renewed and stronger bond. In the context of personal development, betrayal can also serve as a powerful teacher. When someone is betrayed, they often experience a profound shift in their perspective on life. Betrayal can teach individuals about the fragility of trust, the importance of boundaries, and the need for self-protection. Through the pain of betrayal, individuals learn to trust their instincts, set healthier boundaries, and protect themselves from future harm. The paradox here is that betrayal, which is often seen as an affront to one's sense of security, can lead to greater emotional intelligence and resilience. The lessons learned from betrayal can help individuals navigate future relationships with greater wisdom and strength. Moreover, betrayal can also heal by prompting individuals to reassess their priorities and values. In some cases, betrayal exposes the truth about a relationship, a situation, or a person that was previously hidden. When someone is betrayed, they may realize that they were holding on to a relationship or situation that was unhealthy or unfulfilling. Betrayal, in this sense, becomes a wake-up call, allowing individuals to let go of toxic relationships, false expectations, or illusions they may have been holding on to. This release can be a source of healing, as it allows individuals to move forward in a more authentic and self-empowered way. The paradox of betrayal that heals is not about minimizing the pain or harm caused by betrayal, but about recognizing that betrayal, despite its destructive power, can be a source of growth, healing, and transformation. Betrayal forces individuals to confront their pain, face their vulnerabilities, and learn from the experience. It challenges individuals to find strength in adversity, to embrace forgiveness, and to build resilience in the face of hardship. In this way, betrayal, though deeply painful, can ultimately lead to healing, both for the individual and for the relationship. Lies are often seen as harmful, deceptive, and destructive. They erode trust, distort reality, and can lead to significant consequences. In society, honesty is typically regarded as the virtue that promotes transparency, integrity, and authenticity. Lies, on the other hand, are often viewed as a moral failing, an act that undermines relationships, corrupts systems, and sows discord. Yet there is a paradox within lies. Sometimes, lies can protect. In certain situations, lying can serve as a shield, guarding individuals from harm, protecting them from difficult truths, or preserving their well-being. The paradox of lies that protected lies in how something that is typically viewed as negative can, in specific circumstances, be a force for good, offering protection, comfort, and even survival. One of the clearest examples of this paradox can be seen in wartime situations during times of conflict, especially in totalitarian regimes or oppressive environments. Individuals often lie to protect themselves and their loved ones. One of the most notable instances of this can be found during World War II, when millions of Jews were hiding from the Nazis. The lies told by those who helped hide them, whether claiming that a hidden person was not in the house, or pretending to be unaware of someone's true identity, were vital acts of protection. The lie, though inherently deceptive, served as a barrier between innocent people and certain death. In this case, the lie was a form of resistance, a means of protecting human lives against a regime that sought to annihilate entire populations. The paradox here is that, while lying is generally viewed as morally wrong, in extreme circumstances, it can become an act of heroism. The lie does not cause harm in this case. Rather, it protects individuals from a far greater evil. The moral complexity lies in the fact that, although the truth is often the ideal, the lie becomes necessary for survival, forcing individuals to make difficult ethical decisions in a world where the stakes are life and death. In this context, the lie becomes a tool of resistance, preserving life and ensuring that people remain protected from the horrors of war. Similarly, lies that protect can be seen in the realm of personal relationships. In some situations, people lie to spare the feelings of others, to prevent unnecessary conflict, or to shield loved ones from hurtful truths. For instance, when a spouse asks their partner if they look good in a particular outfit, a lie that is told to avoid hurting their feelings may serve to protect the emotional well-being of the relationship. In this case, the lie is a form of kindness, intended to preserve harmony and protect the person from unnecessary pain or discomfort. The paradox here is that, while honesty is generally considered a key component of a healthy relationship, the truth is not always the most protective or beneficial option. Sometimes, telling the truth can cause unnecessary distress or harm, while a carefully chosen lie can prevent hurt feelings and maintain emotional equilibrium. The lie, in this case, acts as a protective shield, preserving the dignity and self of both individuals involved. The challenge lies in determining when a lie is justified and when it crosses the line into deceit or manipulation. The lie, while protecting in the short term, can also create complications if it leads to further deception or dishonesty. In the realm of parenting, lies that protect are often employed by parents to shield their children from the harsh realities of the world. Many parents, for example, tell their children comforting lies about things like Santa Claus or the Tooth Fairy, knowing that the child will eventually outgrow these fantasies. These lies, while not grounded in truth, serve to create a sense of wonder, joy, and innocence in a child's life. By telling these lies, parents provide their children with a sense of magic and excitement that might otherwise be lost in the adult world. The paradox here is that, while parents lie to their children, these lies are not intended to deceive in a harmful way. Instead, they are designed to protect the child's sense of innocence and wonder. These lies offer protection from the weight of reality, allowing children to experience a world filled with imagination and possibility. The lie, in this case, serves as a means of nurturing and emotional protection, allowing children to experience the world in a way that is less burdened by the complexities of life. In a broader societal context, lies can sometimes be used to protect the public from harmful truths that could cause widespread panic or fear. Governments and institutions, for instance, may withhold certain information or issue false reassurances during times of crisis to maintain order and prevent mass hysteria. During the Cuban Missile Crisis in 1962, for example, the US government downplayed the severity of the situation, attempting to avoid panic while diplomatic negotiations were underway. In such cases, the lie, while not entirely transparent, served to protect the public from fear and chaos while efforts were made to resolve the situation. The paradox here is that, while withholding the truth can be seen as a form of dishonesty, it can also be a protective measure in times of uncertainty. By lying or controlling information, governments may attempt to maintain social stability and prevent public panic, ensuring that citizens are not overwhelmed by fear. The lie, in this case, serves the greater good by preventing chaos and ensuring that decisions can be made without the added weight of public hysteria. The challenge lies in determining when such lies are necessary for the protection of society, and when they become manipulative or unjust. The paradox of lies that protect is a reminder of the complexity of human behavior and decision. While honesty is an important value, there are times when lies can serve a protective function, safeguarding individuals, relationships, and societies from harm. The challenge lies in recognizing when a lie is justified and when it crosses the line into deception. In these situations, the lie becomes not an act of harm, but an act of protection, a tool that helps preserve well-being, prevent chaos, and maintain harmony in an imperfect world. Victory is often perceived as the ultimate goal, the triumph over adversity, the achievement of success, and the attainment of desired outcomes. Victory is associated with celebration, fulfillment, and the rewards of hard work, perseverance, and determination. It is the culmination of effort, the moment when all obstacles are overcome and the prize is won. Yet, there exists a paradox in victory. Sometimes, victory does not bring the satisfaction or fulfillment expected. Instead, it reveals loss, emptiness, or unintended consequences. The paradox of victory that lost lies in how, despite achieving what was sought after, the outcome can lead to feelings of regret, disillusionment, or even the realization that the victory was hollow. One of the most striking examples of this paradox can be found in the history of war. Throughout history, many nations have fought wars with the goal of achieving victory, often with high stakes and immense sacrifices. However, the aftermath of victory in war is often more complex than anticipated. A nation may emerge victorious, having defeated its enemies and achieved its objectives, only to find that the cost of that victory, whether in terms of lives lost, resources spent, or moral compromises made, far outweighs the benefits. In many cases, the victory itself becomes a hollow achievement, as the nation is left to grapple with the consequences of its actions. A prime example of this paradox is seen in the aftermath of World War I. The Allied powers emerged victorious, defeating Germany and the Central Powers. However, the peace treaty that followed the Treaty of Versailles, harsh and punitive, placing the blame for the war squarely on Germany and imposing heavy reparations. The treaty, meant to secure lasting peace, instead sowed the seeds of resentment, economic hardship, and political instability in Germany. This dissatisfaction ultimately contributed to the rise of Adolf Hitler and the outbreak of World War II. The victory in World War I, meant to end conflict and restore peace, instead led to the conditions that fueled another devastating war. The paradox here is that the victory in the first war set the stage for a greater loss in the second, showing how achieving a desired outcome can sometimes lead to unforeseen consequences that undo the very gains made. Similarly, in the realm of personal achievement, victory can sometimes feel like a loss. Many individuals strive for success in their careers, relationships, or personal goals, believing that achieving these things will bring them happiness and fulfillment. However, once the victory is attained, they may find that the satisfaction they expected is fleeting or absent altogether. For example, an individual who works tirelessly to reach the pinnacle of their career may achieve professional success, only to realize that they are unhappy, disconnected from their personal life, or suffering from burnout. The paradox here is that, while victory in the workplace may bring financial rewards or recognition, it may also come at the expense of personal happiness, relationships, or mental health. In such cases, the victory is not the end of the story but the beginning of a deeper struggle. The individual may feel a sense of emptiness or dissatisfaction, realizing that the victory they worked so hard for did not deliver the fulfillment they had hoped for. The paradox is that, despite achieving their goal, they may feel as though something important was lost along the way: time with loved ones, a sense of purpose, or personal well-being. The victory, once desired, turns into a reminder of what was sacrificed in order to achieve it. Similarly, the pursuit of success in relationships can lead to a similar paradox. Many people enter relationships with the goal of finding love, companionship, and happiness. They may work hard to maintain a relationship, overcome challenges, and achieve the goal of emotional fulfillment. Yet, in some cases, once they achieve this victory, they may find that the relationship is not as fulfilling as they expected. The very effort to make the relationship work may have led to compromise, resentment, or the loss of individuality. The victory in achieving a stable relationship may feel like a loss if it comes at the expense of personal growth or happiness. The paradox here is that while relationships are often seen as the ultimate form of emotional victory, they can sometimes lead to disappointment or dissatisfaction. The dream of a perfect relationship may not match the reality, and the victory of finding love or companionship can be overshadowed by the realization that something essential has been lost in the process. The pursuit of love, which is often seen as the ultimate victory, can sometimes lead to the loss of self-identity, freedom, or personal fulfillment. On a societal level, the paradox of victory that lost can also be seen in the political sphere. Leaders and governments often pursue victory in the form of power, control, or national prestige. They may go to great lengths to achieve these goals, whether through war, diplomacy, or other means. However, once they achieve their desired outcome, they may find that the victory comes with unintended costs. A government that conquers new territories, for example, may find that the cost of maintaining those territories is greater than anticipated, leading to economic strain, political unrest, or the erosion of civil liberties. Similarly, a political leader who achieves power may find that the burden of leadership, the compromises made to gain that power, or the resistance from opposition groups makes the victory feel hollow. The paradox here is that the pursuit of victory in the political realm can lead to unintended consequences that overshadow the gains made. While the goal of power or control may seem like the ultimate victory, the costs of achieving that goal can be immense. The victory, once celebrated, may reveal deeper problems, leading to a loss of public support, social cohesion, or personal integrity. The victory that was supposed to bring stability and prosperity can end up creating division, unrest, or even further conflict. The paradox of victory that lost serves as a reminder that success is not always what it seems. Achieving a goal or winning a battle may not bring the fulfillment we expect, and the consequences of victory can sometimes outweigh the benefits. The quest for victory is often accompanied by sacrifices, compromises, and unintended consequences that reshape our understanding of success. The paradox lies in how the very pursuit of victory can, in some cases, lead to loss, not in the traditional sense of failure, but in the deeper sense of realizing that what was gained may not have been worth what was sacrificed to attain it. Failure is often viewed as the ultimate setback, the moment when we fall short of our goals, dreams, or expectations. It is seen as a mark of defeat, something to be avoided or overcome at all costs. In our culture, success is celebrated, and failure is stigmatized, often viewed as a reflection of inadequacy or incompetence. Yet, there exists a paradox in failure. Sometimes, failure leads to success. In many cases, what appears to be a failure in the moment can later reveal itself to be a necessary stepping stone to greater achievement, learning, and growth. The paradox of failure that succeeded lies in how setbacks, mistakes, and disappointments can ultimately lead to breakthroughs, new opportunities, and unexpected triumphs. One of the most famous examples of failure that succeeded can be found in the story of Thomas Edison, the inventor of the light bulb. Edison is often remembered for his perseverance and eventual success in creating a practical, commercially viable light bulb. However, his path to success was far from straightforward. Edison faced countless failures and setbacks throughout his career, and he famously failed thousands of times before developing a working light bulb. Each failure was seen as a setback, but Edison himself famously stated, "I have not failed. I've just found 10,000 ways that won't work." The paradox here is that Edison's failures were essential to his ultimate success. Each failure taught him something new, refining his approach and guiding him closer to the solution. What appeared to be repeated failures was, in fact, a crucial part of his process. The failure to find the right filament, the failure to perfect the vacuum inside the bulb, and the failure to secure the right materials, all of these setbacks were necessary for him to finally succeed. The paradox is that, without those failures, Edison would not have achieved the success that made him a household name. His failure was not a sign of defeat, but a crucial part of the path to innovation and achievement. Similarly, in the realm of entrepreneurship, many of the most successful business leaders have experienced failure before finding success. Steve Jobs, co-founder of Apple Inc., was famously ousted from the company he helped create. This failure could have been seen as a permanent setback, but it ultimately led to Jobs' return to Apple in the late 1990s, where he transformed the company into one of the most successful and innovative businesses in the world. His failure to maintain control over Apple was followed by a period of personal growth, during which he developed new ideas and strategies that would later revolutionize the tech industry. The paradox here is that Jobs' failure, his removal from Apple, was the very catalyst for his future success. During his time away from Apple, Jobs founded Next and acquired Pixar, both of which played key roles in his later achievements. When he returned to Apple, he brought with him a wealth of experience and insight that helped Apple thrive. The failure that seemed like a downfall turned out to be a necessary part of Jobs' journey, providing the space for him to grow and ultimately succeed in ways he never could have anticipated. In the realm of personal development, failure often plays a key role in shaping an individual's character and mindset. Many people fail before achieving their goals, whether it's in their careers, relationships, or personal growth. But it is often in the experience of failure that we learn our most valuable lessons. Failure forces us to confront our weaknesses, reassess our approach, and develop resilience. It teaches us humility, patience, and the ability to bounce back from setbacks. The paradox is that, while failure may feel like a defeat in the moment, it often provides the foundation for future success. For example, athletes often experience failure before achieving greatness. A runner who doesn't win a race, a tennis player who loses a match, or a gymnast who falls short in a competition may feel defeated. But it is through these failures that athletes refine their technique, build mental toughness, and push their limits. Failure teaches them what doesn't work and gives them the opportunity to adjust, practice harder, and come back stronger. The paradox here is that, without failure, there would be no opportunity for improvement. Failure becomes a necessary part of the learning process, helping athletes and individuals in any field develop the skills and mindset required for success. In relationships, failure can also lead to growth and healing. Many people experience broken relationships, whether due to betrayal, miscommunication, or incompatibility. These failures often leave individuals heartbroken and disillusioned, questioning their worth and the possibility of future happiness. However, the paradox is that these failures can lead to greater self-awareness, emotional maturity, and the ability to build healthier relationships in the future. By learning from past mistakes, individuals can better understand their needs, boundaries, and desires, which ultimately leads to more fulfilling connections. In fact, many successful relationships are built on the foundation of previous failures. People who have experienced heartbreak or personal loss often emerge stronger, wiser, and more capable of loving in healthier ways. The failure of a relationship, though painful, can provide the lessons and insights needed to build a better future, leading to a deeper and more lasting connection with oneself and others. The paradox of failure that succeeded is also evident in the world of science and discovery. Many scientific breakthroughs have been the result of failure. For example, the discovery of penicillin by Alexander Fleming was a result of a failed experiment. He had left a petri dish of bacteria uncovered, and upon returning, he found that the bacteria had been destroyed by a mold. This unexpected failure led to the discovery of the antibiotic properties of penicillin, which has saved millions of lives. In this case, the failure and unexpected result in an experiment was the catalyst for one of the most significant medical discoveries of the 20th century. The paradox is that failure, while often seen as something to avoid, is frequently the very thing that leads to success. It is through failure that we learn, grow, and evolve. The mistakes, setbacks, and disappointments that we face along the way are not signs of defeat, but rather opportunities for learning and improvement. The failure that seems like a loss can, in fact, be the key to future achievement, teaching us the lessons we need to succeed. In this way, failure is not the opposite of success, but rather a necessary part of the process that leads to it. Freedom is one of the most cherished ideals in human society. It is the foundation of democracy, individual rights, and personal autonomy. Freedom represents the ability to act without constraint, to live according to one's own choices, and to experience the world without unnecessary restrictions. The pursuit of freedom has driven countless revolutions, social movements, and political struggles, as people seek to liberate themselves from oppression, tyranny, and control. Yet, there exists a paradox. Sometimes, the very freedom that is sought after can lead to enslavement. The paradox of freedom that enslaved lies in how, despite its promise of liberation, freedom can sometimes result in greater burdens, greater responsibilities, or a sense of being trapped by the very choices that were meant to empower us. One of the most poignant examples of this paradox can be found in the context of political revolutions. When people rise up against oppressive regimes, they often do so in the name of freedom, seeking to overthrow dictatorships, colonial powers, or authoritarian governments. The desire for freedom is the driving force behind revolutions, as people fight for their right to self-determination, equality, and justice. However, in some cases, the very revolution that is meant to bring freedom can result in a new form of enslavement. For instance, the French Revolution, which began in 1789, was fueled by a desire to overthrow the monarchy and establish a republic based on liberty, equality, and fraternity. The revolutionaries sought freedom from the tyranny of the aristocracy and the monarchy, but in the chaos that followed, the revolution gave rise to a new form of oppression, the Reign of Terror. During this period, thousands of people were executed by guillotine, and political dissent was brutally suppressed. The revolutionary ideals of freedom and justice were betrayed as a new authoritarian regime took control. The paradox here is that, in the name of freedom, the revolutionaries ended up creating a new system of oppression. The very desire for liberty and justice led to a cycle of violence and control, as the revolutionaries used fear and coercion to maintain their power. The promise of freedom became a trap, and the people who sought liberation were ensnared by the very forces they had hoped to overthrow. The revolution, meant to bring freedom, instead enslaved individuals to a new form of political control. Similarly, in the context of personal freedom, the pursuit of individual autonomy can sometimes lead to a sense of enslavement. Many people yearn for freedom in their personal lives, seeking independence from societal expectations, family pressures, or cultural norms. The desire to live freely, to make one's own choices without interference, is a powerful motivator for many. However, the paradox arises when the pursuit of personal freedom becomes all-consuming, leading individuals to neglect the responsibilities and relationships that are integral to a fulfilling life. For example, someone who strives for total independence from commitments, obligations, or ties to others may eventually find that their pursuit of freedom has led to isolation, loneliness, and a lack of meaningful connection. The very freedom they sought has, in the end, enslaved them to a life of solitude and disconnection. The paradox here is that the quest for personal freedom, when taken to an extreme, can result in the loss of the very things that make life meaningful of companionship and community. In modern society, the paradox of freedom that enslaved is evident in the realm of consumerism. Many people today seek freedom through the acquisition of goods, the pursuit of status, and the accumulation of wealth. The promise of freedom is often linked to the idea of being able to buy what we want, travel where we please, and live life on our own terms. However, the pursuit of consumer freedom can lead to financial enslavement, as individuals take on debt, overextend themselves, or become trapped in a cycle of consumption. The paradox is that the very pursuit of freedom through material wealth can result in a loss of financial independence, creating a sense of enslavement to the very system that promised liberation. The rise of credit cards, loans, and consumer debt is one example of how freedom through consumption can lead to enslavement. People who seek to live freely by purchasing the things they desire may find themselves burdened with debt, interest payments, and financial stress. The freedom to buy anything they want becomes an illusion, as they become trapped in a cycle of payments and obligations. The pursuit of freedom through consumption, rather than liberating them, enslaves them to a system that demands continual expenditure, limiting their true independence and financial autonomy. In the context of societal progress, the paradox of freedom that enslaved can also be seen in the rise of technological advancements. The development of the internet, social media, and smartphones was initially seen as a way to enhance freedom, providing individuals with the ability to communicate instantly, access information at will, and connect with others across the globe. Yet, as technology has advanced, many people now find themselves enslaved to their devices, constantly checking notifications, spending excessive time online, and feeling pressured to maintain an online presence. The freedom that technology promised has become a form of enslavement, as individuals struggle to disconnect from the digital world and reclaim their time and attention. The paradox here is that technology, which was meant to enhance freedom and convenience, has instead created a world of constant distraction and dependency. Social media, in particular, has led to a new form of enslavement, as people feel the need to present curated versions of their lives, seek validation through likes and comments, and maintain an ever-growing digital footprint. The promise of freedom through technology has led to a new kind of slavery, where individuals are constantly tethered to their devices and the virtual world. The paradox of freedom that enslaved is also visible in the pursuit of success. Many individuals strive for career advancement, recognition, and achievement, believing that these goals will bring them ultimate freedom. However, as success is attained, the responsibilities, pressures, and expectations associated with it often lead to a loss of personal freedom. The more successful one becomes, the more obligations and commitments they may have, leaving little room for personal autonomy or relaxation. The paradox here is that, while success can provide the freedom to choose and create opportunities, it can also ensnare individuals in a web of obligations and expectations that limit their true freedom. Revolution is often seen as the ultimate form of resistance, the act of overthrowing an established order, challenging authority, and striving for a new way of life. It represents the desire for change, justice, and freedom, and throughout history, many revolutions have been driven by the hope of a better future. Revolutions are often born out of frustration with existing systems that are perceived as unjust, oppressive, or corrupt. The promise of revolution is that it will bring about radical transformation, leading to a society based on fairness, equality, and opportunity. Yet there exists a paradox. Not all revolutions succeed in achieving their goals. In many cases, revolutions lead to outcomes that are far removed from the initial ideals, with the new order often replicating or even exacerbating the injustices that the revolution sought to eliminate. The paradox of revolution that failed lies in how the very quest for change can sometimes result in the perpetuation of the same problems, leading to disappointment, disillusionment, and further suffering. One of the most notable examples of a revolution that failed is the Russian Revolution of 1917. The revolution was driven by the desire to overthrow the autocratic Tsarist regime, which had long been associated with corruption, inequality, and oppression. The people of Russia, especially the working class and peasants, hoped that the revolution would lead to a more just and equitable society. However, after the overthrow of Tsar Nicholas II, the revolution gave rise to a new form of authoritarian rule under the Bolsheviks, led by Vladimir Lenin. Instead of bringing the promised freedom and equality, the revolution ushered in a regime characterized by political repression, mass purges, and the establishment of a totalitarian state. The paradox here is that, while the revolution sought to create a fairer and more just society, it instead replaced one oppressive system with another. The initial hope for liberation and empowerment was quickly overshadowed by the harsh realities of Soviet rule. The promises of the revolution, such as land redistribution, workers' control, and equality, were often abandoned or distorted, leading to widespread suffering and disillusionment. The revolution, which was meant to free the people, ultimately failed to deliver on its promises, resulting in a system that was just as oppressive, if not more so, than the Tsarist regime it replaced. Similarly, the French Revolution of 1789, which was sparked by the desire for liberty, equality, and fraternity, ended in a paradoxical outcome. The revolutionaries sought to overthrow the monarchy and establish a republic that would be based on democratic principles. They hoped that the revolution would bring an end to the aristocracy's privilege and create a society where all men were equal under the law. Yet, in the aftermath of the revolution, the French people found themselves embroiled in the Reign of Terror period, marked by mass executions, political purges, and widespread fear. The revolutionaries who sought to bring freedom and justice to the people resorted to violence and repression to maintain control, leading to a regime that was as authoritarian and brutal as the monarchy it had replaced. The paradox here is that the revolution, which began with noble ideals and a vision of a better future, became a source of terror and oppression. Instead of achieving freedom and equality, the revolution resulted in the concentration of power in the hands of a few, who used violence and fear to enforce their vision of the republic. The revolution, which was supposed to liberate the people, ended up enslaving them in a cycle of political violence and instability. The initial promise of change and progress was lost, and the revolution, despite its initial success, ultimately failed to achieve its intended goals. In the realm of social and political movements, the paradox of revolution that failed can also be seen in the rise of revolutionary leaders who, once in power, abandon the very principles they once fought for. One example of this is the rise of revolutionary leaders in Latin America during the 20th century. Figures like Fidel Castro in Cuba and Hugo Chavez in Venezuela initially presented themselves as champions of the people, promising to overthrow corrupt regimes and establish systems based on social justice and equality. However, over time, both Castro and Chavez became increasingly authoritarian, consolidating power and suppressing opposition. The paradox here is that, while these leaders began their revolutions with the goal of empowering the people, they ultimately created systems that were no more democratic or free than the regimes they sought to replace. The failure of these revolutions lies in the way that power, once gained, can corrupt. Leaders who initially championed the rights of the oppressed may over time become more focused on maintaining their own power than on fulfilling the promises of their revolutions. The paradox is that, in the pursuit of revolution and change, leaders may fall into the very traps they sought to dismantle, creating systems of control, surveillance, and repression that undermine the very ideals they once espoused. The paradox of revolution that failed is not limited to political movements. It can also be seen in the realm of personal transformation. Many people undergo personal revolutions, striving to change their lives for the better, whether it's in terms of health, relationships, or self. They may have noble intentions, setting out to break free from old habits, toxic environments, or limiting beliefs. However, in some cases, these personal revolutions lead to failure rather than success. The attempt to change, while motivated by a desire for improvement, may result in feelings of frustration, self-doubt, or even self-sabotage. The paradox here is that, despite the desire for positive change, personal revolutions can sometimes lead to a cycle of disappointment. The very effort to change may be undermined by unrealistic expectations, a lack of support, or an inability to maintain consistency. Instead of achieving the desired transformation, individuals may find themselves trapped in the same patterns. They sought to escape. The revolution within oneself, which was supposed to bring liberation, can end up leading to further struggle and defeat. The paradox of revolution that failed is a reminder that change is complex, unpredictable, and often fraught with challenges. Revolution, whether in the context of politics, society, or personal growth, does not always lead to the outcomes we expect. While the desire for change is a powerful and noble force, the path to true transformation is rarely straightforward. Revolution may bring victory in the short term, but the aftermath can reveal new problems, contradictions, and complexities that challenge the very ideals that sparked the revolution in the first place. Honor is a concept that holds great importance in many cultures and societies. It represents integrity, respect, and the preservation of one's reputation. Honor is often seen as a measure of one's moral and social worth, guiding individuals to act with dignity and uphold principles of fairness, courage, and respect. In some societies, honor is closely tied to personal identity and societal expectations, often dictating one's behavior, relationships, and actions. Yet, there exists a paradox within the concept of honor. Sometimes, the pursuit of honor can lead to shame. What is meant to elevate an individual's reputation and integrity can, in certain circumstances, become the source of humiliation, guilt, or disgrace. The paradox of honor that shamed lies in how the very pursuit of moral or social prestige can lead to actions that bring about dishonor and regret. One of the most striking examples of this paradox can be found in the concept of honor-based violence, which has been present in various cultures throughout history. In some societies, the honor of a family or individual is seen as paramount, and any perceived slight or dishonor must be avenged to restore that honor. This has often led to violent practices, such as honor killings, where individuals, particularly women, are killed by family members for actions deemed to have tarnished the family's reputation. The paradox here is that the pursuit of honor, which is meant to preserve dignity and integrity, results in the loss of life and the perpetuation of violence. The very action that is meant to protect honor becomes the source of ultimate dishonor, as it involves taking a life in the name of maintaining family pride. The paradox is that, in the name of restoring or preserving honor, individuals may engage in actions that are morally indefensible, such as murder or abuse. The pursuit of honor becomes distorted, as the focus shifts from the original values of integrity and respect to the use of violence as a means of control. Instead of elevating the family's reputation, such actions lead to shame, not only in the eyes of others but also within the hearts of those involved. The very effort to protect honor through violence results in the destruction of lives, both literal and figurative, and the perpetuation of cycles of shame and trauma. In the realm of personal relationships, the paradox of honor that shamed can also be seen in the pressure to live up to societal or familial expectations. In many cultures, individuals are expected to act in ways that uphold the honor of their family or community. These expectations can be especially burdensome for those who feel they must sacrifice their own desires, dreams, or identities to maintain their family's reputation. For example, someone may choose a career or life partner not based on personal preference, but because it is seen as a way to preserve the family's honor or social standing. The paradox here is that, while these actions are often undertaken with the goal of maintaining honor, they can lead to personal dissatisfaction, resentment, and a sense of lost self. The individual may feel trapped by the weight of honor, unable to live authentically, or pursue their own happiness. Instead of feeling proud or respected for their sacrifices, they may feel ashamed of the compromises they have made, leading to a sense of dishonor that comes from not living true to oneself. The pursuit of honor, in this case, results in personal shame, as the individual sacrifices their own well-being for the sake of external expectations. In the context of politics, the paradox of honor that shamed can also be seen in the way leaders or nations pursue honor at the expense of ethical behavior. Political leaders often seek to preserve or enhance the honor of their nation, using rhetoric and policies that project strength, pride, and power. However, this pursuit of national honor can sometimes lead to actions that are morally questionable or internationally condemned. Wars, imperialism, and the suppression of dissent have often been justified in the name of national honor, with leaders claiming that their actions were necessary to protect their country's dignity or global standing. The paradox here is that, while political leaders may justify their actions as protecting national honor, these actions can result in widespread suffering, human rights violations, and international shame. The pursuit of honor through conquest, repression, or aggression leads to dishonor on the global stage, as the nation becomes seen as oppressive or immoral. The very act of defending national honor through unethical means undermines the integrity of the nation itself, leading to a loss of respect and credibility on the world stage. The paradox is that, in the name of preserving honor, leaders may destroy the very reputation they sought to protect. Another example of this paradox can be found in the world of sports. Athletes and teams often strive for honor, seeking to represent their countries, communities, or personal values with pride. However, the pursuit of victory and success in sports can sometimes lead to dishonorable actions, such as cheating, doping, or unsportsmanlike conduct. The desire to preserve the honor of winning and being recognized as the best can drive individuals to make unethical choices that bring shame upon themselves and their teams. The paradox here is that the pursuit of honor through victory can lead to actions that diminish the integrity of the sport and the individual, turning what was meant to be a celebration of honor into a disgraceful moment. The paradox of honor that shamed ultimately reveals the complex relationship between personal values, societal expectations, and ethical behavior. Honor, when pursued for the wrong reasons or in an unbalanced way, can become a destructive force. It can compel individuals and societies to act in ways that betray their core values, leading to outcomes that are far from honorable. The challenge lies in understanding that true honor is not found in external validation or conformity to societal expectations, but in acting with integrity, respect, and authenticity. When honor is pursued at the expense of these values, it can quickly lead to shame, disappointment, and regret. The paradox teaches us that honor, when distorted or misguided, can become a source of harm rather than pride. Justice is often seen as the ultimate force for fairness, equality, and moral right. It is the principle by which societies are governed, ensuring that individuals are held accountable for their actions, and that wrongdoers are punished while the innocent are protected. Justice is associated with the rule of law, fairness, and the hope that everyone will be treated equally, regardless of their status, background, or identity. In many cultures, justice is seen as the foundation of a just society, providing a sense of order and security. Yet, there exists a paradox in justice. Sometimes, justice can betray its own ideals. What is meant to bring fairness and truth can sometimes result in the perpetuation of injustice, the wrongful punishment of the innocent, or the absolution of the guilty. The paradox of justice that betrayed lies in how the very system meant to deliver fairness can, at times, become a source of oppression, corruption, and suffering. One of the most evident examples of this paradox is seen in historical instances of miscarriages of justice. Throughout history, there have been numerous cases where individuals were wrongfully convicted and punished, despite their innocence. One of the most famous examples is the case of the Scottsboro Boys, a group of 9 African-American teenagers who were wrongfully accused of raping 2 white women in Alabama in 1931, despite having little evidence against them and even testimony from one of the women recanting her accusation. The Scottsboro Boys were convicted and sentenced to death. The justice system, meant to protect the innocent and punish the guilty, failed to deliver justice in this case, betraying the very ideals it was meant to uphold. The paradox here is that, while the justice system is designed to ensure fairness, it can sometimes become an instrument of oppression, particularly when it is influenced by racism, prejudice, or political agendas. In the case of the Scottsboro Boys, the justice system was used to reinforce the racial hierarchy of the time, with African Americans being denied a fair trial due to systemic discrimination. The pursuit of justice became distorted, and the very system meant to protect the innocent betrayed those who were most vulnerable to injustice. Similarly, in the context of modern criminal justice systems, the paradox of justice that betrays can be seen in the over-incarceration of marginalized communities, particularly people of color. In many countries, the justice system has disproportionately targeted certain groups, leading to mass incarceration and the disruption of families and communities. In the United States, for example, African Americans are incarcerated at a much higher rate than white Americans, despite similar rates of criminal activity. This disparity in sentencing and incarceration raises questions about whether the justice system is truly serving the cause of equality, or if it is perpetuating systemic injustice. The paradox here is that, while the justice system is supposed to ensure fairness, it can sometimes perpetuate inequality by disproportionately targeting certain groups. In such cases, the very system that is supposed to bring justice ends up betraying its core mission, reinforcing societal divisions and causing further harm to already marginalized communities. The failure of the justice system to treat all individuals equally creates a sense of distrust and disillusionment, making it difficult for people to believe in the fairness of the system. In the realm of international justice, the paradox of justice that betrays can also be seen in the failure to hold powerful figures accountable for their actions. Many dictators, war criminals, and corrupt political leaders have committed heinous crimes, yet have never been brought to justice. In some cases, these individuals are shielded from prosecution by their political influence, wealth, or the complicity of other world leaders. The International Criminal Court (ICC), which is meant to prosecute individuals for crimes such as genocide, war crimes, and crimes against humanity, has faced criticism for its inability to effectively hold powerful leaders accountable for their actions. The paradox here is that, while the justice system is supposed to provide a mechanism for accountability, it can be manipulated or obstructed by those in power. The failure to bring perpetrators of atrocities to justice undermines the very idea of international law and human rights. When justice is denied to victims of war crimes or political oppression, the system of international justice becomes a betrayal of the ideals it was meant to uphold. The inability to hold powerful leaders accountable for their crimes creates a sense of injustice on a global scale, where the powerful are able to evade justice while the innocent suffer. In personal relationships, the paradox of justice that betrayed can also be seen when individuals are treated unfairly by the very systems or people they trust. For example, in situations of domestic abuse or toxic relationships, the victim may seek justice by turning to authorities or support systems, only to be let down by the system's failure to provide protection. The justice system, meant to serve and protect, can sometimes fail to act in the best interests of the victim, leaving them vulnerable to further harm. The paradox here is that, while the justice system is designed to protect the vulnerable and punish wrongdoers, it can sometimes fail to deliver the support and protection needed. The victim of abuse or violence may find themselves re-victimized by a system that fails to recognize the full extent of their suffering. In such cases, the pursuit of justice can become a betrayal, as the very system that was meant to offer relief and safety ends up exacerbating the harm. The paradox of justice that betrayed is a reminder of the complexities of justice itself. While justice is often seen as a force for good, it is not immune to corruption, bias, or failure. The pursuit of justice can sometimes lead to outcomes that are the opposite of what was intended, reinforcing inequality, perpetuating suffering, or protecting the guilty. The challenge lies in ensuring that justice is truly just, fair, and impartial, and that it serves to protect the rights and dignity of all individuals, regardless of their race, background, or power. When justice fails to live up to these ideals, it betrays the very principles it is meant to uphold, and the consequences can be far-reaching and devastating. Ambition is often celebrated as one of the driving forces behind success. It is the desire to achieve, to strive for greatness, and to overcome obstacles in the pursuit of one's goals. Ambition fuels the dreams of entrepreneurs, artists, and leaders, pushing them to go further, to work harder, and to reach higher. It is associated with progress, achievement, and the relentless pursuit of personal and professional growth. Yet, there exists a paradox. Sometimes ambition can lead to destruction. While ambition is often seen as a force for good individuals to realize their potential, it can also become a destructive force when it becomes all-consuming, unchecked, or misdirected. The paradox of ambition that destroyed lies in how the very pursuit of success and greatness can, in some cases, lead to the downfall of individuals, relationships, and even entire societies. One of the most striking examples of this paradox is found in the story of tragic figures who, driven by ambition, lost everything they held dear. One such example is the story of Napoleon Bonaparte. Napoleon's ambition to become the ruler of Europe led him to build one of the most powerful empires in history. His military genius and relentless drive brought him victories and unprecedented success, yet his ambition ultimately led to his downfall. In his quest for power, Napoleon made decisions that stretched his resources too thin, waged wars on multiple fronts, and ignored the consequences of his actions. His ambition led him to invade Russia in 1812, a decision that resulted in the destruction of his army and the collapse of his empire. The paradox here is that, while ambition is often associated with achieving greatness, it was Napoleon's unrelenting ambition that led to his destruction. The very ambition that fueled his rise to power ultimately became the cause of his downfall. His desire for more power, more territory, More glory blinded him to the risks and limitations of his pursuits, leading to a series of failures that brought about his eventual defeat and exile. The ambition that had once been a source of strength became the very force that destroyed him. Similarly, in the world of business, there are countless examples of individuals whose ambition led to their downfall. Many entrepreneurs and CEOs are driven by the desire to build empires, make fortunes, and achieve success. However, when ambition becomes unchecked, it can lead to unethical behavior, exploitation, and the destruction of both personal and professional integrity. The story of Enron is one such example. Enron's leadership, driven by greed and ambition, engaged in fraudulent accounting practices that inflated the company's profits and hid its debt. The ambition to appear successful and powerful ultimately led to the company's collapse, the loss of thousands of jobs, and the destruction of its shareholders' wealth. The paradox here is that ambition, when taken to extremes, can lead to self-destruction. In their pursuit of success, Enron's leaders lost sight of ethical behavior and the long-term consequences of their actions. Their ambition to dominate the energy market and amass personal wealth ultimately destroyed not only their company but also their own reputations and careers. The very force that motivated them to reach the top became the cause of their downfall. The drive for success, when misdirected, led to ruin rather than achievement. In the realm of personal relationships, ambition can also be a destructive force. Many individuals prioritize their careers, personal goals, or ambitions at the expense of their relationships. The desire to climb the corporate ladder, gain recognition, or achieve personal milestones can lead to neglecting the emotional needs of loved ones, creating distance and disconnection in relationships. In some cases, individuals become so consumed by their ambition that they sacrifice their own happiness and the well-being of their families. The paradox here is that, while ambition is often seen as a necessary force for achieving success, it can lead to the destruction of the very things that make life meaningful: love, connection, and companionship. The more one strives for professional success or personal achievement, the more they may lose sight of what is truly important in life. In this sense, ambition can destroy the balance between work and personal life, leaving individuals feeling empty, lonely, or disconnected despite their external success. Similarly, ambition can lead to personal destruction when individuals become obsessed with perfectionism or unrealistic goals. In the pursuit of success, some people set standards for themselves that are so high they become unachievable, leading to constant frustration and feelings of inadequacy. The pressure to meet these goals can result in anxiety, burnout, and depression, as individuals push themselves beyond their limits in an effort to fulfill their ambitions. The paradox is that the very drive for success, when taken too far, can harm an individual's mental and physical health. Instead of bringing satisfaction and fulfillment, unchecked ambition leads to exhaustion, self-doubt, and despair. The pursuit of perfection, while admirable, can become a prison, trapping individuals in an endless cycle of unattainable expectations. Instead of growing, individuals become consumed by their ambitions, losing sight of their well-being and personal happiness. The paradox of ambition that destroyed also plays out on a larger scale in society. Societies that are driven by a relentless pursuit of growth, power, and material success can sometimes become unsustainable. The desire for more resources, more territory, or more wealth can lead to environmental destruction, exploitation of the poor, and social inequality. The paradox is that, while ambition can fuel progress and innovation, it can also lead to the destruction of the planet and the degradation of human life. The desire for endless economic growth, unchecked consumerism, and the exploitation of natural resources can deplete the Earth's ecosystems and create imbalances in society. The very ambition that drives technological advancements and economic prosperity can also fuel environmental degradation, social injustice, and the erosion of ethical values. The pursuit of success, when it ignores the consequences of its actions, can ultimately lead to the destruction of the very foundations upon which society is built. Memory is often considered one of the most powerful tools of human experience. It allows us to store information, recall past experiences, and learn from our mistakes. Memory shapes our identity, connecting us to our past and giving us the foundation for our future. It is through memory that we can relive moments of joy, reflect on moments of growth, and hold on to lessons learned over time. However, there exists a paradox. Sometimes, memory does not preserve the past, it erases it. In certain circumstances, memory can fade, distort, or even completely erase important moments, leaving individuals disconnected from their history and their sense of self. The paradox of memory that erase lies in how the very tool that is supposed to preserve our past can, in certain cases, erase it entirely. One of the clearest examples of this paradox is seen in the condition known as amnesia. Amnesia refers to a loss of memory, which can occur due to trauma, injury, or certain medical conditions. For those who experience amnesia, the very fabric of their personal history is erased, leaving them unable to recall crucial aspects of their identity or life experiences. In some cases, amnesia can result from physical brain damage caused by an accident or illness, while in other cases, it may occur due to psychological trauma or stress. The paradox here is that while memory is supposed to be the storehouse of our personal history, it can sometimes fail us in the most fundamental way. The loss of memory can leave individuals feeling disconnected from their past, unable to access the experiences that shape their identity. This loss can be disorienting, as the individual is left to navigate the present without the guide of their own history. The paradox is that memory, which is meant to preserve the past, can sometimes erase it, leaving people lost in the present without the grounding of their own personal narrative. Similarly, in the context of trauma, memory can function in a way that distorts or erases painful experiences. People who have experienced significant trauma such as abuse, violence, or loss may have difficulty remembering certain aspects of the event or may suppress their memories entirely. In some cases, the mind may erase memories as a defense mechanism to protect the individual from the overwhelming pain associated with the trauma. The paradox here is that, while memory is supposed to help us process and learn from our experiences, it can sometimes block out or distort painful memories, preventing us from fully confronting or understanding the trauma. The erasure of memory in this sense can be both a coping mechanism and a barrier to healing. While the suppression of traumatic memories may provide short-term relief, it can also prevent individuals from processing their pain, leading to long-term psychological issues such as post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. The paradox is that, while memory is meant to be a tool for understanding and growth, it can also act as a barrier, obscuring the truth and preventing individuals from fully recovering from their experiences. In a more everyday context, memory that erases can be seen in the process of forgetting. Over time, we forget details of our lives, places we've visited, people we've met, events we've experienced. This natural fading of memory can be a source of frustration, as we realize that the moments that once seemed so important are now hazy or lost entirely. The paradox here is that, while memory is meant to help us hold on to the past, it often fades or distorts over time, leaving us with only fragments of our former lives. The moments that once shaped us become increasingly difficult to recall, and the past, once vivid and meaningful, becomes a blur. This process of forgetting can also affect our relationships. We may forget important details about our loved ones, their preferences, their hopes, their histories, which can lead to misunderstandings and emotional distance. The paradox is that, while memory is supposed to bind us together and help us understand one another, the passage of time can erode the details that connect us. The very act of recalling shared experiences becomes more difficult, as memories fade and details slip away. The loss of memory in this context can create a sense of alienation, as individuals struggle to maintain the closeness that was once forged through shared experiences. In the digital age, memory is also being shaped by external factors. The proliferation of digital technologies, social media, smartphones, and cloud storage has created a new way of storing and sharing memories. While these technologies make it easier to capture and revisit moments from the past, they also present a new paradox. The more we rely on digital memory, the more we risk losing our ability to remember without technology. The ease of accessing photos, videos, and other digital records can create a sense of false permanence, as we believe that our memories are safely stored in the cloud. However, the reliance on digital memory can also erase our ability to recall details without external aid, making our memories less personal and less grounded in our own experiences. The paradox here is that, while digital technology offers a way to preserve our memories, it also distances us from the actual process of remembering. Instead of actively engaging with our memories, we passively rely on external devices to recall moments for us. This reliance on technology can lead to a sense of detachment from our own past, as the act of remembering becomes outsourced to a device rather than experienced firsthand. The very technology that is meant to preserve our memories can, in fact, undermine the way we engage with them. Finally, the paradox of memory that erased is also evident in the way societies forget their history. History is made up of the collective memories of individuals, communities, and nations, yet over time, societies may erase certain parts of their history, either through intentional suppression or through the natural process of forgetting. This erasure of history can have profound consequences, as it prevents future generations from learning from the past, and from understanding the mistakes and triumphs of those who came before them. The paradox is that, while history is meant to preserve the lessons of the past, it can be forgotten or erased, leaving societies vulnerable to repeating past mistakes. Fear is often considered a negative emotion, something to be avoided or conquered. It is associated with anxiety, paralysis, and the instinct to retreat from danger. In many cultures, fear is framed as a weakness, something that hinders growth, success, and personal fulfillment. Yet there exists a paradox. Fear, rather than being solely harmful, can also be a protective force. Fear can serve as a warning, urging individuals to avoid danger, make wise decisions, and protect themselves from harm. While fear can certainly hold us back, it can also save us, guiding us towards safety and preserving our well-being. The paradox of fear that protected lies in how, despite its negative connotations, fear can be a crucial mechanism for survival and well-being. One of the most obvious examples of this paradox is found in the biological and evolutionary function of fear. Fear triggers the body's fight or flight response, preparing us to either confront danger or flee from it. This natural reaction, which increases heart rate, sharpens our senses, and heightens our awareness, has been essential for survival throughout human history. In situations where our physical safety is threatened, fear acts as an immediate, protective response. Whether it's hearing the rustle of leaves in the woods, signaling the approach of a predator, or feeling uneasy about walking down a dark alley, fear acts as a protective shield that helps us stay safe from harm. The paradox here is that fear, which is often seen as a paralyzing emotion, actually empowers us to take quick action to protect ourselves. In moments of imminent danger, fear sharpens our instincts and forces us to react rapidly, without overthinking it. It is a crucial survival mechanism that has evolved over millennia to keep us alive. Without fear, we might engage in risky behaviors, or fail to recognize real threats, leading to dangerous consequences. Fear, in this case, is not a weakness but a powerful and protective force that ensures our survival. Similarly, in the realm of personal relationships, fear can act as a protective force, warning individuals about potential harm or unhealthy dynamics. In some cases, people experience fear or discomfort in relationships due to warning signs of manipulation, betrayal, or emotional abuse. This fear is not an irrational response, but an instinctual signal that something is wrong. It may prompt individuals to set boundaries, distance themselves, or seek support to protect their emotional well-being. The paradox is that fear, which might seem like an obstacle to closeness or connection, actually helps individuals maintain healthy relationships by alerting them to potential threats. It prevents people from becoming too trusting or complacent in relationships where their safety or emotional health might be at risk. In these cases, fear helps individuals safeguard their hearts, preventing them from falling victim to harm. Rather than seeing fear as a barrier to love or connection, it becomes a vital tool for discerning whether a relationship is healthy or potentially damaging. In the workplace, fear can also serve as a protective mechanism. Many people experience fear or anxiety about their performance, job security, or the potential for failure. While this fear may feel uncomfortable, it can drive individuals to work harder, make careful decisions, and stay focused on their goals. Fear of failure can push people to improve their skills, seek feedback, and constantly strive for excellence. In competitive environments, fear can motivate individuals to be vigilant, to anticipate potential challenges, and to take proactive steps to avoid failure. The paradox here is that fear, which is often seen as a detractor from productivity or success, can actually enhance performance by keeping individuals alert and motivated. Fear of losing a job, disappointing others, or failing to meet expectations can spur individuals to do their best, to put in the extra effort, and to ensure that their work meets a high standard. While fear may seem like an obstacle, it can drive individuals to achieve success by keeping them on their toes and encouraging them to put their best foot forward. In the context of societal change, fear can also protect people from the consequences. of radical or hasty decisions. When faced with significant societal upheaval, whether it's a political revolution, a new social movement, or a radical shift in policy, fear can serve as a cautionary signal that urges people to proceed carefully. Fear of unintended consequences, of destabilizing existing systems, or of unforeseen repercussions can cause people to be cautious, to question new ideas, and to consider the long-term effects of change. The paradox here is that, while fear can sometimes hold back progress or innovation, it can also protect society from rushing into change without fully understanding the consequences. Fear can act as a check on hasty decisions that might have negative outcomes, preventing harm and ensuring that change is implemented thoughtfully and responsibly. Fear, in this case, prevents reckless action and encourages careful consideration, ensuring that progress is made without jeopardizing the stability and well-being of society as a whole. Even in the realm of personal development, fear can serve as a protective force. Many people experience fear when stepping out of their comfort zones or taking risks, whether it's in the pursuit of a new job, a new relationship, or a new opportunity. While fear can feel paralyzing or limiting, it can also be a sign that the individual is facing something significant, something that requires courage and resilience. Fear can motivate individuals to prepare, to plan, and to take the necessary steps to succeed in their new endeavor. In this sense, fear acts as a protective force that prevents individuals from rushing into situations without adequate preparation or foresight. The paradox here is that fear, while often seen as a force that limits action, can actually be a catalyst for thoughtful and deliberate action. It encourages individuals to approach challenges with care and consideration, ensuring that they are fully prepared to face what lies ahead. In this way, fear can serve as a guide, helping individuals make informed decisions and avoid unnecessary risks. The paradox of fear that protected is a reminder that fear, while often uncomfortable, is not inherently negative. Fear is a natural evolutionary response that has evolved to keep us safe, to protect our well-being, and to ensure our survival. When understood and managed properly, fear can be a powerful tool that helps us navigate the challenges of life. Rather than avoiding fear, we can learn to embrace it as a source of strength and protection, guiding us to make better decisions, avoid harm, and stay true to our values and goals. Truth is often regarded as the foundation of wisdom, integrity, and justice. It is the ultimate tool for understanding the world, resolving conflicts, and making informed decisions. Truth is supposed to illuminate the darkness, revealing reality as it truly is and allowing individuals to act with clarity and understanding. We are taught to seek the truth, to value it above all else, and to trust it as a guiding force in our lives. Yet, there exists a paradox. Sometimes, the truth itself can lie. What is meant to be an accurate representation of reality can become distorted, manipulated, or concealed in ways that mislead or deceive. The paradox of truth that lies in how the very thing we rely on to understand the world can, at times, be a source of confusion, harm, and falsehood. One of the most striking examples of this paradox is seen in the world of propaganda and political manipulation. Governments, organizations, and individuals in positions of power often use truth as a tool to manipulate public opinion, shape narratives, and control the masses. In some cases, they present partial truths, omitting key details or distorting facts to serve their own agenda. In other cases, they outright lie by presenting fabricated information as truth, knowing that people will often trust what they are told without questioning it. The paradox here is that the truth, which is supposed to promote understanding and transparency, can be used as a weapon to deceive and control. While the intention may be to present facts, the way the truth is framed or presented can create a false reality, leading people to believe things that are not true. In the political realm, truth can be manipulated to create fear, justify wars, suppress dissent, or protect the interests of the powerful. The paradox is that, in these situations, the truth becomes a tool for lying, distorting reality to suit a particular agenda. Similarly, the media and the digital age, the truth can be manipulated and presented in ways that mislead the public. News outlets, social media platforms, and influencers often shape the way information is consumed, selectively highlighting certain aspects of a story while downplaying or ignoring others. This selective presentation of facts can lead to distorted perceptions of reality, where the truth is obscured by bias, sensationalism, or the desire for clicks and views. The paradox here is that, While the goal may be to inform, the truth is often manipulated or presented in a way that serves a particular narrative. The information presented as truth can be incomplete, misleading, or exaggerated, leading people to form opinions or take actions based on false or distorted information. The very platforms that are meant to deliver truth become the vehicles for lies, shaping public discourse in ways that are not rooted in reality. That in personal relationships, the paradox of truth that lied can also be seen when individuals withhold the full truth, or selectively share information, in order to protect themselves or others. Many people lie to avoid conflict, to protect someone's feelings, or to avoid facing difficult truths about themselves or their circumstances. In these cases, the lie may seem harmless or even necessary after all. Telling the truth may cause pain or discomfort. The paradox here is that, while the intention may be to protect or shield someone from hurt, the lie ultimately leads to greater harm. By withholding the full truth, individuals prevent the opportunity for growth, understanding, and resolution. Relationships can become built on a foundation of half-truths or omissions, and the longer the truth is hidden, the more damaging it can become when it eventually comes to light. The lie, which was meant to protect, ends up undermining trust and connection, creating greater emotional distance and a sense of betrayal. In some cases, the truth that lied can even be seen in the way people deceive themselves. Many individuals create false narratives about their own lives, convincing themselves of stories or beliefs that are comforting but ultimately untrue. This self-deception can take many forms, denying personal faults, rationalizing harmful behaviors, or refusing to confront difficult emotions. The paradox here is that the truth, which is supposed to lead to self-awareness and growth, can be distorted by the mind's desire to protect itself from painful realities. The paradox is that, while the truth has the power to heal and transform, it can also become a source of discomfort and resistance. People may lie to themselves about their motivations, their relationships, or their choices, leading them to live in denial of what is really happening. This self-deception may feel like a way to preserve one's sense of identity or to avoid confronting difficult truths, but in the long run, it prevents growth and healing. The truth, when ignored or distorted, becomes a barrier to personal development, leading individuals to remain trapped in patterns of false belief or unhealthy behaviors. Another example of the paradox of truth that lead is seen in the realm of science and medicine. For centuries, certain medical practices or theories were accepted as truth, even though they were later proven to be false or harmful. Bloodletting, the use of mercury as a cure for illness, and the belief in a flat earth were all once considered truths, even though they were ultimately debunked. In these cases, the truth itself was wrong, and the acceptance of these falsehoods led to suffering, injury, and death. The paradox here is that while science is meant to uncover the truth about the world and improve human life, it is not immune to the errors of falsehood and deception. What is considered truth in one era may later be revealed as a lie, as new discoveries and better understanding challenge previously held beliefs. The pursuit of truth in science can sometimes lead to the acceptance of false or incomplete information, and it is only through further exploration and testing that these truths are corrected. The paradox is that the truth, in its current form, can sometimes be as deceptive as the lie, and it is only through continued questioning and investigation that we arrive at a clearer understanding of reality. The paradox of truth that lied serves as a reminder of the complexities and contradictions within human knowledge and perception. While truth is meant to be the ultimate guide, it can be distorted, manipulated, and obscured in ways that lead to confusion, harm, and deception. The challenge lies in learning to discern the truth from the lies that are woven around it, whether in the realm of politics, media, personal relationships, or even within ourselves. The paradox reminds us that truth, in its purest form, is not always easy to recognize, and sometimes the pursuit of truth requires us to confront uncomfortable realities and question what we have been told to believe. The heart is often viewed as the symbol of love, passion, and vitality. It is the center of our emotional world, responsible for the deepest connections we share with others. The heart represents our capacity for joy, affection, and deep emotional bonds. Love, compassion, and empathy are all associated with the heart. And when we speak of someone having a heart of gold, we are referring to their deep capacity for kindness and selflessness. Yet, there exists a paradox within the heart. Sometimes, the heart that loves the most, the one that opens to others with the deepest affection, is the same heart that breaks the hardest. The paradox of the heart that broke lies in how vulnerability and love, which are meant to bring connection and fulfillment, can also expose us to deep pain, loss, and heartache. One of the most profound examples of this paradox is seen in romantic relationships. Love is a powerful force that can bring people together, creating connections that are deep and transformative. However, when love is not reciprocated or when a relationship ends, the heart is left broken. The end of a relationship, whether through separation, betrayal, or loss, can feel like a deep emotional wound, leaving individuals with a sense of emptiness, sadness, and longing. The paradox is that, while love has the power to bring joy and fulfillment, it can also cause immense pain and heartache when it is lost. The experience of heartbreak is one of the most universally painful human experiences. When someone loves deeply, they open themselves to the possibility of loss. The paradox is that, while love is meant to connect and unite, it also has the potential to tear individuals apart. The deeper the love, the greater the vulnerability, and the greater the risk of heartbreak. Yet, despite the pain that heartbreak brings, many people continue to love, knowing that love is a risk worth taking, despite the potential for loss. This paradoxical nature of love is what makes it so powerful and so transformative. We love knowing that the heart is vulnerable, and yet we continue to give our hearts away, embracing both the joy and the sorrow that love can bring. In the realm of friendship and family, the heart that breaks can be seen in the way relationships evolve over time. Friendships and family bonds, like romantic relationships, can be a source of immense support and love. However, when these relationships change or when misunderstandings arise, the heart can break in ways that are just as painful as romantic heartbreak. A friend who betrays your trust, a family member who turns their back on you, or a loved one who drifts away can leave the heart feeling shattered, as though the foundation of your emotional world has been rocked. The paradox here is that, while relationships with friends and family are meant to provide security and comfort, they also expose us to the potential for disappointment, loss, and hurt. These relationships, which are supposed to be a source of support, can become the cause of some of our deepest pain. The heart that loves others deeply is often the one most vulnerable to being broken by them. The paradox is that love and connection, which are meant to bring happiness and fulfillment, can also cause emotional devastation when they are lost or fractured. In the context of personal growth, the heart that broke can also be a catalyst for transformation. Many people experience emotional pain and heartbreak as a result of personal challenges, such as failure, rejection, or loss. These experiences can leave individuals feeling devastated and broken, unsure of how to move forward. However, the paradox here is that emotional pain can also lead to growth and resilience. The broken heart, while initially a source of suffering, can become the source of wisdom and strength. It forces individuals to confront their vulnerabilities, process their emotions, and learn from their experiences. The paradox of the heart that broke is that, while it feels painful and devastating, it is also an essential part of the human experience. Heartbreak teaches individuals about their own capacity for love, their own strength, and their ability to heal. It is through the pain of heartbreak that people often learn their most profound lessons, discovering new depths of resilience, compassion, and empathy. The paradox is that, while heartbreak is painful, it can ultimately lead to greater emotional depth and a more profound understanding of oneself and others. Another example of the heart that broke can be seen in the way people experience grief. The death of a loved one can leave the heart feeling as though it has been shattered. The pain of loss can feel overwhelming, as if the heart itself is breaking under the weight of the absence. Grief is a process that forces individuals to confront the reality of loss and the impermanence of life. The paradox is that, while grief is an incredibly painful experience, it is also a testament to the depth of love that existed between the person and their loved one. The broken heart, in this case, reflects the depth of the bond that was shared and the love that will always remain, even in the face of loss. The paradox here is that the very pain of grief, the heartache and sorrow that comes with loss, is also a reflection of the love that once existed. The broken heart, in this case, is a sign of how deeply we can connect with others, and how powerful love can be in shaping our emotional lives. While grief can feel all-encompassing, it is also a reminder of the richness of the relationships that have brought us joy, meaning, and fulfillment. Ultimately, the paradox of the heart that broke reminds us that love, in all its forms, is both a source of great joy and great vulnerability. The heart that loves deeply is also the heart that is most susceptible to pain. Yet, it is through this vulnerability that we experience the fullest range of human emotion, from the joy of love to the sorrow of loss. The broken heart is not a sign of weakness, but a testament to the depth of the connections we make and the love we give. It is through heartbreak that we learn to heal, to grow, and to love even more deeply, embracing both the beauty and the pain that love brings. Death is universally seen as the end of life, the final cessation of existence. It is an event that marks the end of a person's journey, the inevitable conclusion of all that they have experienced, achieved, or become. Death is feared, mourned, and avoided, often seen as the ultimate loss, the loss of a loved one, a friend, or even oneself. In many cultures, death is regarded as the greatest of all human experiences, both in its finality and its mysterious nature. Yet, there exists a paradox. Sometimes, death does not mark the end. Sometimes, it marks the beginning of something else. The paradox of man that died lies in how, despite death's finality, it can lead to new life, new beginnings, or a profound transformation. Death, while it ends a physical existence, can also catalyze an ongoing presence that outlives the body. One of the clearest examples of this paradox is seen in the concept of legacy. When a person dies, their physical presence is no longer with us, but the impact of their life, whether through their work, their ideas, their relationships, or their actions, can continue to shape the world long after their death. Think of historical figures like Albert Einstein, Mahatma Gandhi, or Martin Luther King Jr. While their lives have ended, their ideas, contributions, and the change they brought about continue to resonate throughout history. In this sense, their death became the very catalyst for the lasting influence they have on society. The paradox is that, while death ends a person's physical existence, it can also be the moment when their true impact is realized. The contributions they made during their lifetime live on, affecting future generations. The death of the person gives way to the immortality of their ideas, their work, and the way they shaped the world. This paradox reveals that death does not necessarily signify the end of a person's influence. In fact, it can be the beginning of a different kind of life, one that continues to evolve and inspire, even after the person is gone. Similarly, in the realm of personal transformation, the concept of death can also signify the beginning of something new. Individuals often go through metaphorical deaths throughout their lives, moments when they let go of old identities, beliefs, or ways of living. These metaphorical deaths can be painful, as they involve shedding the past and stepping into an unknown future. However, it is often through this process of personal death that individuals experience their greatest growth and transformation. A person who goes through a difficult breakup, loses a job, or experiences failure may feel as though they have died in some sense. Yet, in these moments of perceived loss, they often find new strength, clarity, and purpose. The paradox here is that, while these metaphorical deaths can feel like an end, they can also be the beginning of a new chapter. The death of an old self creates space for the birth of a new self, one that is more resilient, wiser, and more attuned to their true desires and goals. In this sense, death becomes a transformative process, allowing for renewal, rebirth, and the opportunity to start anew. The death of one identity or phase of life can lead to the flourishing of another, revealing that death, in its many forms, is not always the end, but a critical point of transition. In the realm of spirituality, the paradox of man that died is also explored through the concept of the soul. Many religious and spiritual traditions teach that death is not the end of a person's existence, but the transition to another realm, whether that is an afterlife, reincarnation, or spiritual enlightenment. In these traditions, death becomes the gateway to an eternal existence, a continuation of the soul's journey beyond the physical world. While the physical body dies, the soul persists, taking on a new form or entering a new phase of existence. The paradox is that, while death is seen as the final end of the body, it is not the end of the person's essence. In Christianity, for example, death is seen as the transition to eternal life, where the soul is believed to live on in heaven or hell based on one's actions during life. In Buddhism, death is seen as a transition into another cycle of life, with the soul being reborn in a new form, depending on the individual's karma. In these spiritual views, death is not a finality, but a continuation, a new beginning for the soul. The paradox is that death, which is typically associated with finality and loss, becomes a passageway to an ongoing existence that transcends the physical world. Moreover, in the scientific realm, death also serves as a precursor to new life in a more literal sense. The death of plants, animals, and even individuals is a part of the natural cycle of life. where one form of existence gives way to another. When an organism dies, it becomes part of the ecosystem, decomposing and enriching the soil for new life to grow. In this sense, death serves as a necessary part of the cycle of renewal, allowing new organisms to flourish and continue the cycle of life. The paradox here is that, while death is often seen as a loss, it is also an essential part of the process that sustains life. Without death, there would be no room for new life to emerge. Death, in this sense, is not a destructive force but a vital part of the continuous flow of energy and life in the natural world. The death of one organism allows for the creation and sustenance of others, illustrating how death, in its natural context, is a necessary condition for life to persist. The paradox of man that died is a powerful reminder that death is not always the end, whether it is through the legacy left behind, the metaphorical death that leads to personal growth, the continuation of the soul in spiritual traditions, or the cyclical nature of life in nature. Death often marks the beginning of something new. In this sense, death is not to be feared as a finality but embraced as part of a continuous process of transformation and renewal. The paradox lies in how death, in its many forms, becomes the source of new life, growth, and change, reminding us that even in endings, there are new beginnings. Suffering is often perceived as one of the most destructive and painful experiences one can endure. It is associated with anguish, grief, and a sense of helplessness. In many cultures, suffering is something to be avoided or eliminated, seen as an affliction that must be cured or escaped. We often view suffering as the antithesis of well-being, believing that peace and happiness can only be achieved once suffering has been vanquished. However, there exists a paradox within suffering. Sometimes, suffering is the very thing that leads to healing. While it may cause pain in the moment, suffering can also bring growth, understanding, and transformation. The paradox of suffering that healed lies in how, through its destructive force, suffering can lead to personal development, emotional resilience, and even profound peace. One of the clearest examples of this paradox is seen in the process of grief. Grief is a form of suffering that arises from loss, whether it's the death of a loved one, the end of a relationship, or the loss of a cherished opportunity. The experience of grief is often accompanied by deep emotional pain, confusion, and a sense of emptiness. However, as difficult as grief may be, it also has the potential to bring healing. In the aftermath of loss, individuals often find new ways to understand themselves and the world around them. Grief can lead to greater empathy, deeper connections with others, and a clearer sense of one's values and priorities. The paradox here is that, while grief is a painful and distressing process, it can also lead to emotional growth and healing. Through the pain of loss, individuals often discover new reserves of strength, resilience, and compassion. Grief forces people to confront their vulnerabilities and embrace their emotions, ultimately leading to a sense of healing and closure. The process of suffering and grief, while excruciating, can create space for emotional transformation, allowing individuals to heal in ways they may not have anticipated. Similarly, suffering can lead to healing through the development of resilience. Resilience is the ability to bounce back from adversity, to persevere through hardship, and to adapt to challenges. It is a quality that is often developed through personal suffering. Individuals who face difficult circumstances, whether it's illness, financial hardship, or personal failure, are forced to confront their limitations and push through their discomfort. This process of enduring suffering can strengthen a person's emotional and psychological resilience, enabling them to handle future challenges with greater strength and equanimity. The paradox is that, while suffering can feel like an insurmountable obstacle, it is often through suffering that individuals develop the inner strength to face life's challenges with greater confidence and fortitude. The suffering that initially feels overwhelming becomes the very thing that prepares individuals to overcome future adversity. Suffering, in this sense, becomes a teacher, imparting lessons of perseverance, patience, and inner strength that lead to healing and growth. In the context of physical pain and illness, suffering can also lead to healing through the process of recovery. Many people who experience illness, injury, or chronic pain find that the experience, while painful and difficult, leads to greater self-awareness, improved health practices, and a renewed appreciation for life. The suffering associated with illness often forces individuals to slow down, reassess their priorities, and take better care of themselves. This process of healing, both physical and emotional, can lead to a deeper sense of well-being and a greater sense of gratitude for life. The paradox here is that suffering, which seems like an affliction to be avoided, can sometimes become the catalyst for positive change. When faced with illness or injury, individuals may be forced to confront their mortality, reflect on their lifestyle choices, and make adjustments to improve their overall health. In this way, suffering can become a turning point, a moment of reckoning that leads to healing and transformation. The pain of suffering becomes the means through which individuals learn to care for themselves in new and healthier ways, ultimately leading to a more balanced and fulfilling life. Similarly, suffering can lead to healing in the realm of personal development and self-discovery. Often it is through facing our deepest fears, insecurities, and weaknesses that we experience the most profound personal growth. The discomfort and pain of self-reflection, while difficult, can ultimately lead to greater self-awareness and acceptance. By confronting the aspects of ourselves that cause us suffering, whether it's a negative self-image, unresolved trauma, or unacknowledged emotions, we open the door to healing. The suffering that arises from self-exploration becomes the very process that leads to emotional and psychological growth. The paradox is that, while facing our inner suffering can feel daunting and uncomfortable, it is through this process that we discover our true selves. The pain of self-discovery leads to healing, as it allows us to release the burdens of the past and embrace our authentic identity. Suffering, in this sense, is not an obstacle to healing but a pathway to it. It is through facing the darkness within ourselves that we can move toward the light of self-acceptance and inner peace. Finally, suffering can lead to healing through connection with others. In times of suffering, individuals often seek support from loved ones, friends, or communities. The shared experience of pain and hardship can create a sense of solidarity and mutual understanding, allowing individuals to heal together. The act of being vulnerable with others, of sharing one's pain and receiving support, is a deeply healing process. Through suffering, we often find the compassion, empathy, and connection that we need to heal emotionally and psychologically. The paradox here is that, while suffering can feel isolating, it can also bring people closer together. The very vulnerability that comes with suffering allows individuals to connect on a deeper level, fostering intimacy, trust, and emotional healing. Suffering, in this sense, is not only an individual experience but a shared one, allowing us to find solace and healing in the presence of others. War is often viewed as the ultimate expression of violence, destruction, and suffering. It is the clash of nations, ideologies, and powers, resulting in the loss of life, resources, and hope. War is typically associated with chaos, grief, and the breaking of societies, leaving behind wounds that take generations to heal. It is seen as a failure of diplomacy, a breakdown of human cooperation, and a force that brings nothing but destruction and loss. Yet, there exists a paradox. Sometimes, war brings something else: change, unity, innovation, and the forging of new possibilities. In the aftermath of war, societies have rebuilt themselves, created new technologies, and transformed in ways that would not have been possible without the conflict. The paradox of war that brought lies in how, despite the destruction and pain, war can catalyze positive change and lead to new beginnings. One of the most striking examples of this paradox can be seen in the aftermath of World War II. The war left much of Europe and Asia in ruins, with millions of lives lost and entire cities destroyed. Yet, it was also a turning point in world history, leading to the creation of new international organizations, the establishment of the United Nations, and the beginning of a new world order based on cooperation and diplomacy. The war also led to the technological advancements that would shape the second half of the 20th century, ranging from the development of nuclear energy to the creation of the computer and the internet. The paradox here is that, while World War II was one of the most devastating conflicts in history, it also set the stage for a new era of innovation, cooperation, and progress. The destruction caused by the war led to the rebuilding of societies and the establishment of frameworks for international peace and cooperation. The war, which brought immense suffering, also brought about the creation of institutions and technologies that would shape the modern world in positive ways. Without the war, it is unlikely that many of the advancements in global governance, technology, and diplomacy would have emerged. Similarly, the American Civil War, which tore the United States apart in the 19th century, also brought about profound social and political changes. The war was fought primarily over the issue of slavery, with the Confederacy seeking to preserve the institution of slavery and the Union fighting to abolish it. The conflict led to the end of slavery in the United States, but it also resulted In the restructuring of the nation's political and social fabric, the war led to the passing of the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments to the U.S. Constitution, which abolished slavery, granted citizenship to former slaves, and protected voting rights for African Americans. The paradox here is that, while the Civil War was a violent and destructive conflict, it also brought about the legal and political changes that would shape the future of the United States. The war, which tore the nation apart, ultimately brought about the end of an institution that had held the country back from achieving its ideals of freedom and equality. The painful cost of the war led to the eventual establishment of a more just society, with legal protections for the rights of African Americans. Even though the struggle for equality would continue for generations, the paradox is that the very violence of war can sometimes bring about the very change that peace could not achieve on its own. War can also bring about social change on a global scale. The world wars of the 20th century led to shifts in global power dynamics, with the United States and the Soviet Union emerging as superpowers. Marking the beginning of the Cold War, the geopolitical landscape shifted dramatically, and the creation of new international bodies like the United Nations aimed to prevent future conflicts and promote peace and cooperation. The wars also accelerated decolonization, as many nations in Africa, Asia, and the Middle East gained independence from European colonial powers in the aftermath of the conflict. The paradox here is that, while war often leads to the suffering of millions, it can also bring about the conditions necessary for lasting peace, cooperation, and self-determination. The destruction and chaos caused by war can create the opportunity for new political structures to emerge, allowing formerly oppressed nations to assert their sovereignty and participate in the global community. War, while tragic, can sometimes act as a catalyst for the reshaping of the global order, creating the conditions for a more just and equitable world, even if it requires immense sacrifice. In the realm of technological innovation, war has historically been a driver of rapid advancements. World War I and World War II, in particular, led to the development of technologies that revolutionized warfare and society. The development of radar, jet engines, and antibiotics during World War II, for example, had far-reaching implications beyond the battlefield. The invention of the computer and the advancement of communication technologies were also accelerated by wartime needs, ultimately leading to the digital age and the rise of the information society. The paradox is that war, which is typically associated with destruction, also spurs technological innovation and scientific breakthroughs that improve lives and societies. The paradox of war that brought reminds us that while war is undoubtedly a destructive force, it is not always without consequence. In the aftermath of war, societies often rebuild, adapt, and innovate, leading to new social, political, and technological developments that would not have occurred otherwise. The pain, loss, and sacrifice of war often lay the groundwork for progress, forcing societies to confront their pasts, reassess their values, and create new frameworks for the future. War, in this paradoxical way, becomes a paradox of creation and destruction, where the very forces that break apart can also build new possibilities. Pain is often viewed as something to be avoided at all costs. It is a feeling that causes physical, emotional, or psychological distress, and it is associated with suffering, discomfort, and harm. Pain, in many ways, represents a threat to our well-being and stability, and in most situations, we seek to eliminate or escape it. Whether it's through medicine, therapy, or simply avoiding situations that cause pain, the goal is often to find relief and comfort. However, there exists a paradox. Sometimes, pain eases us. What seems to be a source of destruction, anguish, or hardship can, in certain circumstances, become a force that leads to healing, growth, and ultimately, comfort. The paradox of pain that eased lies in how, through suffering, we sometimes find relief, peace, and understanding. One of the most profound examples of this paradox can be found in the experience of physical healing. Pain is often the body's signal that something is wrong, that a part of us is injured or damaged and needs attention. Whether it's a sprained ankle, a broken bone, or the discomfort of a chronic illness, pain serves as a warning that demands action. In many cases, enduring pain is part of the healing process. When a bone is broken, for example, it can be painful to set and heal, but that pain is essential to the process of recovery. Similarly, surgeries or medical treatments can cause pain during the recovery period, but they are necessary to bring about healing and restore health. The paradox here is that, While pain is typically viewed as something negative, it is also a crucial part of the healing process. Pain, in this context, becomes a guide, urging us to care for our bodies and make the necessary changes to restore balance. The discomfort that comes with healing is an indication that recovery is taking place, and in some cases, the relief that comes after pain is even more profound. After the healing process is complete, the body feels stronger, healthier, and more resilient. The paradox is that pain, while uncomfortable and distressing, leads to relief and restoration in the long run. It is through enduring the temporary pain of recovery that we ultimately achieve healing and relief. Similarly, emotional pain, while deeply challenging, can lead to personal growth and emotional resilience. Life's difficulties, whether it's the loss of a loved one, the end of a relationship, or the experience of failure, bring about intense emotional suffering. In the midst of grief, heartbreak, or disappointment, it can feel as though the pain will never end. However, over time, the pain begins to ease, and we emerge from the experience changed, stronger, and more aware of ourselves and our capabilities. The paradox is that, while emotional pain feels unbearable in the moment, it is often through this pain that we develop the capacity for greater emotional depth and understanding. The pain of loss, for example, teaches us about love, connection, and the fragility of life. The pain of failure reveals our vulnerabilities, helping us to become more resilient and determined in the future. The paradox here is that emotional pain, which initially feels like a force of destruction, becomes a catalyst for growth, self-discovery, and emotional healing. Through enduring pain, we often come to understand ourselves better, develop greater compassion for others, and gain a deeper appreciation for life's joys. In the context of personal transformation, the paradox of pain that eased is evident in the way people confront their fears, insecurities, and past traumas. Many individuals face significant emotional pain when confronting their past experiences, whether it's childhood trauma, unresolved conflicts, or deep-seated fears. The process of confronting and working through this pain can be incredibly difficult, requiring individuals to face uncomfortable truths and vulnerable emotions, yet, in doing so, they often find healing and peace. By addressing the root causes of their pain, individuals can release the emotional burden and move forward with greater clarity and strength. The paradox here is that while facing one's pain can feel overwhelming and painful, it is through this process of confrontation and healing that individuals achieve a sense of emotional freedom and peace. Pain, in this context, becomes a vehicle for release, transformation, and liberation. It is through working through pain that individuals can break free from the past, gain new perspectives, and ultimately experience emotional healing. In this way, pain, instead of being something to avoid, becomes an essential part of the journey toward personal growth and well-being. In relationships, pain can also lead to greater connection and understanding. When we experience conflict, betrayal, or misunderstandings in relationships, it is often painful to face the truth of our own feelings and the dynamics between us and others. Yet, this pain can be a catalyst for deeper communication, stronger boundaries, and a more authentic connection. The pain of vulnerability, expressing our true feelings and confronting uncomfortable truths, can lead to a deeper sense of intimacy, trust, and understanding in relationships. The paradox is that, while relational pain feels uncomfortable and difficult, it can lead to a more authentic and fulfilling connection. By facing the pain of conflict or misunderstanding, we learn to communicate better, listen more deeply, and build stronger bonds. The discomfort of working through relationship struggles often leads to greater emotional intimacy and a deeper connection with others. Pain, in this case, becomes the force that strengthens relationships, revealing the deeper layers of connection that are often hidden beneath the surface. The paradox of pain that eased reminds us that pain is not inherently negative. While it is natural to seek relief from pain, it is important to recognize that pain can also be a source of growth, transformation, and healing. Whether it's physical pain that leads to recovery, emotional pain that fosters resilience, or relational pain that deepens connection, pain often has the power to lead us to a better place. The challenge lies in understanding that pain is not something to avoid at all costs, but something to embrace. As part of the journey toward healing and growth, through pain, we often find the strength, wisdom, and healing that lead to a more fulfilling life. Death is the inevitable end of all life, the cessation of biological functions, and a transition that every living being must eventually face. It is feared, mourned, and often avoided in conversation, as it signifies the final separation from existence, death is universally regarded as the greatest loss, the ultimate boundary of life's experiences, and the end of one's journey. However, there exists a paradox. Sometimes, death does not bring an end, but a continuation. In many ways, death becomes the vehicle through which life is renewed, transformed, or remembered. The paradox of death that lived lies in how the end of life can often bring new life, whether through the legacy of the deceased, the continuation of their ideas or creations, or the rebirth of society and culture after loss. One of the most evident examples of this paradox is seen in the concept of legacy. When a person dies, their physical presence is no longer with us, but their impact often endures far beyond their lifetime. Great leaders, artists, thinkers, and creators leave behind legacies that continue to shape the world long after they have passed away. Figures such as William Shakespeare, Albert Einstein, and Leonardo da Vinci died centuries ago, yet their contributions to literature, science, and art continue to inspire and influence countless generations. The paradox is that, while death marks the end of their lives, the impact of their work and ideas lives on, affecting new generations in profound ways. The death of a person can also lead to the birth of new movements, ideas, or causes. For example, the death of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. in 1968 was a tragic loss. Yet it galvanized the civil rights movement and brought further attention to issues of racial justice and equality. King's death became a rallying cry for those fighting for his ideals, and his legacy continues to inspire social justice movements around the world. The paradox here is that, while his physical presence was lost, his message of equality and nonviolent resistance gained even more power in the wake of his death. Death, in this sense, can fuel the continuation of life's work, creating a ripple effect that transcends the individual and affects broader societal change. Similarly, death plays a significant role in the natural world, where it ensures the continuation of life in a different form. The death of an organism is part of the natural cycle, contributing to the ecosystem's balance and supporting the growth of new life. When an animal dies, for instance, its body becomes food for scavengers, and its nutrients are absorbed into the soil, enriching the earth for new plants and life to flourish. The paradox here is that, while death may seem to be the end of an individual organism, it is the very process that sustains life in a broader context. Death, in this sense, is not an end but a crucial part of life's ongoing cycle and necessary. Step 4. New life to emerge. The paradox of death that lived is also evident in the way societies and cultures remember and honor those who have passed. Funerals, memorials, and rituals surrounding death often serve as a way to celebrate the life of the deceased and to ensure that their memory lives on. The legacy of historical figures, cultural icons, or even ordinary people who made significant contributions is preserved through storytelling, monuments, and traditions. These acts of remembrance allow death to become a part of the collective consciousness, ensuring that the impact of an individual's life does not disappear with their physical body. In this way, death leads to a form of immortality, as the person's memory continues to inspire and influence long after they have passed. The paradox is that death, which seems to signify the ultimate end, is also a way to perpetuate a person's life in the form of memory, stories, and teachings. While death ends a person's physical presence, their ideas, values, and actions continue to live on in the hearts and minds of others. Death, in this sense, becomes a force that immortalizes the individual, ensuring that they are not forgotten, and that their impact endures for generations. Another way in which death brings life is through the process of emotional healing. The loss of a loved one can create a deep sense of grief and sorrow, yet this grief often leads to emotional growth and resilience. In the aftermath of death, individuals may discover new strengths, learn to cherish the time they have, and develop a deeper appreciation for their relationships. The paradox here is that, while death brings profound pain, it can also lead to personal transformation, encouraging people to live more fully and to embrace the impermanence of life. Death, in this sense, becomes a catalyst for the reawakening of life's most important truths and values. Furthermore, the death of one generation often paves the way for the birth of the next. In the natural world, death makes space for new life to emerge, ensuring the continuation of species and ecosystems. In human society, the death of older generations leads to the passing down of wisdom, traditions, and responsibilities to younger generations. The paradox is that death, while taking away the older generation, ensures the renewal of life by allowing the younger generation to step into their roles, carrying forward the lessons and values of the past. This cycle of death and rebirth is essential for the continuity of culture, family, and society. The paradox of death that lived challenges our conventional understanding of death as an ultimate, irreversible end. While death may mark the cessation of biological life, it also serves as a transition that leads to new beginnings, whether through the legacy of ideas, the continuation of natural cycles, or the emotional growth that follows loss. Death, in this sense, is not merely an end, but a transformative force that allows life to persist, evolve, and find new forms of expression. It is a reminder that endings often bring new beginnings, and that, through the cycle of life and death, the essence of existence continues to evolve. The exploration of life's paradoxes has revealed that human existence is rarely a matter of simple opposites. Rather, life is a complex web of contradictions, where opposing forces often coexist, shape, and transform each other. The pet of time that deceived, love that killed, victory that lost, and many others, show us that life's most profound truths often arise from seemingly contradictory experiences. We have seen how failure that succeeded teaches us that setbacks, while painful, are often the stepping stones to success. We've learned that ambition that destroyed highlights the dangers of unchecked desires, but that same ambition can push us toward greatness. Memory that erased and truth that lied revealed the complexities of human perception, reminding us that even the most reliable aspects of our lives can be distorted. As we conclude, it becomes clear that these paradoxes are not obstacles but necessary parts of the human experience. They challenge us to embrace uncertainty, to seek wisdom in contradiction, and to find meaning even in life's most confusing moments. Life is neither all good nor all bad. It is a dynamic interplay of opposing forces, each contributing to the richness and depth of our existence. By embracing the paradoxes, we can find a more profound understanding of ourselves, others, and the world around us. In the end, these paradoxes invite us to live fully in the tension of life's contradictions, finding strength, growth, and transformation in the most unexpected places.